We had donned heavy furs as we moved deeper into the trees. The air had become chill, and the lack of direct sunlight left us cold at any time other than the peak of the day. We were traveling through a stretch of thick forest, forced into single file by the thick trunks and steep slope, and I was once again trying to quiz Krill about the lands to the south. "You'll get there eventually. You've responsibilities with us to deal with first," he snapped. His good humor had become increasingly rare as the weather grew colder. I had grown close to the Hattrick people, and Krill was beginning to feel almost like an old acquaintance, a replacement for Jimmy. Even Gedrick had grown in my affections, becoming something of an annoying little brother in my mind. I still had my impossible task to achieve, though, and my new friends wouldn't hold me back. It felt strange to think of them as friends, but it was the closest word I could find. "Krill, I have a mission from the gods," I said quietly, hoping an appeal to his piety might sway him. "Fuck them all except Eresk. He sent you to us. He wants his people to rise like the Southerners have over the last few generations. You can make that happen, boy. Spoke-wheeled chariots, improved bow designs, shop-bought bronze. All your ideas can be made to work. When we ride south, you'll be a mighty warlord, lad. Not a knife in the dark," he grumped, and pulled his fur jacket tighter around his chest. He coughed, a wet sound, as he cleared some mucus and spat it into the woods that fell away to our left-hand side. We were traversing a narrow path through the trees. To our right, a steep slope rose up, and to our left, it fell away sharply. Both sides were thick with vegetation, so we could only see a dozen meters or so either way. Despite bickering with Krill, my senses were alert as this was dangerous ground, unsuitable for the spearwork the Areskin favored against the local wildlife. I'm not sure if I was the first to spot the danger, but I am certain I was the first to react. A shadowy blur launched itself from a nearby branch with a yowl that spooked the cattle. They surged and stamped as Jandak, now leading the team at this point in the day, struggled to wrestle the beasts into staying on the track. My spear left my hand as I surged forward. The black shape was descending on the ladies to the rear of the cattle. Halen pulled a short dagger and aimed it at the descending monster, clasping it in both hands. My spear struck the beast's chest before it reached her. The stone tip sank deep into its flesh, passing through where I hoped the heart would be. Momentum is not so easily thwarted, however, and the beast, though mortally injured, cannoned into Halen and skidded across her as she was crushed under its weight. Gardel was thrown to the side, and a panicked aurochs lashed out with its hind legs, one hoof connecting with the woman's head, sending her body spinning viciously with the impact of the blow. I arrived and sank my dagger into the back of the beast's neck, then wrenched it to the side, snapping half of it off in the big cat's spine. Sound of fighting ahead and behind rang in my ears, but I had a sense the others were doing well from the pained snarls that cut across the angry shouts of the warriors. Villas Felis slain. 8 souls gathered. "Get her!" yelled Krill as he stumbled towards me. I turned and found Fayella had been knocked off the trail and lay tangled around a trunk several meters down the hill. With the remains of my dagger in hand, I leapt down the slope and skidded to a halt next to the seemingly broken body of the woman with the dazzling eyes. She was unconscious, and I quickly checked her over. A branch had pierced through her stomach, protruding slightly from her back. With a curse, I threw aside my furs and, using the stub of my dagger, I cut the cleanest parts of my tunic into long strips. I pulled back her furs and then cut away her clothes to reveal a blood-stained midriff of smooth muscle. I quickly bound the improvised bandages around her torso. She groaned in pain, but I pulled them as tight as I could, forgetting my impossible strength in the heat of the moment. I used the edge of my broken dagger to trim the end of the branch sticking out of her back, and then gently turned her on her side to slide the wood out. There was no fountain of blood, which gave me some hope. No major blood vessels had been damaged. Perhaps, in this world with active gods, miracles did sometimes happen. I wadded up the rest of my tunic and pushed it tightly against the wound to stem the bleeding. This wound would likely still lead to a slow, painful death, as her guts must have been damaged. She was just a mortal. The thought rang in my head over and over. I might survive a wound like this, but I was stronger and tougher than I had any right to be. She was just a delicate, if arrogant creature, whose eyes had entranced me from across the fire every night for weeks. She won't survive that. Shit. A dead princess, Krill muttered as he stumbled down next to me. "Bring her up here," Hatrikilo called from above. His voice was thick with grief. He'd seen the injury as I worked, I guessed. "Not safe to move her yet. Not like this," I muttered. I checked my soul balance. I had 324 souls carefully saved up from my weeks of travel. I opened my status screen and spent the souls I had gained lavishly. Level 20 primary stats. Body, E. Mind, D. Soul, F. Available souls, 72. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 20. Reflexes, 15. Health, 120. Magic strength, 10. Focus, 10. Mana, 200. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, touch, intensity, plus 8%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 1 meter cubed, plus 0%. Firewall, area, 1 meter squared. Affinity, life heal, self, 10 HP, and 40% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 2%, lasts 5 seconds. Resistance, all, 1%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth, area, 1 meter squared. Imbue. New affinity unlocked. Enchantment unlocked. I bought 7 levels to get to 20 and gained 14 stat points. I put 2 each into magic strength and focus and dumped the remaining 10 into mana. Then I opened my affinity screen and bought all the bonuses to healing strength I could. It cost 260 souls altogether, but I didn't care, as I raised a hand and 2 balls of green light flew from my palm and soaked into Fayella's wounded stomach. The flesh began to knit slowly together, the blood flow completely stopped, and I sat back with a loud sigh. I took a moment to gather myself and carefully picked her up. I slowly climbed to the top of the slope and lay her down at Hatrakilo's feet. He was staring at me, wide-eyed. "What did you do?" he grunted. "Healing magic. I kept enough mana to help the others as well." "How are Halen and Gardel?" I asked. "Halen will live. Gardel is likely dead." "Likely? So she's still breathing? Where is she?" I demanded. "Where she fell, Shikrakin. She lies where she fell," Hatrakilo said sadly. I ran over and found that she had a large lump already growing on the side of her head. The warriors had gathered round to keep the aurochs in place. The scent of the vile cats spooked them, and they were skittish, mooing and grumbling, unable to stay still. Fearing her neck might be broken, I examined the rest of her as best I could without moving her body. I'd seen her body pivot while in the air from the strength of the kick. I glanced over the warriors and saw there were only a few cuts and bruises on them. They seemed fine, so I chose to spend my mana to try to save this girl's life.
2 balls of green light shot from my hand into her head. The egg-sized lump began to shrink, and I tentatively felt around her neck, looking for signs of some internal injury. "Don't move her. Put something on her to keep her warm," I ordered Hermold, who nodded jerkily and stripped out of his fur jacket to lay it over her. He badgered his cousins, and they did the same.
"Why can't we move her?" asked Krill as he arrived next to me. "Might be a broken neck. If it is, she's fucked. But if we move her and make whatever damage there is worse, then she's got no hope." "You're a healer as well in your world?" Krill asked. The warriors were all looking at me in awe after seeing the magic. "I was a killer. Before that I was a soldier, and I learned a few things on the battlefield. Anyone in my world can take lessons in simple first aid like this, without the magic." My hands were roving gently over Gridel's shoulders and collarbones. I couldn't feel anything broken. With luck, she would wake up in the next few hours, and we could think about moving her to somewhere more comfortable. "Set up here. Warriors, watch the fucking trees properly this time. Krill and I will tend to the injured. Hermune, get a fire going and boil some water," bellowed Hatrikilo. "Shikrakin, where will you be?" He ended in a much more respectful tone than he had ever directed in my direction before. "Wherever I'm needed. I can cast Heal Other a few more times if it's necessary before I need to regain mana. I'll watch over them." I gestured to the 2 women lying meters apart on a narrow path in the middle of an untouched forest. I began to shiver as the adrenaline faded and the cold crept into my body. What had I done? Why had I been so desperate to save Fayala? What the fuck was this mark doing to my mind? Chapter 22. Never drive the herds again. Placing a fur-clad foot against the ribs of the vile cat, I grasped my spear sticking out of its side. I pulled back sharply, and the shaft came free with a wet, sucking sound. The tip must have glanced off a rib on the way in, or struck one on the other side. The formerly arrowhead-shaped stone tip was broken and useless. I tossed it into the woods thoughtlessly as I stared down at the beast. The body was long, probably 6 feet from the nose to the base of its spine. A tail stretched another 3 or 4 feet out from its back end. It was hard to tell as it had curled up in death. The fur was a mottled gray, with deep green stripes like those of a tiger running down its length. I was trying to avoid the eyes of the others. They'd seen what I was, and I wasn't sure how they'd react. Should I snatch up Krill and flee into the woods? I didn't want to lose the wisdom of the old man for certain, but if I were honest with myself, the rest had somewhat penetrated the barriers I kept around myself as well. Somehow, Hermune's constant jokes at his cousin's expense and Jandak's snarky attitude to everything had slipped past my defenses. Even Hatrikilo, stern and judgmental as the old bastard was, had earned a weird kind of affection from me. "Here," said Hermand, offering me his spear. "Take it." "What about you?" I asked in confusion. "The Kendin should have a spear. I'll find another," he replied with a shrug. Kendin. It meant man of the hunt. The translation in my head suggested it was a significant honorific. I took his spear and looked it over. Much better made than the not-so-cheap one I'd bought from the shop. I spun it in my hands to feel the weight and find the balance. It was a fine piece of work. I nodded in gratitude. "Where are the other bodies?" I asked. "They fled. This was the only kill," Hermand shrugged. "Killing vile beasts isn't so easy for us, not when we're caught in an ambush like this anyway."
"So they're still out there?" I asked in alarm.
"They won't be back. Losing one of the pride will have spooked them," said Hatrikilo, coming up behind me. "We need to find a place to camp. Jandak, scout ahead and find us a suitable spot to set up. We can't stay on this fucking goat path overnight." Jandak nodded and began trotting along the way we'd been headed, spear held ready at his side. "You did well, Mond.
Hatrakilo said simply before turning away and going to check on Krill, who was ministering to Falaya. I stared down at the giant cat. These things were tough. Without the bonus to my strength, I would have struggled to pierce the thing's hide with a throw. "Boy!" yelled Krill. I glanced over and he waved me to join him. "What's her condition?" he asked as I arrived. I bent down and tried to examine the wound. She'd been covered in furs as well. I moved them aside and checked her over. I pulled aside the bandages. Krill had loosened them after my panicked application, and saw fresh, pale skin covering the wound. A jagged pink line remained on her front. I hastily pushed the furs back to conceal her stomach and the base of her breasts. I hadn't realized I'd exposed quite so much of her skin when I tried to help her. The skin has largely regrown. It will be a day or two before we know if there's an infection. A day or two more after that before we know if her intestines were mangled. If they were, she won't last much longer than that, I muttered. You mean her guts? Everything feels like it's whole and where it should be, said Krill. Go find my idiot apprentice and set some traps, boy. He fixed me with a sharp look. What did you get for the cat? He asked quietly. 8, I said. Hatrakilo gave me a confused look, but chose not to push for further details. How much for a human? Krill asked. That isn't an issue, I said flatly. I'd not be mercy-killing the women for souls, if that was what the old goat meant. I had a code, and while it was starting to feel frayed and out of date, it had been my guiding light for years. Go set traps, he replied, turning back to Fayala and peeling open one of her eyes to peer at it closely. I picked up some twine for snares from a pack hanging from one of the still skittish aurochs and made my way down our back trail. The woods had seemed gloomy and dull before the attack, but now there was an air of menace. I felt like bestial eyes were staring at me every step that I took, and I flinched slightly at the quiet sound of my footsteps. I began noting animal runs and set up a series of snares. I'd wandered off the main track slightly to set one deeper in the scrub when I found him. Gedrick had been forgotten in the excitement of the attack, but the vile cats hadn't missed him. The boy had always been trailing behind, lagging to the rear as he looked for herbs or edibles to forage. His body was badly mauled. His guts were spilled out across his legs by what must have been a vicious swipe of the beast's claws. It had eaten its fill from the soft tissues it had exposed and left the rest for the birds and other scavengers. He'd been a good kid, I supposed. His sense of duty to Krill, despite the harsh-seeming treatment, had been impressive. Very professional, which I couldn't help but respect. Now, the aspiring dreamer would never become the wise man of the tribe. My empty hand clenched into a fist. I wrapped the body as best I could in the remains of his furs and gathered him up. The walk back to the others seemed to drag on, but could only have taken a quarter of an hour. Krill looked up and noticed me first. He jumped up and ran over, his face falling as he saw Gedrick's dead eyes. He reached out a gentle hand and brushed the lids closed. Why? Why have we brought them with us? I asked, glancing from Gedrick's still form to the women lying out on the muck to hopefully recover from their own wounds. Didn't have a choice, muttered Krill in a tight voice. His eyes had blurred at the edges with tears, which I had not expected. Put him down over there. I'm going to gather wood for a pyre. No, I'll go alone. He waved a hand as Hatrakilo began to suggest an escort. They'll have fled back to their den for now. The wizened old man set off into the trees to hunt for dead wood, looking far older than he usually did. He had held up incredibly well under the punishing pace of our journey so far. Despite his advanced age, he was strong and spry, full of energy far beyond what I'd expect of a septuagenarian back home. Now, his shoulders slumped, and he looked lost as he moved out into the trees. "Why didn't we have a choice?" I asked Hatrakilo. "Why bring women and a child into such dangerous lands?" "The boy had to come. He was Krill's apprentice," Hatrakilo said sadly, as he looked down at the small body. "The women, that was a family matter." "A family matter? Hatrakilo, we've brought them out among the beasts. They can't fight. They're little more than bait." "Those girls are harder than you'd think. None of my family's women are coddled," he snapped back at me. "Are your women pampered and protected where you're from? You spoil them and stop them from blossoming. Some of the other families have grown soft in that fashion, but the Hatriks still follow the old ways. We couldn't leave Fayala behind. One of the reasons we agreed to support Krill on this Kend was that it allowed us to get her away from Eresket for a while. Hopefully for long enough." "What is she escaping from?" I asked in confusion. "None of your business, Shikraken. You've shown you aren't a madman like your kind are in the old stories, but I'm a long way from sharing family secrets with you." He sighed and shot me a look that was almost apologetic. "Forgive me. I'm worried for their well-being. We can talk some other time when my blood is cooler."
He strode off to shout at the warriors and keep them on their guard. He also stopped next to Gridel and bent down to run a thumb gently across her cheek before striding off along the trail ahead of us. Krill came back and forth, bundles of wood held in his arms that he dumped into a pile to the rear of our temporary camp. I sat and did nothing for over an hour. Haylin came and went, splitting her time between Fela and Gridel. She wouldn't meet my eyes, and flinched whenever she thought I was looking at her. As the pile of dry wood grew, Krill eventually stopped and began laying out a pyre for his apprentice in the middle of the trail. He built up carefully spaced layers until the branches were up to his waist, and he no longer had to bend down to lay them out. His eyes were puffy and swollen. His hands shook slightly as he laid out his apprentice's final resting place. "Lift him up and lay him on the pile," he ordered me. I did as I was asked, laying the body down gently to avoid disrupting the fragile construction of dead wood. The nearby warriors came over first, followed by Haylin, and we all stood in silence for a few minutes. Funerals had always made me uncomfortable when I was young. As an adult, I'd caused far more of them than I'd ever attended, although usually the casket was empty on those occasions. The last I'd been to in person had been my mother's, some 11 years ago. Her friends and the rest of my family had shunned me. I sat at the back while my aunt gave a eulogy, and I wasn't invited to the wake. I'd slipped out while the rest went up to pay their last respects, and not looked back. There was no escape this time. The warriors gathered round, followed by Haylin. By some subconscious impulse, we formed a circle around the pyre. Once everyone was in position, Krill began to speak. "He'll never guard the herds again," he intoned in a deep voice filled with sadness. "Not on Earth," the rest replied. "He'll never feel the sun on his skin," Krill said. "Not on Earth," rumbled out in response. "His strength is gone from the tribe," Krill almost whispered. "He rides the plains in the great blue," came back in unison. I didn't join in with the words. I didn't know their ritual. The weight of feeling they all shared still managed to wash over me and sweep me up in the simple ceremony. Krill stepped forward and laid a leather pouch upon Gedrick's body. I saw him mouth the words, "Goodbye, my son," as he laid it on the boy's chest. He looked up at me. Through the Brownian motion of the formation of the funeral party, I ended up directly across from the old man. His eyes were glazed and dead. Something had gone out of him with the death of his apprentice. "Light the fire," he ordered me. I nodded. 3 balls of flame blossomed into life, evenly spaced along the length of the pyre. Krill had laid down plenty of dry tinder in the lower layers, and the flames caught quickly. They roared up as the others gasped at the fire, seeming to have come from nowhere. "Shikrakin," was whispered by several of the warriors, but I ignored them. Had Krill just ordered me to light his son's pyre? Hakubin had called Krill sunless, but perhaps that had been a jab at Gedrick being illegitimate, much like Graben had been before his raiding party had tried to ambush me. I thought back to my mother's funeral. I'd felt no wash of emotion during that eulogy. I'd been dead inside, feeling nothing as aunts, uncles, and cousins, as well as her friends, had openly wept. I looked up to see Hatrikulo and Jandak staring at me from across the flames. Their expressions were flat and controlled, and I couldn't get any sense of what they were thinking. Hatrikulo nodded at me and turned to Jandak to whisper something. The shorter man snorted softly without looking away. Then he grinned slightly before nodding his head at me as well. Chapter 23. Hardly a God. Jandak had found a suitable place to set up a camp, half an hour's walk along the trail. The warriors built a pair of simple stretchers to carry the injured women, accepting Halen's worried commands with surprisingly gentle good humor as they carried our wounded up the pass. I stayed back with Krill, who had been standing vigil over the slowly crumbling pyre. His eyes had dried and hardened while he stared unflinchingly into the flames. "I don't know if I was his father," he said softly, once the rest were out of earshot. "I'd been with his mother at about the right time, but I doubt I was the only one. The boy was bright, maybe too bright for his own good. Did you have children?" "No. My life didn't take me down that path. I fell into a dangerous life after the army, and could never trust anyone enough to allow myself that kind of vulnerability," I replied. "You were celibate?" he asked, looking up and raising an eyebrow. I snorted. "Hardly. But my women were always here today, gone tomorrow. It suited me. I never expected to have children. I probably gave some whores in the Crathan cities fat bellies, and there was a girl in Helipoken But that isn't the same. It's hard to know with whores, you understand?" He looked up at me again, and I had no idea how to respond. Was he calling Gedrick's mother a whore? I shrugged, hoping it would be enough, and nodded, but chose to remain silent. "Gedrick was a good boy," he said softly. "In my world, they say a man lives 2 lives and dies 2 deaths, I offered uncertainly, as I scrabbled to find something to say. "Explain." The instruction was crisp and sharp, more like the Krill I'd come to know. "A man has 2 lives, and the second begins when he realizes he has only one. A man has 2 deaths, the first when he dies, and the second when his name is spoken for a final time." I was out of my depth in this conversation. "Huh. Wise.
Perhaps this is why you haven't gone insane like the previous Shikrakin."
"What do you know of them, my predecessors?" I asked, hoping to snap him out of his misery. "The common theory is that their power drove them mad. You are already much stronger than you should be. Can you imagine how you'll behave when you can snap a man in half without straining, or boil his eyes out of his skull as spears throw away from him? Mortal men are not meant to have such powers," he said sadly. "You think I'll go insane?" I asked. "Perhaps, but I'm not so sure in your case. You were a killer, but you had some kind of honor. What was it?" he asked, staring down into the fire. "I wouldn't kill innocents. They had to deserve to die," I replied slowly. "And who are you to decide? That would have left very few safe from my wrath," he almost chuckled. "My world was different. More people than you can imagine, and most of them were simple people doing simple things, working a day job to provide for their family. I only accepted jobs against people with blood on their hands. And this salved your conscience? Such delicate webs we weave about ourselves so we can pretend we are righteous. I bristled slightly at his words. He didn't know me, and my code had kept me sane in a cutthroat world. It worked for me, I answered stiffly. Don't think for a minute there are any innocents in this world, my friend. All of us have done terrible deeds to survive, he whispered. Gedrick as well? I asked, harshly. He came to my care after he was caught stealing. Normally, that's a death sentence in the tribes. It weakens the very fabric that binds us together and cannot be tolerated. Hakubin knew I was fond of the boy. His mother had died not long after he'd been born, and life as an orphan is hard among us. Would stealing cross the threshold of your honor? He asked, pointedly. No, it would not. It would have for us.
I convinced my aurochs-brained nephew to commute his sentence to slavery under my care. Krill stared into the pyre for a few moments before continuing. Hakubin had his suspicions that I might have sired the boy, so he agreed. It gave him something to hold over me and keep me in line. Not so subtle hints were dropped. Should I cause him any trouble, the boy would be cast out. Hakubin is already on my list of acceptable targets, I responded without thinking. Is he now? Good. But that isn't enough, boy. You cannot kill a king and simply walk away. Not among us. All the warriors would be dishonored, and you would never rest easy again as they sought to take revenge. Wherever you went, someday a stranger would walk past you and slip a blade between your ribs. Perhaps that wouldn't kill you, though. He raised an eyebrow at me. It probably would. I can heal myself, and I'm tougher than I should be, but I barely survived the bullet from Jittik. I'm hardly a god. Hardly a god? Ha! I like it. He blew out his mustache, causing the thin hair to stream in front of his face for a moment. Come on, boy. Let's catch up to the others. We walked in silence through the woods. I was alert for any sign of danger and twitched several times at the sounds of branches breaking nearby. Krill just snorted and walked on quietly. At one point, he pulled a stone knife from his belt and handed it to me. I recognized it as having belonged to Gedrick. It was 3 inches of carefully refined flint. I slipped it into the empty sheath on my belt. Thank you. Where do you get the stone from? I asked. The ground, idiot, he muttered. I've only seen basalt and granite in the plains where I've been. I ignored the insult. We winter the herds to the south. Where the plains meet the riverlands, the flint is plentiful. We craft what we need over winter and bring it back north with us on the wagons each spring, he said curtly. We lapsed into silence again. When we caught up with the others, we found the camp was already ready. The tents circled a large fire in the center of a wide, mostly flat opening in the trees. The aurochs had been tied up nearby by their halters and were cropping at the low vegetation around them. Jandak approached me and led me a short distance away from the camp. How much of your fighting style is being a shikraken? He asked me bluntly. Not much. The techniques I use are all trained, and anyone can learn them. Well, anyone who's reasonably strong and coordinated. I've been trying them out with the others, and the unarmed and knife-fighting style you use is beyond anything in our experience. Will you teach us the greater secrets? He stared me in the eyes unflinchingly. I am not a master, Jandak. I was proficient at best, but any real professional would have kicked my ass back home. If I'd been stupid enough to give them the opportunity. I'd like to see this world where fighting is elevated to a form of dance, he replied with a smile. It's hardly that. Do you have writing in the tribe? Krill has some books, but from what I gathered, most of you are illiterate. Krill is the only one among us who can read. It's not manly, but he's the dreamer. Being the dreamer was apparently a license to break the rules.
I imagined Krill had often abused that privilege with cackling glee. Almost everyone where I come from can read, and we've been writing things down for thousands of years. How do you remember the history of the Araskin? Through song and story, of course. Hakubin kicked you out of the feast before the tales were told, so you missed it. But when we feast, each family tells their tale. The greatest heroes have songs that we all sing, he said with a shrug, as though this was the only way to transmit knowledge across the generations. An oral tradition. Those are surprisingly effective. But written words cannot be forgotten. If the only man who knows a story dies, it doesn't matter if it's been written down. My fighting styles have benefited from generations of accumulated knowledge. Can you teach me to read? He asked, hopefully. The brash man was always joking, and had a confidence that made everyone around him seem slightly smaller than they were, but at this moment, he sounded like a small boy asking for a treat. I'm not really an educator, and I can't read the languages of your world yet. Krill might be willing to help you, though, once he comes out of his grief. Gedrick was a good kid. A right little shit half the time, for sure, but the rest? Not so bad. Will you continue to train us? He asked. I nodded, and we made our way back to the fire. A bowl of stew was placed in my hands, and I lifted the spoon to slurp down the overcooked vegetables and meat. Having the ladies out of action was certainly affecting the quality of the food. Halen had withdrawn into the women's tent to tend to Grable and Fayala. I sat in amicable solitude as the others left me in peace. Whether they were scared of my powers or not, I couldn't tell, but the usual teasing and ribald banter was absent this evening. Krill's miserable presence to one side of the fire might have been dampening the mood of the rest, or it might have been shared grief at Gedrick's death. As the moons began to rise, I set out to lay some more traps. I probably wouldn't bother to harvest the kills from most of them, but I had spent a lot of souls and wanted to start rebuilding my reserves. However strong these people thought I was, I knew only too well that at least some of my competitors would be making the most out of every day to advance in power. The soldier wouldn't be missing any chances, but I was most concerned about the fighter. Gallagher had been impressive in the octagon. I'd seen all his fights. He had been a true champion. He was trained in a way that I had never been, whatever the warriors thought. And with the advantages of the system giving him superhuman strength, speed, and durability, I suspected he would be my most dangerous foe. Then again, anyone can die from poison or a bullet arrow, I corrected myself, out of the blue, and I was hardly going to challenge him to a fair fight when the time came. Gedrick's death had brought the mood of the whole expedition down. Before, we had been happily wandering north on a hunting trip. Now we were faced with our own mortality, and it showed among the others. Voices were lower, and occasionally people snapped where they might have laughed previously. The feeling around the fire was somber, and two of the warriors were always on guard. They circled through the nearby woods, diligently offering themselves up as the first morsel and warning should another pack of vile cats decide to attack. Rather them than me. I had set aside my bowl and was looking up at the second moon as it rose into the sky when the scream split the night. I reacted without thinking and shot across the intervening space to thrust aside the flap sealing the women's tent. Gedrick's knife was in my hand without me even thinking to draw it. I stood for a moment, with my mouth opening and closing. Fayella had woken up, and it had been her voice that split the night. She was sitting on a pile of furs with her front exposed and looking at the jagged scar in wonder. Her stomach was smoothly muscled and lean, only spoiled by the pink mark of her injury. Her leggings concealed everything below her hips,
But above that, her flat stomach and small, high breasts were on full display, where she had pulled her clothing aside to examine herself. I must have made some noise, despite my goldfish impression, as her eyes suddenly flashed upwards, and the fur sealed away the sight of her body. An angry, incoherent squawk came out of her mouth.
Halen slammed into me from the front, knocking me back out of the tent, and the flap fell down between us.
A fist slammed into my head and threw me sideways. I rolled across the ground and rose to my feet in a fighting stance as I glanced around in confusion. Hatrakilo stood by the tent flap, glaring at me and shaking his right hand back and forth in the air. "There are rules to courtship in our world," he boomed, as the warriors around him began to snicker. "I'm not being fucking courted, Uncle. That's why you brought me along, remember?" snarled Fayella from within the tent.
Chapter 24. Princess of Savages. I stepped away from the fire and the tents to sit and stare at the sky. I had a decision to make about my final affinity that I'd shelved in the excitement of the day, but my mind was distracted. I'd been plotting out shapes in the stars for the last few weeks, and I had become increasingly interested in locating the planets. Anything to avoid thinking about pale, high breasts and angry almond eyes. Planet means wanderer, because they don't follow the same pattern as the more distant celestial objects. On Earth, they were almost universally associated with gods. Mars, Jupiter, and Venus. What did the locals call the abnormalities in their night sky? I toyed with the problem as I marked out the brightest objects in the darkness above me. Affinities. I was torn between several options, and another part of my mind turned over that decision while my eyes searched the cosmos above. I wasn't interested in another elemental power. Fire had most of my needs covered in that regard, and there was no point trying to pick a counter to whatever my competitors might have chosen. That left me with the more esoteric possibilities. All of them had abilities that were tempting. Space, giving the option to change the size and weight of an object, was interesting, but hardly world-shattering. Slamming down a shield and making it larger and heavier could be useful, I supposed. Likewise, time, allowing me to speed myself up and slow down an opponent, especially if coupled with the enhancement power from the life tree, could make me physically dominate. But it didn't grab me. I would need to spend a lot of souls to make any of the base abilities worthwhile, and I wasn't certain how my soul income would look once we reached the tundra I had been told was our destination. I had a sinking feeling I'd need to spend thousands of souls on each tree of magic to make it truly effective. Death was not an affinity I was interested in. The thought of summoning zombie slaves to do my bidding did not appeal. How could I justify that against my code? Only enslave the corpses of evil people. I would see myself as part of the problem, an avatar of things I loathed. I couldn't do it, despite the obvious synergy with the life tree. Some of the warriors circled around me as they patrolled our camp. I ignored the faint sounds of their footsteps as I pondered what to choose. The quiet conversations as they passed each other barely infringed on my senses, but there was a sense of security knowing they were between me and the wilderness. Life was different when you weren't on your own, and I was starting to appreciate it. Quiet footsteps approached me from our camp, and I raised my head to see who was disturbing my solitude. A feminine shape was silhouetted against the fire. "They're called Helic and Hellas," said Phyla. She stopped a few feet from me and stared down at me with her hazel eyes glinting in the night. "What are?" I asked in confusion. "The moons. The larger moon is Helic, where the weak go when they die to be sorted. Hellas is the stepping stone to the Great Blue. Only warriors can go there directly," she replied. She grasped her furs close to her legs and lowered herself gracefully to the ground. "Where did Gedrick go?" I asked, looking back at the moons lighting up the night. "Helic. He wasn't a warrior," she said with flat certainty.
It's so simple. He was a troubled child, but I think he would have grown into a good man, I replied, avoiding looking in her direction. You can see the future as well as knit flesh? She asked sharply. I glanced over and found her eyes boring into mine. They stole my breath for a moment, but I controlled myself and shook my head. I was now convinced the mark was messing with my mind. No, sometimes you don't need to be able to see the future to know something is likely. Do you have an understanding of probability? I asked.
Some things are likely, others less so. Is it more complicated than that?
I snorted a laugh. She might have grown up in a primitive tribe, but she was no fool. No, I suppose not. What troubles you? It cannot be the unfortunate boy, nor do I suspect that was the first time you've invaded a woman's privacy. Her voice was cold on the last part. Something else is bubbling in your mind. I glanced over, and this time she looked down rather than holding my gaze. I have a decision to make about the kind of power I want to wield in the future, I answered. Something about her made me want to open up to her, but it still felt wrong. How could she understand? I was stranded in an alien world with powers I didn't understand. She was a princess of savages, and not even the dominant savages in her community. What kind of man are you? She asked. I was stunned by the simplicity of the question, and I sat in silence. She was content to let me think as I tried to formulate an answer to her query. I had done things most people on Earth would consider evil, no doubt. I had always tried to be a decent man, though. I'd been polite and kind when I could. I'd only taken jobs that suited my code of ethics. I hadn't only done those things to help me avoid notice. Unless I needed to kill someone, I tried to treat others with respect. But I had been a killer, and no moralizing or peripheral conditions could change that. I was a killer for hire. I picked my jobs and wouldn't knock an innocent, but I was still a killer, I eventually replied. And what led you to that calling? I can't imagine it would be a long-term role. How many enemies did your tribe have? She asked. We didn't have tribes anymore. Not like you mean. And there were more people in my world than you can imagine. All of us were scrabbling against each other for power, for money, for status.
When lawbreakers wanted another lawbreaker removed outside of the normal channels, I would be available, if they could pay. And there were a lot of them. I chuckled softly. So you fought against the rot? She asked gently. That is not so bad. What's the nature of your decision? I can pick an archetype of power. One revolts me, but seems powerful. Several I think are useless to me now, but I'm left with a couple of options and don't know what I should do. I can't undo my choice once it's made. I turned to her, and she smiled slightly at me, her lips curving upwards gracefully. What is the horn of your dilemma? Some unknown confrontation in the future, or an immediate threat? She asked. Both? Neither? It will set in stone how I can progress and what abilities I'll have when I finally face my opponents. I sighed. You have no way to predict what your enemies will have chosen? She asked, and I nodded without looking up. Then choose what suits you. It's not that simple, I grumbled, hanging my head slightly. Which power revolts you and why? She demanded in a harsh tone. Death. It would let me weaken and corrupt my enemies. Eventually, I'd be able to raise corpses to fight for me. It seems strong, but... I whispered quietly. Her sharp ears heard me clearly anyway, and she turned her head to spit into the bushes. A foul power. Stay well clear of that one. Your other choices?
I explained the elemental abilities and how I didn't think I needed them, then discussed the remaining options. How are such things possible? She took a breath and then rose to her feet to look down at me. I craned my head up, but her face was lost in the shadows. I cannot advise you on this. All I would suggest is that you trust yourself. Our fates have always been in the laps of the gods, and they usually steer us to the good. She reached down and cupped one of my cheeks in her palm, but I couldn't see her face against the night sky above. Trust in them. She turned and retreated back to the fire, then vanished into the women's tent. Ha! Trust in the fucking gods that tricked me, killed me, then exiled me to this new world. I couldn't find it in me to follow her advice. What did she know of this fucked up game I'd been forced into playing? Nothing. I sat and pondered in a sullen silence. Eventually, I concluded that much of what time was capable of could also be covered by space. If I needed to slow someone down, I would be able to make them heavier, or lighter if I wanted them to move faster. Being able to increase or shorten the length of a thrusting spear or knife at a critical moment also seemed like an excellent trick to have in reserve. Then there was the pocket dimension, and the spatial tear powers that came at Tier 4. The idea of a pocket dimension, an inventory, was incredibly tempting. A stash of weapons and goods that couldn't be stolen or searched for. It would have made my life so much easier back on Earth. I wasn't entirely sure what a spatial tear would do, but I was assuming it would allow me to rip open a hole in the universe to protect myself. Most of the other powers had some kind of barrier spell at Tier 4. I made my decision and selected space as my final affinity. Affinity: Fire. Summon fire. Range: 5 meters. Intensity: plus 16%. Fire resistance: plus 2%. Projectile: Speed: plus 3%. Detonation: 1 meter cubed plus 0%. Firewall: Area: 1 meter squared. Affinity: Life. Heal, self, 10 HP and 40% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 2%, lasts 5 seconds. Resistance, all, 1%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth, area, 1 meter squared. Affinity, space. Size, range, touch. Intensity, 2%. Mass, range, touch. Intensity, 2%. Area, 1 meter cubed. Optional. Resistance, 2%. I grimaced in annoyance. I didn't get any free upgrades for Tiers 2 or 3 like I had with my previous affinities. At Tier 1, I could increase the intensity of the abilities to 18%, for a total of 80 souls. 160 souls to make both that strong. At Tier 2, I could spend 200 souls to get a range of 21 meters, and yet another 200 to give me an area of effect up to 10 meters squared. Only the level 20 options were unlocked at Tier 3, but each would cost me 30 souls, for another 2% increase to size or mass, and bring them up to 20%. I tried, but found I would have to unlock the earlier levels before I could buy them. So 300 to maximize each of the size and mass abilities at Tier 3. I had a lot of killing to do. I marked the brightest lights in the sky, and where they were, then headed back to the tent I shared with Hadrakilo and Krill. I paused outside the tent to lock in my mind where the suspected planets were in the sky from the perspective of someone emerging from the tent flap, then ducked inside. Krill was already asleep, and Hadrakilo was patrolling for now. I expected I'd sleep through his return when his shift was done. I fell into a deep sleep, that was haunted by dancing stars and hazel eyes. But I woke up refreshed and energetic. I left the tent and was pleased to find it was still dark. The fire had died down to ashes, so I threw some more of the wood that had been gathered last night into a pile on the embers and blew on them until they caught. I checked the sky, and I was confident I'd located a pair of planets. One was low on the horizon and glowed a faint red. The other rode higher in the sky and shone a pure white. They hadn't moved as the stars had during the night. So a planet with 2 moons orbiting a single sun, with at least 2 other planets in the solar system. The knowledge was of no immediate use, but it made me feel more secure for some reason, as though I was better placed in my new home than I had been when I went to sleep.
I had ignored the notification when I woke up, but when I checked it, I was pleasantly surprised to find I'd gained 31 souls overnight. I set off to gather up the bodies and butcher the edible ones. I was back up to 103 souls, and my soul stat had once more risen to E grade. Chapter 25. Great Tusk Spore. For 5 days, we trudged north through the forest. We weren't attacked by any more animals, but the warriors kept a careful watch anyway. Each night, I set my snares and deadfalls. Each morning, I harvested the bodies and souls of my victims. I was saving the souls up. I had a feeling I'd need to invest them in my magical trees before I continued to increase my level, and was looking forward to the fruits of the kend. Hopefully, I'd gain enough to jump in power considerably. As we broke out of the seemingly endless trees, the tundra greeted me, the colder cousin of the steppes where the Eriskin lived. Low grasslands, already crispy with frost on a morning, stretched away as far as I could see. I had kept to myself the fact that I now had access to iron and crude steel items in the shop. Krill would no doubt begin spending my souls before I had them if I explained the significance to him. "Is it all like this to the north?" I asked Krill as he stopped next to me. The old man had been taciturn since the Vilecat attack, but his cackling had rung out more frequently over the last couple of days. "No. Heavy forests lie a week to the north, and then the ice takes over. Further on than that doesn't matter," he replied. "Why not?" I asked, raising one eyebrow. "Because nobody goes that far north, boy," he chuckled softly. "The big cats and the Urviles rule up there." He spat towards the tundra ahead of us. "We'll stay by the forest and venture out during the day to find the great tusk herds, then retreat back here at night. We're done walking for a while. Well, we are, but you aren't. Your future will be full of running and dragging heavy loads back here." This time, he cackled properly, and I smiled to see his old nature coming back to the surface. "The Vilecats don't count as big?" I wondered. "Forest kittens," he said with a scoff. "Their kin out there are much worse. Pray we don't cross their paths." A new camp was set up, more permanent than before. I helped the warriors cut down saplings and smaller trees to create sharpened stakes that were hammered into the ground. It took most of the morning, but by noon, we had a triple ring of sharpened wooden spikes surrounding the tents. "Hermand, Jandak, Hatrikos, and Hatrikend. You'll take the Kendon north this afternoon. Don't stray far. You're looking for spoor and signs of a herd, not to get 3 prizes on the first day. Understand?" Hatrikilo barked. The other men nodded and began pulling additional spears and torches, short sticks wrapped with pine resin-soaked cloth from the packs the aurochs had carried. "Why the torches?" I asked Jandak before we set out. "Fire scares the big bastards, of course. Reckon you can keep up, Kendon?" he asked. I smirked and nodded. We set off at something between a jog and a lope,
leaving the other warriors, Krill, and the women to finish setting up the camp. We'd each been issued a pair of thick leather bags that had been heavily waxed. I wasn't entirely sure why, but I'd refrained from asking in order to avoid looking any more ignorant than I was. We ran for a few hours, stopping twice. The first time, Jandak and the rest had checked on me like I was a child. The second time, when they were all red-faced and gasping for breath, I merely grinned and hefted my borrowed spear. After some grumbling and complaints about how unfair the gods were, we'd set off again. I kept my blasphemous opinions on the unfairness of the gods to myself. "What is it, Kos?" I asked, as he waved us all to a stop. I was the only one still breathing comfortably after the long run. Hatrikos glared at me good-naturedly and waved a hand at a depression in the ground. "How can you not smell it?" he muttered. "Great tusk spoor. We should spread out to find other traces to work out their direction."
Jandak and I were left alone, as the others took quick drinks from their water skins and began to circle around our location. There was a ripe, earthy smell in the air, and when I investigated the place Hatrikos had pointed, I found what resembled a very large splat of horse muck. It was thick with grass woven through the more moist parts, and smelled like farms back home to me. "What are Urviles?" I asked Jandak, as we tried to watch in every direction at once. He snorted, then spat. It seemed spitting carried some symbolic weight among the Eriskin. "You know the cats were vile cats?" he asked, as his eyes tracked the small shapes of our allies as they ran away from us. "Yeah, bigger and meaner than normal cats," I offered. "Urviles are men, but bigger and meaner. The shortest of them is half as tall as you. The old ones can be 3 times your height," he grimaced. "They aren't to be trifled with, understand? However strong you are, if you see a group of Urvile slavers, you run. Understood?" His voice was harsh. "I understand. So they're giants?" "Aye, and mean as well. Don't take those bastards lightly," he grumbled. "It's like dealing with a child who could rip a wagon apart with his bare hands. No offense, Kendon." I chose not to take offense at being characterized as a child. In many ways, I was like an infant, ignorant of the threats these people grew up aware of. The scouts ran back to us shortly afterwards, and Hatrikend led us to the west as he'd found more evidence of the herd's passing. We ran hard and fast. If we could spot the herd today, we'd be well placed to chase them down tomorrow, perhaps getting one of the 3 kills Krill had claimed Erisk demanded of him. Then we could return to the warmer climes in the south before the tribe moved to their winter pastures. On the horizon, I began to make out the lumbering shapes of huge, hairy things. Sure enough, they were mammoths, cropping the grass with their trunks as they moved along the tree line of the forest. "Not vile mammoths?" I asked, as we skidded to a halt, perhaps 50 meters from the herd. There were 10 of the mighty beasts, and they were 3 meters tall at the shoulder. A couple of younger, smaller creatures had been moved into the center of the herd, and some of the larger ones were eyeing us warily, but they didn't seem overly spooked by our presence. "No, these are the normal sort," replied Kos with a laugh. I could only imagine how impressive the vile mammoths would be. As I considered how many souls they might be worth, I felt my inner greed perk up and rub its hands together. "We'd be running the other way if they were vile," Kos finished. "How do you usually kill them?" I asked. "They don't like the fire," said Jandak, as he pulled some tinder and a fireboard from his pack and knelt to begin spinning the rod into the board. "So we go in with torches lit to separate one out, then poke it with spears until it bleeds out. It can take a while. That, or we chase them down for a day or so," he muttered. I waved a hand at the torch Jandak had laid out to light, and the tip burst into flames. Black smoke rose up from the pitch-soaked wadding. He snorted, put his kindling and fireboard away,
and picked the burning brand up to offer it around to the rest of our small team, who lit their own torches. "That's cheating, Kendon," he said with a smile. "Well, we're here. How about we try and take one? That bull has a bad back leg and should be easy to split off from the rest." The other warriors nodded and moved out to form a line. I wasn't sure what I was meant to be doing. The rest seemed to know instinctively and didn't have to communicate as they swept forward. The herd spooked as we got closer, and they began to run. Great, earth-shaking footsteps rumbled away from us, but we tagged along, never letting them get too far ahead.
Soon enough, the bull with the bad leg was lagging behind somewhat, but this seemed like it would go on for hours. I sped up, sprinting past the others and earning startled yells from a couple of them. I cut between the straggler and the herd, waving my torch above my head and shouting at the top of my lungs. "You fuckers go that way! You're toast, mate! You need to go—" Oh, shit! The bull had spun towards me and swung his tusks in my direction. I'd gotten too close and had to leap backwards, rolling across the grass to avoid his swipe. As I came back to my feet, I checked that the herd behind me was still retreating, and thankfully they were. I'd successfully separated this monster from his family. Unfortunately, I was left in the uncomfortable position of being dozens of meters ahead of any support, and all alone against a prehistoric mammal that could smash me into paste with one foot. I heard the others calling to me, but my attention was focused entirely on the creature glowering at me from beneath its shaggy eyebrows. I began to sidle to my right, hoping to turn its back to my compatriots, but it stepped sideways to follow me, surprisingly daintily considering its bulk, as it continued to glare at me. I waved the torch in its face, and it backed off slightly. I took my opportunity to blur past the dangerous tusks and stab my spear in its cheek. He reared backwards and slammed his feet down, knocking me sideways into a tumble, but failing to pulverize me. As I came back to my feet, the others arrived, and the monster spun to face them, seeming to forget about me. Not a good move on his part. I threw my spear overarm, launching it with all of my augmented strength, with the singular purpose of making the crude stone tip pierce the thick of the beast's neck. I was aiming for a spot behind the thick plates of the mammoth's skull, and praying that it would lodge in the beast's spine, crippling it. A strangled trumpeting noise escaped the beast as it collapsed, losing control of its limbs. I staggered backwards a few steps, then approached cautiously. Wild eyes rolled as I looked down on it from up close, and I drew Gedrick's dagger. I pulled the sharp blade across the creature's throat several times, gradually slicing through the thick hide and fat until a crimson spray shot out from the throat. I staggered backwards and fell on my ass. Normalis mastodon slain. 20 souls gathered. Oh, great. Now we need to harvest the bloody thing and drag it back to the fucking camp, snapped Jandak. Brothers, having a Kendon in the party is a pain in the ass. I waved a hand weakly at the others, who grinned at me. There was a glint of respect in their eyes for me as they set about butchering the animal. The skin was cut away into 2 pieces, which were bundled up on themselves so only the fur was facing outwards and tied with cordage to hold them together. They didn't bother gutting the beast properly. Once the skin on the upper side of the body was removed, long sections of meat and fat were cut away and loaded into the waxed leather sacks we'd carried with us. "You'll need this," said Jandak, as he offered me one of the round stone maces that seemed to be the mark of a warrior in the tribe. I took it and gave him a confused look. I hadn't helped with the butchering, merely carrying the slabs of meat and fat to fill our sacks. "You'll be quicker at breaking the tusks out of the fucking thing's head," he said happily. "Crack on!" I hefted the mace and approached the head. The tusks were 1.5 meters long. The yellowed ivory shone faintly in the sunlight as I tried to figure out the best way to go about my task. "It helps if you hit it really hard,"
smiled Cause, as he sliced away at the fatty meat on the beast's back. Thanks, I muttered. Strike the bones behind where the tusk grows, offered Hatrikend. That's usually the easiest way to loosen them up.
I took his advice. My first blow sent shivers up my arm as the reverberations of the mace slamming into the impossibly thick bones echoed through my limb. 5 more times I struck until the bone finally splintered, and I pulled the first tusk free. I tossed it behind me casually, despite the weight of the thing. I grabbed the other tusk and used the leverage to reposition the head so I could strike the right spot to free it. It only took 3 blows this time, and some careful slicing with my knife to free the second one. You're fucking carrying them back. Keep the mace, Kendon, said Jandak, as he gave me 2 heavy bags filled with fatty meat and nodded at what looked like 100 kilos of freshly harvested ivory with a toothy smile. Chapter 26. Ervile. I left 2 long furrows in the tundra behind me as we jogged back to our camp. I held the point of a tusk in each hand and dragged the heavy bastards all that way. The bloody and jagged joints where they had joined the mastodon's jawbone skittered and skidded across the grasslands for miles. I also had the 2 bags full of more edible mammoth bits over my shoulders as well. The others had generously chosen to attach the thick rolls of hide to the tusks when they found I could keep up with them despite the weight of the damn things. Strongest man carries the greatest burden, chuckled Jandak as he tied the bundles of fur halfway down the tusks. You'll be able to keep up? He asked more seriously. I shrugged and nodded with a broad grin. The macho warrior culture of the tribe was infectious. It reminded me of my days in the army, and I began to fall into old habits of camaraderie, my decades-old social masking slipping ever further away. I'm sure I'll manage, I replied with a smile. 10 miles later, I was regretting my flippant attitude, but my pride stopped me from backing down and having them take back the hides. As we proceeded, the ache in my shoulders and back built to the point it felt like a fire running up my spine. After what felt like an eternity, but could only have been a few hours judging from the way the sun had moved across the sky, we finally saw the camp again. The palisade around it was now bristling with sharpened stakes, and the fire inside could only be glimpsed through the shadows cast by the defenses. I wasn't entirely certain what we were prepared to defend against. I couldn't think of any animal that would realistically try to challenge the forest of spikes. When we arrived, the rest of them jogged along relatively happily, but I collapsed to my knees and gasped for breath. The other hunters came over, and one of them offered me a water skin. I took a long drink without thinking and spluttered, spraying liquid across the ground. This was fermented milk, not the water I'd expected. They fell about laughing. "Don't waste it, Kendon! That's the good stuff," chuckled Hermand. "Assholes! Why the fuck did you bring that shit out on the hunt?" I muttered, but I stood and took a long drink from the skin anyway. "This might be better for you," offered Jandak as he passed me another skin. After I removed the stopper, I carefully sniffed it to check before trying the contents, and then I took a long drink of actual water to wash down the cloying warmth of the booze. "Thanks," I said. "I think I'm going to go to bed now." I left the tusks where they lay and staggered into the camp proper. I made a beeline for my tent, but Fayella caught my arm as I passed the fire. She didn't say anything, but she offered me a bowl of hot stew as her eyes met mine. I nodded in gratitude and slumped to the ground. As soon as the stew was done, I gave back my bowl, muttered something vaguely polite, and crawled into my tent. Exhaustion overtook me, and I fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. My dreams were haunted by a giant bronze statue that smiled down at me, then blurred into curved, almond-shaped hazel eyes. I awoke to the usual notifications from some successful traps. Another 17 souls in the bank gave me a faint sense of contentment that went some way to assuage the aches in my muscles. Krill was snoring and farting to one side of me as I quietly slipped out into the chilly pre-dawn air. I exhaled a thick cloud before I took a deep breath and pulled my furs tighter around me. "Here," Hatrikilo said,
offering me a steaming cup. The smell of ched filled my nostrils, and I accepted gratefully. "What first, Kendon?" "Ha! Now you're respectful? I guess I'm the novice here and will follow your orders, sir. But if I have a choice, I want to harvest and reset my traps, then go hunting another mastodon."
Mastodon? He rolled the unfamiliar word around his mouth.
"The great tusks. It's what my system calls them. They're similar to creatures that died out a long time ago, where I'm from."
"I am no fool, Mond. We've covered this. I know what you are. And while I don't know where you're from, I know it isn't this Earth."
I locked eyes with him, and he looked away first. "I won't pry. Perhaps someday you will choose to share more. Go, see to your traps. We could use some meat for breakfast." "We brought back half a great tusk yesterday," I said in surprise. "That will be smoked and the fat rendered for return to the tribe. We'll be living on other prey while we are here. If you're able to hunt 2 more as quickly as the first, we can be on our way home before Hakuben moves to the winter pastures. That would be ideal in a way. We can settle our debts with him before the winter festivals." I raised an eyebrow at him, fishing for more information about the political machinations in which I was clearly a central party, but currently ignorant of the details.
"Go on,"
he waved again, refusing to elaborate further. If I hadn't opened up to him about my past and my powers, I supposed it was fair that he wouldn't reciprocate. I set out to harvest the rabbits and foxes that had fallen to my traps overnight and reset them for the coming 24 hours. I moved a little deeper into the forest and set a few more than I had yesterday. With a bit of luck, I could increase my souls at a faster rate. 30 souls a day was one level, up to level 29, or a couple more unlocks of Tier 1 magic. The basic powers were weak, but after seeing how much of a difference filling out the rudimentary heal spell had made, I was convinced it would be a worthwhile investment in the long term. The contents of the shop had once again filled me with fury. A simple iron dagger would set me back over 200 souls. While it would be a modest step up over the bronze and stone available to the tribe, it was too much to spend for what amounted to an incremental increase in the effectiveness of my equipment. Unjustifiable. The weak healing potion at Tier 2 had cost 100 souls for a one-shot item. The Tier 3 healing potion costs 200. I cursed the gods for teasing me with items I wanted, but making them so expensive I couldn't accept the price. This was why I'd invested in my healing magic rather than buying potions to heal the women. The resources I invested in improving my magic were something that I would benefit from again and again, rather than just a single time. When I got back to the camp, the Kend was ready to set out. The other hunters had been rotated out, bar Jandak. Hatrikul, Hermune, Hermant, and I set off with empty sacks as Jandak led the way. We moved swiftly, racing back along the twin trails I'd dragged through the grass and muck yesterday with the tusks. I was carrying a pair of spears like the rest, but I wasn't carrying any torches. I'd refused when offered, as I didn't see the point when I could conjure fire with a thought. Being comparatively unburdened, I was pacing Jandak in the lead with very little effort. "How long can you keep up this pace?" he asked as we ran across the seemingly infinite grasslands. "Longer than you, I reckon." I grinned at him and matched his pace as he sped up. We were leaving the others behind slightly, but we were both competitive, and he continued to increase the pace gradually. Soon we could barely see our compatriots behind us, but we didn't stop until we reached the site of yesterday's kill. We skidded to a stop, and Jandak was gasping for breath, whereas I was merely warmed up. "I'm cheating, don't feel bad," I deadpanned. "Fucking Shikrikin bastard," he gasped. A minute later, he had recovered somewhat and was circling outwards to locate the tracks of the herd. "They went northwest," Jandak called when the rest caught up with us and fell to their knees, gulping down lungfuls of air. "On your feet. Are you a woman? The herd can't be far." We left the dead mastodon behind for the ever-circling carrion birds and spread out into the hunting line we had used yesterday. Each man was several meters from the next in a ragged formation as we rushed after our prey. My blood began to sing, adrenaline flowing through me at the thought of another fight against the giant animals. When we sighted the herd, we slowed and approached more cautiously. The animals were clearly somewhat intelligent. Rather than running as they had yesterday, they formed a half circle, the calves in the center and the largest of the adults facing us with their giant tusks. "I have an idea. I might be able to make this easier with some magic," I told the hunters. "Kendin for sure," muttered Hatrikal. "What's your plan?" demanded Hermune. "I can create a line of fire between them. It will only last a short time, but it should allow me to separate a pair of them from the herd. You see the two on their left flank? If flames roared up between them, and the rest of the others would probably flee northeast, and we can complete Krill's quest," I said. 2 large adults were guarding the left flank of the herd, but there was a gap between them and the rest. "You can do this?" asked Harmont, and I nodded in confirmation. "Killing a pair in one attack is not possible." His voice was firm. "Yesterday was an easy kill for me," I countered. "The worst that can happen is one of them escapes, and we try again tomorrow. Will you trust me, brothers?" Jandak gave me a hard look, but nodded, and the rest followed suit after a moment. If they would let me call them brother, my future in the tribe was secure. "Spread out. Jandak and Mune, go right. When the firewall goes up, move back left and help us with the targets." They nodded at my instructions, but Jandak didn't look happy to be taking orders from a relatively unknown outsider like me. As long as they did as I said, the results should justify my temporary usurpation of his authority over the others. I examined the ground at the mastodon's feet and plotted out the path of the firewall. I could only summon a 1-meter cubed area, but I knew instinctively I could manipulate the shape. So a 10-centimeter wide firewall could be extended much further than a meter. I waited as Jandak and Mune moved to the right, drawing the attention of that side of the herd, while the rest of us moved to the left. Jandak and Mune began yelling and waving their spears, but the nearby beasts merely turned to follow them with their heads. I reached out and spent 20 mana to create a wall of fire, splitting the herd apart. The flames roared up, 6 feet tall, and the herd fractured in shock. The targets surged forward as the orange glow and heat lit up their right-hand sides, rushing towards us. The rest of the herd trumpeted in fear and bolted for the deeper tundra. As the other hunters came together to my right, I moved further left, hoping the beasts would risk the gap between us. They took the apparently safer option and charged forward, tusks swaying viciously and their trunks slamming from side to side. I leapt and rolled, creating some distance as they passed through where I had been standing a moment before. I came to my feet and pivoted as my unnatural strength and reflexes showed their worth. The first spear flew out and struck the nearest mammoth in the neck. It tumbled to the ground and tripped the other beast with its fall, making the bull stumble. The others threw their first spears, pin-cushioning the mastodon I hadn't wounded. I rushed around and plunged my remaining weapon through the still-standing beast's ribs, then leapt back, leaving the wood protruding from its side. "Great Blue, Kendin," muttered Mune in shock. "Is there anything you can't kill?" "They're not dead yet," I muttered. I hadn't had a notification, so I sat down to let the tension of the brief fight pass. It hadn't even been a fight. It had been an execution. I shouldn't be this capable. My enemies would be at least as strong as me, unless I got very lucky. I really did need these savages at my back. A few minutes later, I got the notification as the beasts stopped struggling feebly against their wounds. Normalis mastodon, slain ×2. 40 souls gathered. 180 souls in the bank, plus whatever my traps would provide tonight. I was well on my way to gaining back what I spent to save the women, and began contemplating my next spending spree. "I'm not carrying all 4 tusks back. You lazy bastards need to carry some of the weight," I joked, and the others grumbled, but began setting about stripping the bodies of useful materials. An hour later, we were on our way back to the camp. I was dragging 2 tusks behind me, with a bundled-up skin tied to each of them. Each of the others was either dragging a tusk or had a large package of mammoth skin balanced on their shoulders. Due to the extra weight, we took our return more slowly than yesterday, when the warriors had clearly been hazing me. "You can do that firewall whenever you like?" asked Mune, as we dragged our tusks behind the others. "No, it costs me, but I can conjure 10 of them if I'm fully rested." "That's insane," he grunted, as he heaved the tusk into a slightly different hold to ease the strain on his right hand. "How could anyone stand against you?" I didn't like the fervor I could hear in his tone. "Take my head, and I'll be as dead as anyone else. They're tricks. Powerful, maybe, but I'm still just a man." "You need us, then?" he asked softly, glancing across. I stared straight ahead as the realization that he was right fully settled into my bones.
I did need them, or at least I needed loyal supporters, if I was to stand a chance of surviving in this world. I was forced to consider the implications as the hours dragged by. I would need a support network. Back on Earth, I had been able to slip in and out of the vast and impersonal social structures that made life possible there. Does every office worker know the names of the cleaning staff? I didn't need to get close to or actually trust anyone. I could anonymously hire a specialist if I needed one, or disappear into the masses at need. That wouldn't be possible here. Or, if it were, it seemed an inefficient way to approach the problem. Inefficient was synonymous with unprofessional in my mind, and I shifted my thoughts to truly accept that I would need to integrate with these savages and use them to my own ends. As long as it aligned with my code, I wouldn't sacrifice them for no reason, at least. We finally reached our little camp and proudly displayed our prizes. "Bloody hell, boy! This should have taken days, if not weeks," Krill muttered as he examined the tusks, equal to the pair I dragged back yesterday. "Decent size, older adults. How many of the herd were left?" he asked, glancing upwards. "Half a dozen adults and the young," Jandak replied happily as he accepted a skin from Halen. He winked at her, then took a long drink. "Not enough," rumbled a booming voice. It was deeper than any human I'd ever spoken to, and I spun to look behind me. My head craned backwards as I scanned up the body of the massive man. How had this giant snuck up behind us and gone unnoticed? He was 5 meters tall and covered in thick furs. In one hand, he carried a long staff I was convinced was simply a stripped-down tree trunk. "You have stolen from my herds, little ones. Killed my pets. Such a travesty. The injustice sits heavy on my heart. I will let you live only if you make suitable reparations. While I would prefer to simply eat you all, I will be content as long as half of you will become my slaves. This is justice, and you may have a short time to choose among yourselves who will join me," boomed the first Ervile I had the misfortune to meet. Chapter 27. Vile Slayer. The women called out quietly in fear and backed away to the palisade, pressing their backs up against it in a panic. The warriors moved more slowly, spreading themselves out. "Begone, Ervile," called Hatriculo bravely. "We will make payment in something other than flesh." "You don't get to decide that, little one," laughed the giant. "None of you can break my skin, let alone kill me. I can chase you all down without effort. You have my terms. Now choose before my patience runs short." "Perhaps some fine drink might help salve the injury we have done you?" asked Krill. "None of that, little one.
You couldn't carry enough on your little beasts to slake my thirst. You stunted creatures have no understanding of the brewing arts. Everything you make tastes like piss," replied the monstrous man. The other warriors had crouched down and hefted their spears over their shoulders. As the giant saw them, he chuckled, a noise like distant thunder. "I am happy to kill you all, if you prefer. Your females have a refined flavor that I particularly enjoy." "You're a slaver, then," I called out, moving past the fire and putting myself between the Ervile and the others. "What's this? A man who seems to object to the laws of the world? How do you arrange the tasks that are beneath you, little one?" he asked, leaning forward to stare at me. He had broad cheeks and a heavy brow, like pictures of Neanderthals I'd seen back home. His face was shadowed by his hood, but I could see bright amber eyes in the darkness, eyes that shone with intelligence and malice. "Do you clean up your own shit?" "I've been known to. Leave now, and I will forgive this insult," I said firmly. While we talked, I was also assessing how to spend my souls. I was getting tired of having to buy level-ups in emergencies.
Hopefully, I would find time in the near future to spend them without a life-and-death threat looming over me. But I was becoming resigned to this being a motif in my life. I didn't consider more levels. I only had 180 available, but that was enough to let me jump up considerably in magical strength. I spent all my souls to increase the enhancement, size, and mass abilities by 6 levels each. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 5 meters. Intensity, plus 16%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, minus 1 meter cubed, plus 0%. Firewall, area minus 1 meter squared. Affinity, life. Heal, self, 10 HP and 40% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 14%, lasts 5 seconds. Resistance, all, 1%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth, area, 1 meter squared. Affinity, space. Size, range, touch. Intensity, 14%. Mass, range, touch. Intensity, 14%. Area, 1 meter cubed. Optional. Resistance, 2%. I spent 30 mana to activate all 3 of the newly empowered abilities. I grew more than 20 centimeters in height, and my mass increased by 14%. The new strength coming from enhancement cancelled out the effect of these changes as far as I was concerned. I leapt into the air and cast mass and size on the spear in my right hand as it left my fist. It shot forward and plunged through the furs covering the creature's left shoulder. My jump had launched me at his face, and as I soared behind the spear, I pulled Gedric's dagger with my left hand and unhooked the mace I'd been gifted yesterday with my right. I had spent a quarter of my mana to buy myself a decisive opening, hopefully. My left foot brushed the top of the palisade spikes, and I used the brief contact to launch myself even faster at the enemy.
The amber eyes opened wide in shock as the spear struck deep into the joint of his shoulder, but his right hand snaked out, the staff falling forgotten to his side, and snatched me from the air. My hands came down as the gargantuan fingers clenched tight around my chest, and I felt my bones creak. The mace slammed into his wrist, eliciting a snarl from the Ervile. Then the dagger struck between the first joint on his index finger and dug in. I heard the cartilage pop at the same time as the dagger broke, and I pulled back the jagged remains of the blade to strike again. I reeled as he shook me viciously, hearing more than feeling my bones snap. I dropped my dagger, and the mace hung from the leather wrist strap as I lost my grip. A look of confusion passed across the massive face.
Usually your kind bursts when I squeeze. Such fire in you, little one, the giant snarled. From whence does it come, this desire for death?
His voice had become flat, somehow even deeper at the end, and the pressure increased around my torso as he drew me up to his face to glare down at me.
Fire, you say?
I half groaned, half chuckled. I cast Summon Fire twice, once for each of his eyes, and he screamed, throwing me aside. I tumbled across the ground, every rock and lump digging in and leaving me battered as I skittered over the semi-frozen grass. Health, 56/120. I was more than half dead. I cast Heal on myself twice, another 20 mana gone, and felt my wounds improve. The pain lingered, but my movements seemed to return to normal. Perhaps it was just the adrenaline and fear giving me strength? Health, 76/120. I rose back to my feet as quickly as I could and flipped the mace into my right hand from where it had been dangling loosely. I staggered towards the still wailing giant who was clutching his face with both hands.
Blinded by a whelp. A fucking stunted one. You'll pay, he cried in pain.
Spears flashed across the air and sank into the Urvile's fur, but they didn't seem to bother him. Perhaps the damage to his eyes was enough to blind him to any other damage? I smirked at the unintended pun and cast Heal on myself again, bringing me back to 86 health. I hefted the mace and lunged close to slam it into the side of the monster's knee. I increased the mass of the mace at the same time as I enhanced myself, bringing it down like a hammer on an anvil. 110 mana left. I was savagely confident this fight would work out in my favor, despite my wounds. The bone cracked as the stone head of the mace smacked into the joint with a meaty thunk. The giant squawked, a much higher pitch than before, and collapsed to the ground as his leg gave way. I rolled to the side and moved quickly towards his now grounded head. Once in position, I began smashing the mace into his temples. I had to dodge backwards as he blindly flailed his long arms, but I moved in relentlessly whenever I got a chance to land another hit.
Cursed might! My clan will hunt you down, he babbled as I avoided his wild swings and continued to land blows on the thing's skull whenever an opportunity to lunge in presented itself. Arrogant fucking lump, I snarled as I boosted the mass of the mace, and it struck the giant's skull so hard the stone head broke into fragments. I snatched up the broken dagger and jumped forward, arcing across his exposed neck, raking what was left of Gedrick's knife across his throat, before tumbling away to land in a pile as one of the flailing arms swept me away. Not so chatty now, I grunted, as I sat up in pain. A puddle of red began to spread around the giant's body that gleamed wetly in the fading sunlight. I sat still, unable to find the energy to rise to my feet at the moment. The thrashing and bubbling noises gradually faded until I received the notification my dazed mind had been waiting for. Vilis Humano slain. 50 souls gathered.
Well, at least they were profitable. I wasn't enthused at the idea of hunting these monstrous people for souls, though. Hatrikilo was the first of my comrades to leave the palisade. He poked the giant with a spear, testing whether it was dead.
He's gone, I groaned.
Hatrikilo approached me cautiously, spear aimed at my chest.
Betrayal, then? I wondered, looking up at the man. I didn't have it in me to fight anymore at the moment. If he wanted me dead, I was done. The spear swung aside, and he offered me his right hand. I grasped his wrist and levered myself upright. "Vile Slayer," Hatrikilo muttered as I swayed to my feet. "Vile Slayer!" he screamed at the sky, lifting my right hand into the air like I'd won the heavyweight belt. The cry was taken up by the other warriors who swarmed out and surrounded me. I was dazed, battered, and racked by pain. I didn't understand what was going on, and pushed them away from me as they came to slap hands painfully against my back. "He needs rest," snapped a female voice from the edge of the camp. I looked up to find glowing hazel eyes staring at me. "Not yet," I grunted. I had to build a reputation among these people. I'd thought them primitive and savage, and perhaps they were, but there was honor and pride. They were people just like me, and at some point during the day, I had realized that I needed them. I accessed the shop and glared at the screens only I could see. 10 souls went, and a finely crafted leather sack large enough for my purpose appeared at my feet. 5 more souls were gone, and 5 simple sacks of salt appeared next to it. "Give me a knife," I grunted. Krill strode through the warriors, small in comparison but somehow seeming larger than any of them, to hand me his bronze dagger. I weighed it in my hand and looked over at my prize. A reputation is built on trophies. I'd need proof to show the doubters in the rest of the tribe.
No matter what my comrades said, some would always doubt if they didn't see proof. I knelt down in the crimson lake that had flowed out from the giant's throat and began to slice. The bronze was sharp, well honed, and in short order I shoved the head away from the body. I waved a hand, and Mune brought over the sack I'd bought. I waved again in annoyance, and Hatrikilo brought over 2 sacks of salt. I tipped them into the sack and shook it to spread them out. I shoved the head, as long as my own torso, into the sack, and then staggered over to pick up the rest of the salt. I poured it over my prize and pulled the bag shut at the top. Heaving it over my shoulder, I staggered under the weight as I passed back through the palisade. It fell to the ground roughly outside my shared tent, and I sagged to the ground with a sigh, leaning back against the gruesome trophy. Looking up, I found the rest had followed me back into the enclosed space. They stared at me with a mixture of expressions illuminated by flickering firelight. Some filled with hope, others with what looked like hero worship, and more than a couple with what was obviously fear. Hazel eyes locked with my own, and all I saw in them was speculation and questions. Time enough for that later. "This is the first," I said, keeping my voice even and hiding my pain as much as possible as I rose back to my feet. I faced them all and shared a strained smile. "There'll be more to come. No one will enslave us while I can fight." I needed these people, and I was confident that this would make them mine. Krill and Hatrikilo's eyes gleamed. They were grinning broadly. The warriors let out a wild cry, a primal challenge to the universe. But my focus was locked on the hazel eyes full of questions. Chapter 28. Half a dozen dogs. I awoke to a string of kill notifications and yet another headache. 21 souls were added to the bank, and flickering lights appeared in my eyes when I tried to focus. I hadn't slept well, not because of strange dreams or anything God-related, but due to simple aches and pain. I had woken up more than once to a grating feeling in my chest as my ribs realigned themselves. The lingering effects of my heal spell had worked wonders on my broken body in the night, but it hadn't provided any anesthetic. Krill was snoring and farting merrily, so I shuffled past him to carefully lift the flap of our tent and blinked in the early morning light. I needed to harvest the trapped animals, and then my jaw dropped, and I gawped around in surprise. The camp was being quietly disassembled.
The stakes of the palisade were gone, presumably added to the long pyre burning atop where the giant had fallen. The warrior's tent was already taken down and packed on an aurochs for travel. A pot bubbled over the fire that had been rekindled while I slept. "What time is it?" I muttered, as I limped over and scooped a bowl of stew from the main pot. "Late for a warrior to rise from his bed, unless the woman is stunningly beautiful," laughed Jandak. "Is Krill that pretty to you?" he joked. "He farts too loudly for my tastes," I smiled back and took a slurp of the stew. "We're heading south then?" I asked. "Time to go and confront Hakubin," Jandak agreed with a grimace. "What are your plans?" he asked, giving me a speculative look. "I don't have any," I replied truthfully. "I assume I need to replace him, but time enough for the details as we walk. We've weeks of travel, and as winter draws in, the path will only get harder," barked Hatrakilo. "Vile Slayer, a word." The tone made it clear this invitation was closer to an order. I patted Jandak on the shoulder and moved over to the older man. "Will I have time to recover my traps before we leave?" I asked.
It would take me the better part of an hour, but the bustle of the camp made it feel like we wouldn't be here that long. "You can get them and catch up. Hermune will wait behind to mask our trail as much as possible," he replied. "Mask our trail?" I asked. "The other Erviles will find the remains eventually. Raiding parties will come south looking for revenge, but that's a problem for next summer. We'll push west when we get back to the plains for a couple of days, then cut back to the east. We won't be lighting fires for those days. Then things will get more comfortable again." "You can eat cold food?" he asked with a faint smile. I nodded in reply. "Good man. Go get your traps. Hermune will guide you along our back trail when you get done." I looked at the aurochs, already burdened with the fruits of our hunt. 3 of them had long tusks strapped on either side. One had the bulbous bag containing the salted giant's head strapped down across its shoulders. The heavy sacks of meat and unrendered fat bulked out the animals that looked noticeably thinner than when we had set out. I emerged from the woods a while later, as the sun was fully risen, to find the others gone. Hermune sat lazing by the path we had used to traverse the woods. He stood up as I approached. "Kendon, you're well?" he asked. I grunted and tossed him 6 bunnies bound by cordage at the back legs. "Well enough. Let's go," I said gently. We walked quickly through the dappled light of the woods for a couple of hours in silence. I could sense he wanted to speak, but I wasn't interested in pushing him. Eventually, he plucked up the courage. "Kendon, can you teach me?" he asked hesitantly. "Teach you what, Mune?" "To fight like you. To slay Erviles and kill vile cats with a single blow." He mimed a spear throw. I glanced at him walking stolidly beside me. It was hard to gauge the ages of the tribesmen. The weather and harsh lifestyle made them all seem older than perhaps they were. Right now, Moon sounded like a man just out of his teens. "No, I can show you some tricks, but I can't give you my powers." "I don't think I can anyway," I muttered. "Tricks are good, as is uncertainty," he replied cheerfully, picking up a spring in his step. I was sure I had just shot down his optimism, but he seemed to have taken it the opposite way to what I intended. We caught up with the rest around noon. Jandak had been lagging behind and whistled when he saw us, slowing the rest of the caravan down so we could catch up. We trudged south for days through the increasingly chilly forest. I was being treated differently now. It wasn't reverence. The jokes and put-downs made it clear that I wasn't on that kind of pedestal. But there was a new respect, perhaps tinged by fear, in the way they spoke to me most of the time. The only exceptions were Krill and Jandak. Evening training resumed 3 days into the trek, once I was more or less fully healed. I stopped pulling my punches. If, like Moon, they wanted to learn my style of unarmed fighting,
They would have to suffer through the same bruises I'd had back in the day when equally unforgiving taskmasters taught me. When we finally left the forest behind, Hatrikilo called a stop as we stepped out onto the grasslands. The loads on the aurochs were redistributed at his direction, and 2 were left with only minor loads of essentials. The other aurochs grumbled and lowed in complaint as the weight across their backs increased. I had another 207 souls in the bank from my traps and looked forward to each morning and the notifications. I had resisted spending any, undecided between filling out the potential of my magic, gaining more levels, or a mix of both. "Why?" I asked Krill, pointing at the reloaded aurochs. "Jandak and Hermun will lead a single animal each to lay false trails. It is overly cautious, but Hatrikilo insists.
They will pass further west than us, aiming to lay trails leading towards the Kindak summerlands. The Erviles are crafty bastards. Maybe next summer, when they come looking for revenge, they'll attack our enemies instead?" Krill cackled at the end. "They're leaving us?" I asked, and he nodded in reply. "Ask them to wait a few minutes, please." "Why?" I pulled out the pouch containing the vile bear's teeth that had been given back to me after we left Erasket all those weeks ago. "I want to give them something to help. I'll need 4 pouches." Krill stared at me speculatively for a long moment, before shrugging and bustling off to speak to Hermune and Jandak. They followed him back, and he handed me 4 small leather pouches he had taken from one of the aurochs' packs. "They'll do." I took the pouches and laid them out in front of me as I sat down cross-legged. As I looked up, the 2 warriors crouched down across from me, while Krill lurked in the background. "I recently gained a new ability. I can enchant an item with a spell. I want to give you something to help you as you travel alone." Jandak grinned, and Hermune stared at me with wide eyes. My voice had carried to the rest of the party, and the work stopped as people began to watch what I was doing until Hatrikilo's voice boomed out and they jumped back to work. I took the 2 upper canines of the bear, inches long and yellowed by age. Channeling healing into them, I spent 60 mana to grant each tooth 3 charges of Heal Self. These will give you 3 boosts to your healing. If you get hurt, squeeze them or slam a fist down over them, and you'll heal quickly, sealing significant wounds to stop blood loss. I passed one to each of the men, who looked at them skeptically. "Let me demonstrate with another spell." I needed to dispel their doubts. I picked one of the smaller incisors and enchanted it with a single cast of Summon Fire. "Krill, throw this at that tree?" I asked, passing him the tooth. He grinned and spun to hurl it at a nearby oak that towered over us. When it struck the tree, a fist-sized ball of fire appeared and floated in place for 10 seconds, leaving long scorch marks in the bark. "I need some of these," Krill crowed. "I can't mass-produce them. Each one uses my mana, my magical resource, and I need time to regenerate it. But I will spend that resource to give brave men a chance alone in the wilds." I infused 10 more teeth and split them between 2 pouches. I gave Hermune and Jandak a pouch each. They won't do any great damage, but a fire in something's face or eyes is surprisingly effective. They chuckled as they remembered what I'd done to the Ervile's eyes. "Give me those healing teeth," snapped Krill. He held out a hand expectantly, and the 2 warriors shared a look before reluctantly handing them over. Krill hurried away to his pack and pulled out some thin lengths of leather. He carefully bound them to create crude necklaces and brought the products back to the gathering. "You're the fangs of the Kendan, boys. Ariesk guides your steps," Krill said solemnly, as he hung the necklaces around their necks. The 2 men grinned at each other and tucked the fangs down the front of their tunics. "Don't get too close to the Kindak lands before you cut the beasts loose," Hatrikilo instructed. "If they are on the move for winter, they'll have outriders covering their flanks. Get a few days out, then hurry back to us. And no fires."
Hermune and Jandak nodded to their commander and bowed to me. It felt strange and uncomfortable, but I pushed the feelings aside and smiled at them. "Vile Slayer," the pair said solemnly as I approached to say farewell. I offered them my hand in turn, and they clasped my forearm, shaking it firmly before they set off alone, responding happily to the banter from the other warriors as they disappeared into the plains. We turned to a more southerly course than the pair and set off ourselves.
"They'll not be bringing the aurochs back with them?" I asked Hatrikilo as we fell into a single file. We had to walk that way to reinforce the illusion of the false trails. "No, the beasts will be set loose when they turn back. Tracking an animal is easier than tracking a man who doesn't want to be followed. The Urviles are clever and may see through the distraction, but it will hopefully send them to the wrong tribe at the start," Hatrikilo grunted at me. "How would any trace of our path remain after the winter? I'd think the rain and snow would obscure it, and the new growth would hide the beaten vegetation." I plodded along behind the old warrior, trying to put my feet in the same spots that his had fallen. "The fuckers are clever. I don't know how they do it, but they'll track us down eventually. Some say they have spirits that soar through the air and trace the true path of those who wronged them. It's all superstition, I reckon." Hatrikilo spat off to one side. "There'll be a problem next year either way. The decoys will give us extra time to prepare." "What kind of force will they send after us? Killing one was hard enough," I replied. "The biggest raiding party they've sent against us in the past 10 seasons was 6 of the giant pricks. They killed 50 warriors before they were driven off." "You didn't kill any of them?" I asked in shock. Losing 50 fighters for no kills seemed unlikely. "Our spears did fuck all against them, just like they did when we tried to help you. Barely pierce the furs, let alone the skin," he growled. "We can pester them, hurt them a bit maybe, but kill them? That's beyond normal men." He shot me a look over his shoulder that I couldn't interpret. Hope? Fear? Or anger? It could have been any of those emotions. "Half a dozen dogs can take down a lion if they work together properly," I said as a plan began to form in my mind. As it stood, the tribes were defenseless against these creatures. Their weapons could barely break the giant's skin, let alone wound them. If I wanted dogs who take down this kind of lion, I would have to cheat a little and level the playing field. It would take a lot of work, and I'd be going against the customs of the tribe to an extent, but it seemed like my best chance to make these people into what I needed them to become. My code nudged at me, but the fact that it would greatly benefit the tribes after I was gone sent my conscience back to sleep. Chapter 29. Not My Sisters. Having 2 leather pouches left, as a result of Krill making necklaces for the healing fangs I had given to Jandak and Hermune, I decided to put them to good use. As we walked on from where we parted ways with our decoys, I stooped to pick up small stones whenever I saw them. I still had the 2 lower bear canines and a dozen or so teeth left, but I would need more materials in the near future. While we trudged along in a single file, I enchanted the 2 fangs with 3 charges of heal apiece and passed them to Krill. He grinned at me toothily after I explained and attached them to crude leather thongs. He wrapped one around his own left wrist and gave the other to Hatrikilo, who grunted in gratitude as he hung it around his neck. We didn't stop as the sun set. We kept moving until dawn before we made camp. Tents were set up, and the women retired to rest. We didn't build a fire. The warriors stretched out on the dew-soaked ground and chewed contentedly on strips of dried meat as they dozed. Hermand led a single aurochs off directly east. "Where's he going?" I asked. I'd been pouring my mana into adding single-use fire spells to stones and didn't have any available to give him a healing charm.
He'll take it out for an hour or two, then head back before we set off. He's laying another, shorter, false trail. Here. Krill passed me 4 long teeth. Where did you get these? I asked, as I turned them over in my palm. They were smaller than the vilebear's fangs by a considerable margin, but still enough to be terrifying in a jaw snapping at you. The vilecat. Make some more healing amulets. We need to equip all the warriors with them. Hakubin will shit himself when our warriors knit back together after taking injuries and keep on fighting. His old cackle was back in full force. It was good to see him recovered somewhat from the loss of Gedrick, and I smiled in return. I made these already. I need more pouches.
I passed him what I'd made as we walked. Each pouch contains 15 stones with a summon fire spell enchanted into them. We should share them out. His eyes lit up as he ran a finger through the topmost stones. I winced, half expecting the motion to trigger the bound spells, but the bag didn't burst into fire. "How many per day?" he asked, fixing me with an inquisitive glare. He really did have glaring and cackling down to a perfect form. It was almost professional. The way his beady eyes met mine left me with a certain sense of respect for the old villain. Each of these spells costs 10 mana to cast or enchant. I have more expensive spells, 20 mana, but I only have 200 total, so for now I'll only be enchanting the lower level spells. "How do you get more mana? You need more souls?" he asked. And I swear I could watch his thoughts as he began figuring out ways for me to sacrifice animals and possibly people to get stronger. It was slightly frightening that he seemed even more eager than I was to grow my power. "We should lead a winter raid. Perhaps the Kindak." No. They're our bait against the Ervile retribution. "The Halden? They're to the east of us, and with this magic we'd take them easily." "I'm not starting a clan war. We'll need their strength later on," I said, hoping to appeal to his desire to unite the tribes and ride south against the shit-sitters. He nodded sagely. "Wise, very wise, Kendon. I'll have to think about this. Can't you gain more strength now? You must have some souls to spend from the giant and your traps." I had 242, enough to jump to level 30 and unlock the basic versions of my Tier 4 spells, but I'd have very little left to spend on improving my spells. I explained my dilemma and the numbers to him, and he shuffled himself back and forth while he thought. I did not mention unlocking the 4th tier of the shop, or discuss the new metals and materials that might become available when I did. He was too eager to spend my souls already. I tried to say, but he held up a finger and then resumed fidgeting. I shrugged and continued to wonder about the best course of action myself. Levels and stat points, or enhancing my spells. Stat points were powerful, greatly increasing my physical and mental abilities, but without investing in my spells, they weren't very powerful. We sat quietly and ate strips of dried aurochs meat without speaking. "You should have done whatever upgrades you decide on before enchanting these." He waved the bag of fire rocks carelessly in front of my nose, and I winced back slightly, fearing for my eyebrows. "It's not that much of a difference," I interrupted, clasping a hand over the bag and lowering it to the ground between us. "These are still useful. I was already thinking of splitting the souls between levels and upgrades, but mostly spending it on levels. When my magic strength hit 10, I went for healing 5 HP per cast to 10. I think more magic strength, more mana, and if there's anything spare, then I want to get some levels in Firewall. I don't think the enchanted items will let you shape it like I can, but dropping 2-meter-squared patches of fire in front of an animal or enemy charging at you, it would be decisive. I see. I phased him out as I brought up my status screens. 180 souls would get me to level 29. Level 30 would be a step up from the 20 souls per level, so I ruled that out. That would give me 18 stat points to spend. "Oi!"
he snarled, snapping his fingers in front of my face. Your eyes glazed over while I was talking. I came back to the real world and scowled at him. I'm listening. I'm looking at my status while I listen, I lied.
He harumphed and settled into a grumbling diatribe about the young and their lack of respect, while I zoned out once more and went back to my screens. I didn't want to throw them all into magic, tempting as it might be. Any idea of regretting investing in my body was immediately quashed when the memory of those 3-foot fingers clamping down around my chest and tightening washed through my mind. So, some body points for sure, but mostly magic. I brought my physical strength to 20, nudging my body stat to D-, spent 3 points on more health points, and then 3 each to magical strength and focus, with the remaining 5 on mana, boosting me up to 250. I had 62 souls left. I spent 40 souls to give myself a 3-meter square firewall spell. My experience shaping it during the second encounter with the mastodons made this extremely useful for me personally. Whether it would be equally versatile when I enchanted it into an item remained to be seen. The worst-case scenario was that it would simply drop a 3-meter square of fire on the ground where the stone landed. Still very powerful, even if it wouldn't be as flexible in the hands of my allies. Spending the last of my souls to increase the intensity of my summon fire spell, and I boosted the detonation of the projectile version to 1.5 meters cubed. I liked the idea of bigger fireballs. Level 29. Primary stats. Body, D-. Mind, E+. Soul, F. Available souls, 72. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 20. Reflexes, 16. Health, 150. Magic strength, 13. Focus, 13. Mana, 250. Affinity. Fire. Summon fire. Range, 10 meters. Intensity, plus 16%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile. Speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 1.5 meters cubed, plus 0%. Firewall. Area, 3 meters squared. Affinity. Life heal, self. 10 HEP, and 40% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self. 2%. Duration, 5 seconds. Resistance, all. 1%. Projectile. Speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 1 meter squared. Affinity. Space. Size. Range. Touch. Intensity, 14%. Mass. Range. Touch. Intensity, 14%. Area, 1 meter cubed. Optional. Resistance, 2%. I explained my decisions to Krill, and he complained in detail about my not spending more on the fire affinity. He was determined to become the biggest customer for my fire spells, and began offering me cattle in exchange for promises to keep him supplied with a certain number of spells each day. I can't do that, Krill. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're the wizard you always wanted to be. You're my most trusted advisor, I offered, to try and steer the conversation away from me being trapped into becoming an assembly line making exploding rocks for the crazy old man. And don't you forget it, he said sternly. But then he grinned at me. Well, get on with it. You've got a lot of firestones to make while we walk. I sighed and got on with it. When Hermand returned as the sun was climbing towards its zenith, we picked up and began trudging on, not giving the tired-looking warrior a chance to stop. Krill had given me another pair of pouches before we set off, and I steadily filled one as we walked.
In between picking up more stones, I enchanted the rocks I had with Summon Fire and transferred them to the other pouch. As soon as I had a full pouch of enchanted rocks, I passed it to Krill, who shuffled up the line to share them with the warriors. There was a buzz in the air, an atmosphere of anticipation that was tinged with anger. I didn't fully understand it, but the Herm and Hatrick families, whose warriors were present, all seemed to feel that replacing the Haku family was something long deserved, and the violence that it would entail was to be embraced. Now they had this new advantage. Krill didn't seem bothered at all about the end of his dead brother's legacy. Having tied myself to the fates of these sub-tribes, I could only hope I'd done the right thing.
I stared wistfully at the empty grasslands, but trudged along behind them and no longer felt any urge to break for freedom. I needed them. I repeated it over and over again as I plodded along. I didn't like Krill's mad scheme to crown me the warlord of the plains and lead the tribes south, but whatever I was capable of, my competitors would no doubt match. I'd need people I could trust at my back. We stopped at nightfall, not far from one of the small hilltop woods that dotted the plains, and Hatrikos set off with an aurochs to lay another false trail and come back to us during the night. "I'm going to set some traps," I told Hatrikilo, and waved a hand towards the small patch of woodland and the fluffy things I could catch for souls in the night. He grimaced at me. "Perhaps not, Kendin. We should be ready to move on first thing. Hakubin will not linger long in the north. The winds are already cool, and he'll move south early," the big man said thoughtfully. "I'll gather them first thing. I need it to become stronger," I replied. "Let him do it. He needs it," added Krill in a tone that brooked no argument. Hatrikilo turned angry eyes on the wizened old man, but then grunted and nodded. He turned away to organize the warriors, seemingly dismissing me from his thoughts. I trotted away from the camp and began hunting through the bushes for suitable locations to lay my traps. I found a hazel tree in the center of the copse after I had put down a dozen snares in likely spots. It was picture perfect, long, straight branches arching out from the trunk, which was composed of many strands, woven together by the wind and the sun. I broke off the straightest branch I could see and headed back to camp with it. When I returned, I was greeted with a bowl of dried meat and fruit. Fayala had seen me coming and walked out to meet me just outside the hearing of the others with the food. "I want you to do something for me," she said in a husky voice. I glanced back at the others. "No, idiot," she snapped. "I want one of those magic teeth, or will you only equip the menfolk?" I sat down and picked at the bowl as I pulled out the hazel branch and broke it into 3 sections across my knee. "I will not be denied. You need me for Krill's plan to work," she said coldly, staring down at me. I glanced up, but her face was lost in shadows cast by the moons in the sky behind her. I could feel the hazel eyes burning at me, though. I wasn't sure how I needed her exactly, but I was willing to assume the old bastard Krill had plans to marry me into the tribe at some point. As much as she appealed to me, I had no desire to force a political marriage on the poor woman. "There is an alternative," I said. "Sit, please." She harumphed, but lowered herself gracefully to the ground opposite me. I pulled a flint knife out and trimmed the ends of the sticks I'd made to round them off. It was crude work, but when I was done, I was confident there wouldn't be any chance of splinters. I stripped the bark off the wands, all bar a short length to use as a grip. I enchanted each stick with 3 casts of Heal Other for 60 mana apiece and passed them over to her one at a time, explaining what I'd done. I was now out of mana, and if Krill found out, I would get a hell of a lecture from the shaman. "You can keep yourself and your sisters safe,"
I said with a tentative smile. They are not my sisters, but I thank you, Kindon. Will these work on anyone? She asked, looking up from her prizes to meet my eyes. I nodded. She leaned forward and rested a hand on my knee for a moment, then hurriedly rose to her feet and rushed back to her tent with the hazel rods, calling for Halen and Grable to join her. As she'd turned, the moon had caught her cheeks in silver light, and they had been blushing bright red. I smiled contentedly as I finished my food, sitting alone in the shadows.
Chapter 30. Weakness leaving the body.
For the next 3 days, we kept moving southwest without fires when we made our camps. Each time we stopped, either at dawn or at dusk, one of the warriors led an aurochs off alone to lay another false trail, rejoining the main group before we set off again. None of the others complained at the hard pace and lack of proper rest, but I was sure it must be taking a toll, especially on the women. I was starting to feel the strain myself, and I had twice the strength of any of them. I continued to produce enchanted stones as we went, much to Krill's delight. We now had dozens of them packed into a sack on one of our bovine beasts of burden. Unfortunately, my traps became increasingly less effective as the days went by. Whether it was getting too cold for my prey to be active or not, I didn't know. I honestly couldn't recall if rabbits and foxes called a truce to hibernate through the colder months. I had only gathered another 101 souls when Jandak finally rejoined us after a week or more. A cheer went up from Hermand, who had spotted him before the rest of us. A halt was called, and the warriors clapped him on the shoulder as he passed through them, exchanging jokes and greetings as he went. The man had a subtle touch when it came to bonding with people that I couldn't help but respect. He paused when he reached Hatrikilo, who glared at him for a second before they clasped forearms, and Jandak was pulled into a fierce hug. Hatrikilo's eyes were misted with tears as they pulled apart from each other. The older man had whispered something to his bastard son that I couldn't catch, but Jandak nodded firmly and grinned at his father as he pulled away. "Glad you made it," I said as he approached me. He grinned and tossed an empty leather pouch at me. "I need more of these vials, Slayer, if you'd be so kind." He bowed his head mockingly, and I couldn't help but chuckle. "Speak to Krill. He's appointed himself the guardian of the magic stones. But before that, do you have a sling?" I asked. "Of course." He untucked a length of leather from his belt and unwound the sling from his waist. "Why?" he asked. "Try this in it." I carefully passed him a stone enchanted with a firewall spell. I still wasn't sure what was required to set them off. I suspected there was an element of intent. Krill could carelessly manhandle the damn things without burning his hands off, but I wasn't certain he hadn't merely been lucky thus far. Jandak raised an eyebrow as the warriors gathered round in a loose circle, leaving him enough space to spin the sling and build momentum. He put the stone in the pouch and stepped back. A moment later it was whirring around his head, and with a crack, he released, launching the stone off into the plains. "I bet you 8 ons of meat it starts a wildfire," said Hermold, as the stone arced through the air. "Nah, the grass is too wet now. That's a fool's bet," muttered Hatrikos, as the stone disappeared into the waving stalks 100 meters away from us. There was a crump sound that sent a wave through the long grass, and 6-foot-tall walls of fire spread out. From my perspective, they covered a much larger area than 3 meters squared. At least 10 meters long trails of fire rose up to block my sight of the plains beyond. 10 seconds later they vanished, but the warriors were hooting and yelling, demanding similar stones of their own. I left them to their bragging and banter as I went to investigate the effects of the spell. Krill shuffled along behind me, muttering about no longer having the flexibility and strength to wield a sling properly in his old age. "See here?" I asked as we paced around the crisp lines burned in the grass. It varies in width and length almost randomly. Thin here, fat there.
I bet if we measured the whole thing and calculated the area, it would be 3 by 3. But it's spread out in a pattern that makes it much bigger.
It looks almost fractal, I muttered. What's fractal? Asked Krill in confusion. Kind of random. It was the best I could do to explain the concept that I only vaguely understood myself. I made a note to check with Jandak if he'd been thinking about the pattern of the flames, and to perhaps run some more experiments to find out if intent could still shape the wall. As it was, this would be devastating against a squad of men, and even worse if it dropped in front of charging cavalry. Still, it will work. He turned a toothy smile in my direction, and I replied in kind. It would indeed work. The training was going well with the warriors, and when we made a proper camp that evening, Jandak was reintroduced into the mix. I was teaching them Earth-style close combat, with fists, feet, and knives. I was also forcing them to work in trios, each man watching the other's backs in a melee. I kept switching them out so they didn't get used to each team and making them fight against each other with blunt weapons. When Hermune returned, I'd have enough for 3 teams at a time, and we could begin to work on other tactics. I wanted them to be competent fighters, whoever their wingmen were, and then to integrate multiple groups of 3 into larger units. I'd hated my drill sergeants at the start of my army days, but I'd come to appreciate how their cruel indifference had prepared me, as best they could, for the dangers I would face on the battlefield. This was different. Far less focused on ranged combat for a start, but I began to work at instilling the idea of hurling magic stones ahead of a charge to disrupt and scare the enemy. Hatricolo watched my efforts with a dour expression each night, and rarely spoke to me beyond what was absolutely necessary.
Krill took joy in sitting on the side and offering unsolicited advice and criticism. He usually wasn't too far off the mark, so I let it slide rather than insisting on proper decorum for training. These weren't modern people. They had different expectations and norms. The training was well received, though, and a few days later, when Hermune finally caught up with us, I could move on to the next phase. Asserting dominance. This would be a delicate task, despite the brutality it involved. I was honing them into weapons, and I needed to make the men understand that I wasn't to be challenged, while at the same time not destroying their newfound confidence in my instruction. These men would be cadre for the next phase. Trainees would become trainers, so I could revolutionize how the Araskin made war. Jandak had 2 men behind him, 1 to either side, as did Hermald. I walked forward into the no-man's land between us and offered Hatrikos, the leader of the final trio, a canine of his own, enchanted with the Heal Self spell. He nodded and grinned at me. His teammates slapped him on the back. They were already calling Jandak and Hermune Fangs of the Kendin like it was a title, so I figured I'd even the score between the teams. Mune, Jandak, and Kos were the best of them, and I wanted them as my captains. No weapons. Work together to put me down, I barked, and the 9 men smirked at me. What if we win? Called Jandak as he shook out his arms. You'll earn a kiss, came Halen's voice from the fire where the women were watching with Krill and Hatrikilo. The men laughed roughly as Jandak blushed, but he raised his fist to the sky. For my prize, he bellowed, and charged forward at me. His teammates moved in quickly behind him, stepping wide to cover his flanks while the other trios circled swiftly to either side, looking to get behind me. I grinned and rushed to meet him. I spent 10 mana on my enhancement spell and another 10 on my mass power. My head ducked to the side of his outstretched fist, and I watched in seeming slow motion as he went from grinning to startled. Both my hands latched onto his tunic, and I heaved him off his feet.
I spun, using his momentum and his body to sweep the legs out from the rest of his trio. I let him go, and he flipped away towards the fire, as Krill and Hatrakilo laughed at the poor bugger's misfortune. Our training sessions had become considerably more violent with the advent of rechargeable healing amulets. As he bowled away from me, I stamped down on the leg of one of his partners stretched out on the ground before me, getting a scream of pain in reply, just as a fist smashed into the side of my skull from the left. I saw stars for a second, and that was all it took. I fought hard, not pulling my punches beyond what was necessary to avoid crippling them. If I went full out with a strength stat of 20, I was confident I would pulverize organs and bones with each blow, so I limited the damage I thought I would do. I still didn't give them an inch unless I felt they earned it. The fight continued, with me meting out savage punishment for any perceived break in formation or style. I ended up taking a vicious kick to my right kidney from an unexpected source while I punched Koss in the face twice and was bowled over as a result, losing my footing for the final time. As I struggled to rise, I found Jandak smiling down at me, blood dripping from his mouth, and as his fist came towards my face, I sent a bloody grin back at him, just before the knuckles smashed into my cheek. When the ringing and the lights went away, I had 3 small squads of loyal fighters picking me up. I shrugged off their hands with a laugh and cast heal on myself a couple of times. The cuts and wounds were sealed, and I straightened up, concealing the lingering pain from my many injuries. "Well done. You're my first fangs. You will always lead my troops into battle," I said. I cringed at the sound of my words, expecting them to snicker and tease me, or sneer in disgust. But instead they preened, pride flowing off of them in waves. I noticed Krill nodding and grinning like a crazy man over by the fire. "Do any of you need healing?" I asked. They all slapped their chests twice, activating their healing trinkets, and returned to upright positions, their wounds closing, new skin visibly creeping across their injuries as they sighed in relief. "You never mentioned it didn't help the pain," complained Koss. "Pain makes you stronger," laughed one of the others, but he groaned at the end and put his hands on his knees as he drew deep breaths. "I knew a man once who told me that pain is weakness leaving the body," I replied, confident my plagiarism wouldn't be caught in this world. "Ha! He was an asshole," laughed Jandak. "These things recover their charges. You know that." I didn't. "Is it a charge per hour?" I asked. That would match my mana regeneration rate and increase the usefulness of the enchanted items considerably. "What's an hour?" "It's 1 charge every quarter of a day or so. I had some injuries catching up with you and found out the hard way," Jandak said. "So, a charge is recovered roughly every 3 hours. I cursed their lack of normal timekeeping and the uncertainty it caused. "A beast?" asked Hermune. "No," Jandak began to reply. "Ha! You stumbled while running! You were always a clumsy prick," snorted Hermand. Jandak glared at him, but soon broke out into a grin and shrugged. "Think whatever you like, young one," Jandak said with a grim smile. Hermand didn't back down and smirked back in response. The trial broke up, and I was certain I'd achieved my goal. They were confident in their abilities and new tactics. I could refine them over time, making them even more formidable. But even now, I'd bet they could take on twice their numbers in a straight fight without weapons.
With magic stones, they'd always be going into fights with an unfair advantage. I smiled savagely as I returned to the fire and sat down to ease the aches from the beating I'd allowed myself to be subjected to.
"Do you enjoy pain?"
asked Faella from across the fire in a soft voice. "Of course he does. No Kendon ever shied away from suffering. It's in his blood," said one of the lesser Herm cousins happily. I did not agree, but I smiled slightly, instead of arguing the point with him. "No one does, but sometimes it's necessary. It teaches a harsh but valuable lesson," I replied. Her eyes held my own for long seconds before she looked away. "Kendon," said Hatrakilo. "Can you teach us to fight in larger groups as well?" Erkenden meant something along the lines of overman of the hunt, or, more loosely, the true leader of the hunt, something like that. Most words came through the system's translation power perfectly, but the more esoteric terms required some interpretation on my part. Now I'd been named Erkenden, I looked around at the others to assess their reactions. It seemed to have stuck, judging from the nods and smiles. I guessed I'd won old Hatrakilo over as well. Kenden, Vile Slayer, and now Erkenden. How many more titles would I accrue as I built a power base to take on my true rivals? I can, but that will be another night. First, I think Jandak needs to claim his prize. A roar went up from the men, and Halen's cheeks glowed bright red in the firelight.
Chapter 31. Break the Prime Directive.
2 more weeks and we arrived at Aresiket, or rather, the site where Aresiket had been. The wagons were gone, and the palisade was missing. The area around was heavily trampled, grass churned into mud in a large blank circle that had been the camp. "Huh, he moved early. You think he hopes we're gone?" asked Hatrakilo. I was standing surveying the site from a low rise with the 2 older men in the party. The warriors were spread out around us, a few hundred meters out. "Trikilo, you felt the chill. It could be that he was justified," said Krill dubiously. Hatrakilo snorted. "You believe that?" he asked quietly, turning a harsh look on Krill. The old man shook his head. "What is the significance?" I asked. "I don't know your customs." "He has moved a moon too soon. They shouldn't have set off until the middle of the 10th cycle. If he's moved now, he's taking the yearlings with him and will have to cull on the road, or more likely at the winter pasture. Bad fortune, that. The blood infects the grass and brings disease. Hakuben fears the influence we would have if we returned with the tusks Krill set out for, so he ran south early." "Why? How does it help him?" I asked. I still didn't understand. "The tusks are the issue. They are incredibly valuable to the shit-sitters. Every few years, we might bring back a pair of tusks, one mastodon. The Hattrick clan will gain a lot of wealth and respect across the winter if we can trade the ivory for new animals and metal. Hakuben only let us go because it was late in the season. He didn't expect us to return. That, and he was distracted by the horse-fucker's death. Jitik was one of his best fighters," said Krill. "Killing those things wasn't that hard?" I wondered. "Not for you, Shikrikin. Usually we spend days chasing a straggler down till it dies of exhaustion. We don't kill them in a handful of blows, because we are mortal men, fool," Hatrakilo snapped. A fair point, I supposed.
We're ragged and tired. We don't make an impressive sight, I observed to change the topic from their belief that I was a kind of demigod. All our tunics were soiled and tattered. We had all lost weight, although corded muscles had replaced whatever fat we had carried before. "Pah! Spoken like a shit-sitter. A day in town and we'd be looking fine, and richer than the main Haku branch plus their allies combined. If you own the herds, you decide who rules. It's the way the world works." Krill spat to one side. "So your plan is an economic takeover? I was expecting something more violent." "We aren't savages like the Coprigin. Those bastards eat the old king's heart, slice it into slivers and share it out raw to the warriors of the new king. The old king's warriors are fed to pigs and dogs." Hatrakilo's voice was cold and distant. "There'll be some killing, but our traditions serve to maintain the strength of the tribe, not waste it through infighting." Why did we bring the women? I had asked this question often when what I'd come to think of as the command team had our little meetings. Hatrakilo, Krill, and I were the primary members, but periodically the Fangs would attend as well. I approved overall.
Junior officers should be privy to the thoughts of senior leadership, but this led to lengthy and rambling impromptu meetings as the warriors bantered with each other and refused to stick to the point. Fayala was pledged to Hakudan. The boy is cruel and spoiled, but it would resolve the differences between the families that have festered for seasons. Hatrik and Haku would be united through Fayala's sons. She was against the idea, naturally. This old rascal convinced me that bringing her and her friends along would allow Hakubin to find another poor girl to fill the role, and he managed to talk my brother into believing it as well, Hatrakilo finally explained.
But why wouldn't he just wait for her to return if it was politically important to bring the families together? I asked.
The boy comes of age soon, and Hakuben was hoping we wouldn't return at all. That would weaken the Hatrik family enough to rob us of our influence. Even if we did return, hunting 3 great tusks ought to have taken weeks or months in the tundra, not a couple of days. We wouldn't have returned before spring, and Hakuben will come of age in the new year. He needs a wife before we get back? Time to find a new wife, Krill replied. He's a fucking kid. He needs toy swords to play with, not a wife, I laughed. He's 13 winters old in the 2nd moon next year. That makes him an adult, and he would have to go on Coriolis. As a noble, his wife is usually pledged before he departs. Did Graben have a wife waiting for him? I asked, and potential regret ran through my mind at the thought of it. I had begun to wish that Graben had not been mortally wounded. In hindsight, I'd begun to think of him as an exemplar of his people who would have been a valuable ally. He did. She's been traveling with us, Hatrakilo replied. Fayala? I wondered aloud, and the older men both cackled nastily. Hatrakilo was learning bad habits from Krill, it seemed, and I suspected they had plans for my love life that left me feeling, at best, awkward. No, dolt. Halen was pledged to him. That girl has a taste for bastards, it seems, Krill cackled. Everything I learned about these people left me more confused. Were Graben and Jandak technically nobles despite being illegitimate? How the hell did it work for the common boys who returned from Coriolis? Did they auction off the women for the raid loot or something? Questions for another time. I couldn't escape the thought that the hazel eyes that haunted me belonged to the obnoxious little prick who'd pelted me with shit while I hung half dead on the end of a wagon. How long until we can catch up? I asked. I needed time to prepare more enchanted items, time to gather more souls and gain more strength, time to train my fangs and turn my warriors into future leaders. I could feel a confluence of events coming that would ripple outwards into my future. There would never be enough time. Mighty Hunter, they have left a road for us to follow, said Krill sarcastically, pointing at the trampled down grass the tribe had left in their wake. The wagons are slow. It will depend on how long ago they departed, but we should be able to rejoin the tribe in a week or so. We should get moving. We're fast, they're slow. We need to catch them before they reach the winter pastures and the traders set out, Hatakilo said. He began calling orders out, his voice echoing across the plains that, in my head, should still house the hustle and bustle of the small, semi-mobile town. Cries and waved spears confirmed he'd been heard, and we began the chase. We moved swiftly during the day, but stopped and made proper camps each night. Each day we started early and didn't stop until the sun was beginning to set. Walking had become the norm for me now. I suspected it would feel strange and uncomfortable to stay in one place for more than a single night. I began to experiment with my enchanted rocks and teeth. Each warrior was issued with a bracelet of 3 animal teeth set equidistantly around a loop of leather. Each tooth had 3 charges of a spell, 1 for size, 1 for mass, and 1 for enhancement. During the evening training sessions, I would sit to one side as the warriors fought each other, learning to use their trinkets effectively, and flick pebbles to alter their weight or size unexpectedly. Making them smaller or larger was the hardest for them to master, and watching a man grow or shrink by 14% as he rushed at an enemy, only to stumble and trip over his suddenly longer or shorter legs, caused howls of laughter to echo out into the nights.
I had just plinked Jandak with a stone that made him lighter, and he had barreled into Hamune's team with a yowl of surprise, having thrown himself forward faster than he had thought possible. The women had laughed happily, while Krill cackled madly on the other side of the fire.
"Can you just make his pecker bigger?" called Halin with a throaty laugh. The other warriors grinned and chuckled at the popular fighter's expense. "I think intent has something to do with it. Maybe he can work it out for himself," I called back from where I was overseeing the training. "It only lasts 10 seconds, though." "Whatever will we do with the other 3 seconds, my love?" Halin called out. Fayala slapped Halin on the arm, but her face had gone red from suppressing her laughter. 3 seconds would give us long enough to talk before I fell asleep, called Jandak as he climbed back to his feet. He scowled at me briefly, but quickly broke out into a grin. This sense of belonging was dangerous for me. At least, that's what all my old instincts told me. Moving through the world as an unremarkable, grey man, no friends or connections that could make me vulnerable, had been a vital part of my defences back home. Here, the same approach would leave me weak, easy prey. The necessity of community, of having another spear to watch your back, was a simple fact of life when you existed an inch away from subsistence, becoming starvation. Improving the lot of these people from subsistence to prosperity would have to go at the top of my agenda. I continued to slowly acquire souls each night. As we moved south, despite no noticeable increase in temperature, my nightly harvest crept back up. A week into the chase, I had gained another 123. I was expecting us to see the rumbling wagons ahead of us every time I looked up at this point. 3 more days passed with no sign of the tribe, and we'd seen no sign of any other travellers.
I began to tease Krill about the inaccuracy of his forecast.
He became increasingly bad-tempered about it as yet more days ticked by. We were sitting around the campfire after training one evening, perhaps 12 days after we began the chase, and I made some throwaway joke at his skills of precognition. "Fuck's sake, boy, this is no laughing matter," he snapped suddenly. The quiet banter around the fire faded away. Jandak looked up from where he had Halin sitting on his knees and shot a dark look at the old man. "So they set off earlier? How much can it matter?" I asked. "Boy, you've settled into our ways well so far, but you're ignorant of so much. If we don't catch them before they set up for winter, they'll send out the traders to the south. We won't be able to sell the ivory to the shit-sitters, and the whole bloody plan goes to blood and gore," he barked harshly. "We could make our own caravan? We're a strong force for our numbers. Couldn't the Huttrick Patriarch support us?" I asked. "There are only so many chits," said Huttricula with a shrug. "Chits? Eh?" "Tokens that grant you access to the border town markets, and the king controls them. Shit-sitters don't let nomads in without chits, and they only issue a handful of them," called Jandak from across the fire. He whispered something into Halin's ear, and she giggled like a schoolgirl. "We could make our own? Forgeries must be easy enough. This kind of passport must be almost impossible to control among such primitive peoples. It's cast in bronze, the size of your palm and intricately carved. We can't make them. Our tribe has 3. Most have only 1, if that. Hakubin will send them out as soon as they make camp, just so that if we catch up, we cannot trade outside of the tribes," said Krill. "Technology, or lack thereof, itself made this system workable?" "Why not?" I asked, looking for confirmation of my suspicions.
Our only smith is a half-blind, half-mad cripple in the Jagan tribe, and he can make crude blades when he has the materials, but that's about it. We do not work metal. We don't know how. And Sulk isn't sharing his secrets," said Hermoon sadly.
Sulk is the smith? They nodded. So we trade the ivory within the tribes instead, I concluded. They aren't wealthy enough. They won't part with more than a fraction of their herds at any one time, and the ivory is worth much more than that. We should be looking to arm our fighters with bronze weapons, daggers and spears, and maybe even some proper armor. But if we miss the traders setting off, we're fucked until next year. I checked my souls. The last few days had helped, and I was now up to 312 in total. Not quite enough to purchase the equipment for a proper smithy setup, but I wasn't too far away from the basics I would need. I had some experience from back home, mostly using recycled metal and a small gas-fueled forge to let me make various simple weapons and machine parts for different projects I'd dabbled in. I might be able to help there. I look forward to meeting Sulk, the smith of the Jagan tribe, I said with a grin. The others looked confused, except for Krill, who cackled loudly, his good humor restored, earning a few strange looks from the others. After the magic and training, the rest didn't share any doubts they might have had out loud. I had a feeling it would soon be time to break the Prime Directive.
Chapter 32. What's the point?
When we finally caught up with the rest of the tribe, we were even more ragged and worn out. It had been another couple of weeks. Krill and Hatrikilo had become increasingly surly and waspish as the time dragged by. The fragile mood had filtered down to my now highly competent warriors, and the banter had fallen by the wayside a few days ago. Conversations had become abrupt and efficient, with little fun or optimism. We had crested a hill, and I'd stopped dead in my tracks as I saw the new camp. Where before there had been maybe 60 wagons and 250 yurts, I now saw a couple of 100 wagons arranged in a much larger circle, and I couldn't count the tents occupying the enclosed space. "See them?" asked Hatrikilo, pointing at 3 wagons outside the encampment. "One of those is ours. Thank Erisk, the traders haven't left yet." "Agreed. We need to get down there before Hakubin can send them off. The bastard must have moved south just a couple of days after we went north," added Krill. "How are there so many of them?" I asked in wonder. Eriskit was a central camp. "That wasn't all our people," offered Hatrikilo. "How many did you think we numbered?" he asked. 4, maybe 500, including women and children," I replied. "Ha! There are thousands of us. Half my family was out in the more remote grazing lands. Did you think that was all we had? The warriors who came with us? I assumed it was a sizable fraction of your family's adult men," I said honestly. "I hadn't imagined there could be so many of these people." "Hardly," Hatrikilo grunted. "Here," Krill said, as he passed me a length of cloth. "Bind the mark again. You can't go flashing that about until we're ready." I began winding the cloth around my upper left arm to hide the tattoo I'd received from Erisk. "Won't the others talk? What's the point?" I said as I worked. "They won't tell a soul."
"They're your men now," said Hatrikilo with a trace of annoyance. "I need to talk to my apprentice," said Krill, dragging me away from the old fighter. Hatrikilo scowled, but turned to call the flankers in. As far as I could tell from his tone and staccato orders, he was anticipating some friction as we approached the main tribe. "How many?" Krill demanded with a grin. I knew what he meant. "Souls? 515. I need most of them for smithing equipment," I replied. The last days of travel had been increasingly profitable. "No, you don't. The traders haven't left. You'll be going along with the Hetrick wagon, so you can spend them now. You'll need all the power you can get, and I want better stones." Krill grinned at me. "I haven't thought about it much. I've been saving them up. If we can get access to proper smiths, it would be better.
I can't enchant shop-bought items." "Oh, you haven't thought about it much," Krill mocked. "Boy, you've been scowling every chance you get, except when you know Fayala is watching you. Then you try to look all heroic," he chortled. "I'd bet you half a dozen bronze spearheads you were scowling just now because you were thinking about spending souls rather than saving them." He wasn't entirely wrong, although I was confident my expression hadn't changed whenever hazel eyes were pointed my way. I had spent a lot of time imagining what I'd do with the bounty of the last few weeks. It felt ironic. I had to kill to gain souls and power, but I was largely doing it passively at the moment. It felt almost lazy, and the professional in me was considering ways to become more active. Maybe a hunt? "A war would net you more," Krill chuckled, as though he could read my mind. "Slit a few hundred prisoners' throats, and no one will be able to stop you. I've seen your sort before, boy. Potential, limited by circumstance. They weren't Shikrikin, though." "All right, witch, get out of my mind."
I smiled at him, despite my concerns about how right he had been, and he cackled in response.
"Get some boosts while we walk down to the welcome party," he said. While we'd talked, a group of riders had swarmed out of the camp, perhaps 30 of them, and they were galloping towards us. I didn't have long to make my choices. The others all noticed when I spent souls. They didn't know exactly what it was, but they sensed the change somehow. And I had no desire to draw any more attention than Krill and Tricolo had already planned for me to get. Krill wasn't wrong, and it didn't take me long to spend a chunk of souls. Level 35, primary stats, body D, mind D, soul F. Available souls 75. Secondary stats, physical strength 20, reflexes 20, health 150, magic strength 20, focus 13, mana 250. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 5 meters. Intensity, plus 6%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 1.5 meters cubed, plus 0%. Firewall, area, 3 meters squared. Lasts 10 seconds. Barrier, 20 HP. Fire Spirit, duration 10 seconds. Affinity, life heal, self, 15 HP and 48% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 26%. Resistance, all, 1%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 1 meter squared. Projectile. Speed, plus 3%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 10 seconds. Affinity, space. Size, range, touch. Intensity, 14%. Mass, range, touch. Intensity, 14%. Area, 1 meter cubed, optional. Lasts 10 seconds. Resistance, 2%. Pocket dimension, 0.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear, 1 meter range. I put 7 stat points into magical strength and was pleased to notice that the health points per cast on heal grew to 15, and the duration of my other abilities had increased to 10 seconds. I was now officially rated as a D-class entity, bar the soul stat that appeared to operate more like a credit rating than a meaningful measure of my power. It would be useful to know if one of my opponents had a large reserve of souls they could spend to buy more power or items if I gave them the chance. Not that I would give them the opportunity when the time came.
A wealth of new opportunities had opened up. Would my Enhance Other spell stack with someone using a trinket to enhance themselves? Could I stack trinkets to massively boost my own strength? I probably should have considered that possibility before now. The barrier and summon fire spirit spells from the fire tree were both interesting. They were each 40 mana when I checked. The mana cost was becoming annoying. More teeth and stones would be needed in my near future as well. That, and the time needed to recover my mana, were now my major limiting factors.
I had not imagined I would spend my time setting traps to kill rabbits to level, and then waiting impatiently for my mana to recover when I arrived in this world. When that bitch had stuck the green knife in my heart, I hadn't had terribly high expectations for my future. But this was not what had flashed through my brain. The new spells in the life and space trees were interesting, but I didn't have time to experiment. I had 75 souls held in reserve, and a gaggle of cavalry charging my position to stop me from playing around. I drew myself up as Krill, and I moved back to the rest of the group, and we waited for 30 seconds or so as the gallopers closed in on us. I fought down my disappointment that the shapeshift spell had such a short duration. Increasing it was expensive in souls, but I could boost it up to something vaguely useful in due course. Fucking magic. Watching cavalry rush towards you is unnerving, even if it's only 20-odd riders, even if they are only what we would consider light cavalry on ponies back on Earth. The mass of the animals and the leveled spears can't help but weaken even the strongest bowels. We had come together, and the riders streamed around us a couple of times before they came to a halt in a line between us and the camp. "Name," called a rider from the center of the pack. "You know us, Jet Clan. Don't be an ass. Hatrikilo, brother of Hatrikan. We are back from our hunt," called the big man. Without orders, 2 of the riders peeled away and rushed back to the camp. "You failed, then," sneered the captain who had spoken before. "Hardly," said Jandak cheerfully as he pulled the line of aurochs forwards and led them to the side so the tusks were visible. "The king will greet you as you approach." "Aresk must have blessed you," the captain called as he wheeled his pony around, and the horseman moved quickly back to the camp. "Was that a threat?" I asked. "Yep." "Don't worry. Hamuna has already slipped into the camp, so when Hakubin rides out, the Herm and Hatrik clans will be following him." Krill grinned at the thought of humiliating his nephew. "How the hell did he get in there already?" I wondered as the camp stirred to action like a beehive hit by a stone as the pair of riders vanished inside. "He was leading the way today. They all had orders to get inside and reach out to our friends as soon as they saw the camp," said Hatrakilo. As we tramped tiredly down the slope to reach the camp, Krill gestured for me to stay in the midst of our little party, so I dropped back. I ended up walking beside Feala, who shot me a worried look before locking her face into a stoic expression. Another group left the camp, more riders and a gaggle of infantry, plus what appeared to be a royal party in the center. The bright red tunics marked out the 3 members of the royal family that I was aware of. Behind them, and apparently much to their displeasure, a larger group of infantry, perhaps civilians, but none of the men of the tribe were incapable of fighting, spilled out of the palisade and followed in their wake. The main group kept turning and sending members back to yell and wave their arms at their tails, who cheerfully ignored the orders to return to the camp. The riders spread out once more to partially surround us. With the tricks our fighters had available, let alone the firewall stones I could see Krill juggling to one side, I was confident that even if they attacked, we'd be the victors. I had faded into the background, as far as possible, to stand at the rear, but I was tense and ready to pass through my friends and take the lead formation single-handedly. Friends. It felt uncomfortable, but the word rang true in my mind when I considered my traveling companions. So many weeks on the road together had forged us into something approaching a family.
The bright red tunics moved through the footmen as the riders spread out to completely encircle us. I was tense as I watched the ponies moving to our rear, and they passed out of my peripheral vision. "Hail, uncle! Hail, Hatrakilo! You return triumphant!" called Hakuben as he closed the distance, half a dozen warriors escorting him. "Nephew, Aresk has truly blessed us. 6 tusks to take to the traders," Krill answered smugly as he stepped forward. "You lost a third of your aurochs, uncle. Most careless." Hakuben smirked as he embraced Krill. Hatrakilo was standing just behind Krill, and I was now familiar enough with the man to see the hidden tension in his stance. Violence was a real possibility in the next few seconds. As Hakuben stepped back, I watched Hatrakilo's back relax slightly, and I breathed out slowly, releasing my own tension a little. I hadn't even noticed it building up. "Not lost, my noble king. Sacrificed to lead the Ervile retribution away from our summer pastures," Krill announced loudly. Hakuben's warriors either flinched or snorted. I noted the ones that flinched and tried to fix their faces in my memory. Those were the more intelligent members of Hakuben's followers. "The Erviles?" asked Hakuben sharply. "Jandak, bring the trophy!" called Krill happily. Jandak must have been expecting the request, as he quickly freed the thick leather sack and heaved it over to the meeting. As he arrived, he spilled the contents out at Hakuben's feet. A partially dehydrated, partially rotten head of a giant rolled out, and Hakuben danced backwards with a retching sound. His hand flew to his mouth, and he turned away. Hakuben ran forwards, escaping the hand of his mother, and kicked at the evidence of decapitation. "I want it mounted on a spear outside my wagon," the boy announced, before his mother could move forward and drag him away from my grisly trophy. "You slew one of the giants?" demanded Hakuben as he turned back. All the fake warmth was gone from his voice. "And you came back to the tribe," he finished in a snarl. "Of course, cousin," said Hatrakilo. "We've nothing to fear from the Erviles while the Vile Slayer is among us." "And who the fuck brought this doom down on our people? Which of you, you inbred horsefuckers, managed to kill a giant? And why didn't you walk alone into the north to spare the rest of us?" Hakuben demanded. Krill turned to me with a grin, and I desperately wished to be anywhere other than where I was. Fayala moved backwards and bowed her head slightly. In the process, she somehow shoved me forward and I stumbled. A hand caught one of the tusks where it was tied to an aurochs, and I steadied myself. I really wished that I'd been briefed on this part of our return to the tribe. A happy cry went up from the Hattrick and Herm infantry that had surrounded the royal party, making them flinch as my cheeks flushed red, and I tried to work out what the hell I should say. Hakuben saved me the trouble of stumbling through an improvised speech. As I arrived next to Hatrakilo and drew myself up to my full height, the king scowled, then burst into laughter. "Jitan, kill this slave for me. We can leave his corpse on the plains for the giants to find," he called, and the widest member of the tribe I'd yet seen stepped forward. He was almost as broad as he was tall, and his arms were thick with muscle. "Jitan is Jedik's brother?" I quietly asked Hatrakilo, who nodded. "He's as much of a dick?" Another nod. Well, that settled my conscience at least. The deceptively squat man wore a tunic adorned with small squares of bronze that shimmered as he threw his cloak back off his shoulders. A spear swept around, and in the process, the leather covering on the blade flew to one side, revealing the burnished orange head of the weapon. "Do I get to keep his shit if I win?" I finished. "Only if he's dead," Hatrakilo replied, stepping to the side to give me space. Jitan spun the spear up onto his shoulder, point aimed in my direction, and in a fluid motion hurled it at my face. Chapter 33. We're all pawns. I hadn't yet come to grips with my D-tier reflexes, but they kicked in without me having to reach for them. My left hand snapped up and latched onto the shaft of the spear 2 inches behind the metal head. The point stopped an inch from my eyes. I ignored the gasps and muttered conversations that spread out like a ripple around me. I shifted my grip, spinning the spear around and burying the tip in the dirt to my side. Throwing your best weapon at the start is fucking stupid. Now I have the advantage of range and leverage. Not that I need it, I rumbled in my most menacing tone. I felt like a child playing the strongman, like a teenager who starts fights on the street to show off to their friends. It went against every habit I'd built over the years. You don't brag, simply kill them and disappear. However, I'd sensed the need for some drama to put the king in his place, and did my best to pretend I wasn't feeling utterly embarrassed. I'll leave this here till we're done. I waved a hand at the spear impaled in the turf. Jatan grimaced and rushed at me, pulling a bronze knife from his back. It was more of a short sword. The leaf-shaped blade was the largest piece of metal I'd seen any Ariskin carry. So this was Hakubin's champion? Time seemed to slow as he crossed the distance. I pulled out an unenchanted stone with my left hand and flicked the pebble into the man's face. He flinched and dodged the distraction, but it threw his strike off. I leaned back slightly as the burnished blade passed across where my throat had been. My left hand lashed out in a short jab as my body came back to upright. The rough edges of the metal rectangles stitched into his clothes cut into my knuckles a little, but I ignored the pain. I felt his body crumple around my blow, and he was thrown backwards. Credit where it's due, the man rolled back to his feet quickly and spat in my direction. I smiled mockingly at him, and he snarled in response. But he approached much more carefully this time. The sword was more of a dagger by my standards, perhaps the length of my forearm. However, it was held in a good forward position, ready to slash or stab, and I had to respect the threat. As he crept closer, I settled into one of the knife-fighting stances I'd been drilling into my warriors. "He's using the crouching strike pose," said Jandak from behind me. The warriors had been giving names to the moves that I taught them because I didn't know the originals from Earth. "I bet the Urkendine guts him in 4 moves. A couple of the others took him up on the bet, offering their cuts from the ivory as stakes on how many moves I'd need to kill this man. I ignored them and waited patiently, legs spread, arms held close to my chest. "Draw your knife," barked Jatan as he crept closer. "There's no honor in killing a slave, but there's less in killing an unarmed one." "You think you'll win this?" I asked, genuinely confused. I'd caught his bloody spear in flight, for God's sake. These people had guts, even if they lacked common sense. He didn't answer. Instead, he slipped his lead foot forward and shifted his weight to it. His rear hand swung for me as he pivoted to bring his rear leg through, revealing a more commonplace flint knife in his offhand that thrust at my core. My right hand slapped his arm away hard enough that the stone blade slipped from his grasp and spun away. My weight shifted to my back leg, and I lashed out with a stop kick to the knee of his rear leg as it was moving towards me. There was a satisfying crack as my foot connected. This shifted his momentum again and threw him off balance. Before he could recover, my own offhand had flicked out to smash into his cheek and send him tumbling away from me again, his bronze knife scoring a thin line down the outside of my forearm in exchange. "That's one," called Hermune.
Aurochs, shit. That was 2. The block and the counter aren't one fucking move, you buffoon.
"I can see why your Fang always loses. You're too slow to grasp the finer movements," replied Hatrikos. "He's got 2 more moves." "Technically, it was 3, but I'm happy to agree to 2 moves left," said Jandak contentedly, not bothering to argue the point. The fact that my warriors had no doubts about my victory filled me with a strange sense of warmth. They truly had bonded to me as some kind of leader, awkward as it felt. The responsibility sat heavily on my shoulders, but I was confident these men would follow me wherever the hunt for my targets led me. My new reflexes left me incredibly overpowered against a single human opponent. I wasn't playing with Jatan, but neither was I taking the challenge very seriously. His movements, fluid and fast as they might be to one of the others, looked like a fly trying to crawl across honey to me. Well, perhaps not that slow, but instead of moving so fast, you might blink and miss a stroke. It was like watching someone fighting underwater. Surrender and live. I get to keep the spear, I offered Jatan as he recovered and cautiously tested his left leg. He winced as something ground against bone when he put weight on it. He glared up at me and spat once again. If I were going to change these people, and I suspected I was, I decided to work on getting them to do something other than spit when they got pissed off. It was a tell, if nothing else. Jatan advanced slowly. He didn't swipe his blade back and forth to try and drive me back. He held it rock steady at his hip. I was certain the tip was aimed at my groin, and I briefly wished for an armored loincloth. As he crept closer, the sweat and pain on his face became obvious. Once he felt he was close enough, he made his move. It wasn't good enough. The long dagger stabbed forward for my guts, but my left hand snatched his wrist as it crawled towards me through the air. At the same time, my right hand shot forward and grasped his left bicep. My weight shifted as my right arm strained to lift the man upwards, and my left guided his blade to his own throat. The leaf of razor-sharp bronze stabbed upwards beneath his chin, and the tip drove through the relatively thin bone that lined the base of his skull. A gush of blood sprayed out, painting me a brighter crimson than the king. We finished in a tableau, my left hand holding his own fist under his jaw, and my right suspending his body by the man's left arm. I released my grip, and Jatan fell to a heap at my feet. I looked up, and the king blanched, backing away slightly. I could only imagine what I looked like, fresh arterial blood smeared across my face and covering my tunic. It was unprofessional to have nicked the artery with that move, but it illustrated my point to Jacobin, just as it had painted me red. Normalis humanos slain, 10 souls gathered. The king drew a breath, no doubt to order the rest of his men to attack, but Jandak interrupted him. 3 moves. That's a 6th share from each of you, the swarthy man laughed. Halen, I'll buy you some wine when we reach Gethanal. I bent down and pulled Jatan's blade from his own brain. I swiped it in the grass and held it loosely in my hand. Jacobin glared at me, but closed his mouth slowly. To the victor the spoils, he announced loudly. Your master will appreciate the weight of bronze you've won, slave. Krill, take your loot. Jatan will be buried tomorrow with full honors. Most gracious king, I thank you. We will set off for the shit-sitters at noon. Lots of ivory to trade, called Krill as he came up beside me. He pulled me back slightly and whispered, Not yet, in my ear. Hatrikos, please remove poor Jatan's armor and bring it to my tent, he called, in the wheezy voice he adopted around the king. Of course, dreamer, Kaz said, with a self-satisfied tone in his voice.
He'd lost the bet, but the end result of the fight was more than enough to offset the annoyance.
You'll have to take your slave north again in spring. I won't have him bring down the giant's wrath on my people, said Jacobin. But for now, welcome home, uncle, and the mighty warriors of Herm and Hattrick. Jacobin backed away, then spun and headed towards the new camp. The mob of Herm and Hattrick people at the rear parted to let the royal party through. The horsemen peeled away and galloped back to camp, bar a pair of troopers who waited while Kaz removed the bronze hauberk Jatan had worn. But I want the head, snapped a boyish voice loudly,
and a woman's tones tried to shush him. "Wait!" I called out. I grabbed the giant's head by the remains of its hair and strode forward. That the weight of the thing didn't slow me down was noted in the eyes of the royal warriors. "Here, boy. Take it with my blessing," I called, and tossed it across the last few meters so it bounced at the young man's feet. His face went pale, but then he began barking orders to warriors twice his size. After a hissed argument, Hakobin threw up his arms and stalked away. The head was collected and carried by a pair of infantrymen, trailing behind the three in bright red tunics. My loot was tied onto an aurochs, while the horsemen gathered up Titan's corpse and walked it back to town across a pony's haunches. We waited for them to set off before we began to follow. My warriors moved out into the gathered tribe, leaving Jandak and I to guide the now skinny aurochs down towards the gate in the palisade. My troops moved among their kinsmen, laughing, joking, and bragging. I caught snatches of conversation that tended to revolve around great days ahead for the tribe and exaggerated retellings of our adventures, where whichever warrior was speaking was the hero. I smiled to myself as I slipped the bronze knife into the sheath I'd taken from the body and attached it to my belt. "Boy."
Hatriculo's voice was cold as he approached me. "Triculo?" I replied. If he wanted to call me boy, then I'd use the familiar form of his name without permission. It was the first time I'd done so with the older man. He snorted a laugh. "Here." He passed me a stone mace. "You broke your last one. Now you're a man." "Not a slave?" I asked, as I hung the heavy weight from the hook that all Eriskin belts had for the purpose. "Not a slave. You're a free man of my family. My brother will approve my decision," he said dryly. His own belt currently lacked a mace, and I felt a surge of gratitude. "So this loot is mine?" I asked, grinning as I pointed at Jatan's armor and weapons. "Could any of us take it from you?" he asked, slightly bitterly. "You're the gust that leads the storm, aren't you? The strong wind, stronger than the wind behind you, that heralds change." "It will be a change for the good, Hatriculo," I promised. "I can lift the Eriskin up. I won't do it out of kindness. You are worthy people, if a little rough around the edges, but I'm not the only Shikrikin on Earth right now. My enemies can do everything I can, and I'll need good men at my back. Men to lead my forces where that is necessary, a tribe to give me refuge when I need it. We won't be pawns in the games of the gods," Hatriculo snapped. "I'd try to kill you before I let you sacrifice us to divine games." This sense of duty to his family and tribe was part of what forced me to like this grumpy old man. I had some lieutenants and a witch doctor already. I needed a general. "We're all pawns to the likes of the gods, Triculo. It's like an ant complaining about the anteater. I won't spill any blood I don't have to, and together we can teach your people to fight clever, not hard." He gave me a serious stare for a moment, then grinned at me and winked. "I like the sound of that," he chuckled, as we continued down into a town whose king wanted me dead. For some reason, I wasn't too concerned about the threat. Hakobin's time was coming soon enough. The outdoor stable area was much larger than I'd seen at Ereskit in the north. Hundreds of sturdy ponies filled the enclosed paddock. We made our way through the encampment, my fangs orbiting around me to keep everyone back. The story of the fight had spread quickly. Krill's strangely familiar tent appeared to one side, and the old man, Triculo, and I ducked inside. "We'll remain on watch tonight," said Jandak as I moved past him. "Don't worry about a knife in the dark." I nodded gratefully to him and stepped inside. Krill built a pile of kindling and carefully threw a stone into the middle of it to light the central fire. The orange light flickered up and threw comforting shadows across the chests and shelves. "You leave again tomorrow," said Hakrikilo simply,
Can't stay here with that much wealth. Harkobin will contrive some way to steal it if we linger, muttered Krill as he examined the layout of his goods on the shelves. He grunted in satisfaction after checking the contents of several pots and pouches. Your people did well when they moved my things. Gethanol is the best choice, rumbled Hakrakilo as Krill began making ched. What's it like? I asked. Shit-sitters are all the same. We should stay in the Hatrick part of the camp tonight. No wandering about looking for booze, dreamer, Hakrakilo ordered firmly. Krill gave him a sneering look as he tossed a pair of enchanted stones in one hand, but nodded reluctantly before bending to see to the tea. No point tempting fate, Krill muttered as he poured hot water into a pot full of bitter leaves.
Chapter 34. Nothing for ale and food.
You understand the plans? I asked Krill as we walked towards the Hatrick trade wagon. The other families had set off earlier in the morning, but I had had many things to discuss with Krill and Tricolo before I could set out with the Hatrick caravan. I had been sad to learn I'd be leaving the pair behind, but Hatrikos was staying back with his warriors to keep them safe and start training the rest of their men in the new techniques I'd drilled into my fangs. How many times must I say I understand? I've studied in the great cities of the south. Yes, I fucking understand, grumbled Krill. Tricolo was at a meeting with his brother to pitch the new training regime and the proposed chariots to his brother. The weight of his mace swung heavily on my hip. The prototype will be done before you return. It would be better with metal rims on the wheels, but if you use wet rawhide, it will shrink and bind the wood well enough. It just won't last as long, I replied, as I jumped up and caught the lip of the wagon. I flexed and lifted my head over the edge to peer inside. Why did they make their wagons so damn big when they were all so short? Inside, I saw the 6 tusks laid out neatly to one side. Clay jars full of the rendered mammoth fat, to be used as lamp oil by the city dwellers, lined the opposite side to balance the weight. The rest of it was filled with sacks of herbs and hides to sell to the shit-sitters in exchange for metal products and luxury items. I was optimistic this would be a bumper haul for the families I'd tied myself to, as well as resulting in considerable personal wealth for yours truly. I dropped back down and grinned at Krill. I know how rawhide works as well, he muttered. Take care, Mond. The city folk at Gethanel are poor imitations of their cousins to the south, but they'll see you as a nomad and treat you like one of us. It will be nice to be in a city again, Krill. I'm good at blending in there.
It's not a city, lad. It's a provincial shithole. You'll still tower over everyone and stick out like an upright prick at a wedding, boy. Jandak has done this before. I've told him to stick close to you. Who's got the token? I asked. Hatrikandos is the official trader, Krill replied. Trikilo has had a word with him. He knows enough to do as he's told. I smiled. This was shaping up to be an excellent little adventure. I'd get rich, get some medals, and finally get to see how the more civilized people of Earth lived. I held out a hand, and Krill took it in a warrior's clasp, gripping my forearm. Take care, old man. I've got plans for you, I smiled. He snorted and released my arm. Don't fucking die, Mond. The trader's truce holds, but not all of us come back from the cities. I want more magic stones as well. Don't scrimp at crafting them while on the road. He smirked to take the sting out of his words, and I nodded solemnly. Until next time, I said, and he nodded before spinning on his heel to bark insults at the rest of our escorts as he walked back towards town. He's always been like that. Don't take it personally, said Jandak as he came round the corner of the wagon. There's someone else waiting to say farewell. He beckoned me over, and around the corner of the wagon, I found 3 robed and hooded women. I knew who they were from the hazel rods tucked into their belts. Hermune stood behind them, scowling at every blade of grass that waved in the wind. Ladies, I nodded politely. What the hell was Jandak up to?
We weren't bringing them along again as far as I knew. One of them pushed back her hood and stepped forward. Haylin's dark hair caught the sun. She was bathed and wearing clean clothes, a stark change from how she'd appeared just last evening. Haylin drew a knife and pricked her finger. One of the others passed her a simple strip of cloth, bleached white. She pressed the drop of blood that had bloomed on her finger into the strip and passed it to Jandak. He grinned and tied it around his wrist so the crimson dot sat on the back of his arm and was clearly visible.
"Not sure it will be her first," chuckled Hermune's second. Jandak shot him a fiery glare, and the man lapsed into silence. Then Fayella pushed back her hood and stepped forward. She repeated the process and offered me the strip. I tied it around my wrist just as Jandak had. "Safe travels, vile slayer," she said softly, as her eyes twinkled in amusement. The three women pulled their hoods back up and set off back to town. I watched them sway back past the palisade in confusion. None of the other men had moved either. "Still thinking with the wrong spear, Mond," laughed Jandak. "Now you're pledged, you'll need to learn to keep your eyes in your head." "Pledged?" I barked in surprise. "The blood," Mune pointed at the red dot on my wrist, "is a promise of her first blood." "What the hell would I want with her menstrual blood? And surely she's already started," I muttered. Fayella looked to be in her early 20s by my reckoning. The simple nature of these people still struck me sometimes, despite how familiar I'd become with them. "Not that blood," laughed Jandak. "Her first blood," he waggled his eyebrows at me and made crude thrusting motions with his hips. "You mean," I said quietly. "Yes," laughed Matt, as he slapped me on the back. "You'll be getting married soon, Erkendine. Then you'll truly be one of us." I wasn't entirely sure how I felt about this situation. I needed these people, and tying a powerful family to my cause appealed to the more calculating part of my mind, but marrying a woman 2/3 my age hadn't been part of my plans. Hazel eyes flashed across my mind's eye, and all I could think was that it could have been worse. A subtle warmth filled my chest. I hastily shelved the issue to be dealt with later.
Hatrakandos reminded me a lot of Krill, but without the warm personality. The man was surly, complained constantly about his aches and pains, and was generally unpleasant to interact with. As we marched south, 6 aurochs hauling the wagon with a steady rumble, I came to dislike any time I had to spend with him. It took us a week to reach the town of Gethane, and I didn't get time to do any trapping as we travelled. I was not impressed by what I saw when we reached the brow of a low hill, and I caught my first sight of the place. It was surrounded by wooden walls 2 meters high, and sat at the crest of a small rise, with a river running around 1/3 of it to the south. A city it most certainly was not. It looked like a large village from back home. Even from a distance, the river looked dirty, and I resolved to get back into my habit of only drinking boiled water for the duration of our stay here. Across a rickety-looking wooden bridge, fields stretched out as far as I could see. Farmers, then. That meant grains, and grains meant bread and beer, or more likely, ale. Perhaps I wouldn't stick to just water. I acquired a spring in my step as we gradually grew closer to the gated entrance in the walls. "What are you happy about?" called Hatrakandos from his seat at the front of the wagon. He didn't drive the cattle. The warriors walking as escorts used the long, flexible sticks as goads to guide the beasts. He just sat and barked orders. "A little taste of civilization would be an interesting change," I replied. "Spent time among the shit-sitters, have you?" he grumbled. "Makes sense." He spat in my direction over the edge of the wagon seat. I quietly resolved to speak to Tricolo and his brother when we got back, to ensure this old man could be gently forced into retirement.
We lapsed into silence as we crossed the final distance to the break in the wall.
A pair of men, wrapped head to toe in thick linens, bandages hiding all of their faces, bar their dull black eyes that stared out from the wrappings, waited outside the gate. As the wagon rolled to a stop and Hatrikandos climbed painfully down, complaining loudly all the while, a man in a simple blue tunic came out of the town to greet us. Chit. His voice was flat with imperious command, and I half expected Hatrikandos to slap away the hand the stranger had extended expectantly. Instead, the old man bowed his head politely and unhooked the rectangle of bronze he wore hanging from a necklace to pass it over. "Greetings, my old friend." Hatrikandos had switched from grumpy old bastard to insincere charming bastard in an instant. "Fine goods this year, Nachten. How was the harvest?" Hatrikandos said, as the man pressed the chit into a clay tablet. He examined the impression and nodded his satisfaction before passing the chit back to Hatrikandos. "Well enough. You've got food on your wagon?" Nachten asked. "Not so much. Ivory and hides mostly, with some of our wondrous herbs to sweeten any deals we make," Hatrikandos replied happily. He actually sounded happy? "Shame. The Lord's new tithes have cut deep. 3 men other than you only. The laws have changed as well. You can pull up in the caravan area behind the gates as usual, though. I would advise against wandering around," Nachten said curtly, before pivoting and walking back through the gates without another word or glance. "Are they always this friendly?" I asked Jandak. "They're arrogant pricks, but this is outside of normal custom. We should be allowed 6 men inside, plus the trader. And I've never seen these bandaged men before. Or maybe I have? They're wrapped up like babes in swaddling, after all. Can't see their faces." His voice had risen loud enough that the pair of gloomy men standing like statues on either side of the gate should have heard. If they did, they gave no reaction, and Jandak harumphed. "Hatrikandos. Myself, Mune, and Mond will accompany you inside," Jandak said. The old trader glared up at him, but Jandak didn't flinch, answering the sour expression in kind. "Pah! Fine. The rest of you go set up a camp and wait for us to complete our business." He chuckled and rubbed his hands together. As we passed through the gate, the bandaged men didn't turn or speak. I was impressed by their discipline, to be honest. They stood completely still, short, thick staves of some dark wood held at their sides. I couldn't tell even if they were breathing. They reminded me of the guards outside of palaces in Britain, where they wouldn't move while on duty, just scruffier and smellier. The sight that greeted me within the walls was disappointing. I had hoped for stone buildings and a bustling town, maybe a bar or pub to get some drinks and food after the travel rations we'd been subsisting on for a week. The town was composed of crude wooden structures, ramshackle things that looked as though a stiff wind might knock them down like dominoes. Muddy streets wound through the bone-dry buildings, and ragged-looking people hurried around with their heads and eyes firmly aimed at their feet. The smell became more noticeable once we had passed the gates. The stench of unwashed bodies mingled with shit, piss, and smoke. The smell of cooking laid a sweeter note over the top of the miasma that failed to make it appealing. It seemed worse by contrast. Sewage systems and night soil collectors were clearly not something the citizens of Gethanol were aware of. It still smelled better than the lingering scent of rot that we had passed through between the gates. "Jandak, get my weights." Mune and the stranger unhitched the aurochs and put them in the stables over there. Hatrikandos waved a hand towards a series of wooden fences intended to house the animals. He tossed a small pouch he had taken from his belt to Mune. "There's enough in there for feed, not enough for you to get drunk," I want the animals fed and watered, not you. Jandak, we'll go see my old friend Patanis. He'll know what the hell is going on here. Jandak had clambered up onto the wagon and jumped down with a leather pouch in his hand. He shrugged at Mune and me as he followed the truculent old man down a muddy street.
"What's in there?"
I asked, pointing to the pouch Mune had caught. "Salt to pay for the feed and housing. It's a trap. We have to pay them for the feed, so they massively overcharge us. This will only cover a few days' shelter for the cattle," he grumbled. "So nothing for ale and food for us?" I asked. "Nope. We'll still be on jerky while Jandak and the miserable old bastard get fed at the merchants' houses." Mune sounded glum. I spent a single sol on a kilo of salt. Instead of appearing at my feet, I willed it to appear in the dimensional pocket I'd unlocked by reaching Tier 4 and choosing the space affinity. I scrambled into the cart and rooted through the stock until I found an empty pouch. I reached out, and my hand seemed to vanish as I spent 40 mana to access the storage space. I scooped handfuls of salt out until I'd filled the pouch. "Not a problem. Let's go get a drink and chat with the locals," I said, waving the newly filled pouch at Mune. "We need to settle the aurochs first," muttered Mune, unable to understand my suddenly upbeat mood. "Where the hell are the peasants?"
Chapter 35. Soulbound Servant.
Moon and I wandered over to what seemed to pass for an inn in this shithole of a town. I began to appreciate the nomad's epithet for city folks as we approached. The place was a run-down 2-story wooden structure with the barriers needed to pen animals set to one side. A boy ran out and spoke to Moon as we approached, then bolted back inside. As the pair of us arrived at the door, a fat man in a stained apron bustled out and gave us a suspicious glance. Moon nodded politely, and I waited as he stepped forward to offer the innkeeper his arm. "None of that. Feed's gone up, so has the board. How much have you got?" he snapped. "Enough for a week's worth of board and feed," smiled Moon, as he weighed the sack in his hand. The other man held his own hand out, palm up, and Moon placed the sack down, carefully keeping hold of the tie string. The bag bounced twice in the innkeeper's palm before he snorted and pulled his hand back to cross his arms. 2 days for 6 beasts.
"Sir, that's 3 ons of fine salt. It's worth at least 5 days. You'll get the manure for your garden as well."
Moon sounded wounded, and I didn't think he was faking it.
2 or fuck off out of town. You might be happier if you did."
"Is there a problem in Gethanel?" Moon asked.
"I could perhaps settle for 4 days."
"No problem that I'd waste words with the likes of you about. 2.
Moon sighed and handed the bag over. "I expect good grains at this rate. No swill or kitchen leftovers," Moon said firmly, locking eyes with the man, who shrugged in response.
"They'll get what they get. Are you coming in or not?" he snapped, as the pouch of salt vanished somewhere on his person.
"We'll get the animals settled first," I chimed in. He glanced up at me and seemed to fight down the urge to bark at me like he had Moon. Something in my tone might have tipped him off that it would be a bad idea.
We went back to the wagon and unhitched the first pair of aurochs, Mune muttering and cursing the whole time.
"Bloody robbery! They're always thieves and crooks, but 2 days!" he grumbled.
"How long should it have been?" I asked. "We should have settled on 4, he said, as we began leading the first pair of aurochs to the fenced-off area. Things must be bad here for prices to be twice the norm. We guided the aurochs through the gate and closed it behind them. They began snorting and snuffling across the mud like they were looking for truffles. "Sorry, girls, it's only shit in there," Mune muttered as we headed back for the rest. Once all the aurochs were put away and we had a moment, I raised my own bag of salt and waved it at Mune. "Fancy a drink and some hot food?" I asked with a grin. Mune was surprised at the contents of the bag. "You're going to get ripped off," he said.
But we headed back towards the entrance of the inn. The door swung aside, and we entered the gloom within. "Smells like death in here," I complained quietly. The inn had a reed-covered floor, a handful of tables and chairs, and a wooden table set opposite the door. The only furniture I'd seen other than simple raised beds and Hakubin's throne did not impress me. Functional was about the best way I could describe it. Against one wall, another bandaged man stood like a stone. I ignored him and approached the table with Mune. "Hey, what's on the fire?" called Mune, slapping a hand on the table. The fat man walked out muttering and wiping his hands on his apron. I was confident neither his hands nor the cloth got any cleaner as a result. "Stew, ale if you can cover it," he said unhappily. I waved my bag of salt. "Meat stew?" I asked. "Lamb, freshly killed. Let me get my scales," he replied, before disappearing behind the door again. "He's got lamb in the stew but didn't weigh the bag before?" I looked at Mune questioningly. That bag was a 3-ounce sack.
It always has the same amount of salt. He doesn't know how much is in your pouch.
The man returned and set up a primitive set of scales. He added small stone weights to one side and looked at me expectantly. Mune laughed and shook his head. "2 full ons for a meal and a drink?" he scoffed. "Let me check your weights at least." The innkeeper scowled, but nodded. Mune produced a small stone figure of a shapely woman from a pouch on his belt and set it opposite the man's weights. He picked 2 off until the scales balanced against his stone and grunted in approval. "Well, you're not cheating us with your weights at least. 2 mugs of ale, though," Mune snapped. The innkeeper grimaced, glanced at the immobile, bandaged man behind us, then looked back and nodded. "Fine, but you eat outside. Don't need stinking nomads infesting my hall." "Pay the man," Mune said coldly. I didn't fully grasp what was happening here. I didn't want to leave the wagons any longer than necessary, though. Towns meant thieves, after all, so I poured out salt until the bronze scales balanced. The innkeeper tipped the salt into a clay pot and nodded his head at the door. "I'll bring the food out, noble wanderers," he sneered. I fixed him with a look intended to communicate how annoyed I'd be if he didn't produce the food in short order, and he blinked before nodding. "It'll be with you shortly." His tone was marginally more polite this time. "What the hell was that about?" I asked as we moved back to the wagon. There was almost no one on the streets, and those I did see turned and hurried away when they spotted the wagon. This isn't normal. The shit-sitters have brains made of the shit they sit in all day, and they hate us for sure, but they're usually more polite to trade wagons. We sat down on the ground and rested our backs against the wagon's wheels while we waited for our food and drinks. The boy who'd first greeted us scurried out not long later with a bowl in each hand. "The master wants the bowls back when you're done," he said. "And he'll get them." "The ale?" asked Moon. The boy ran back inside and returned a short while later, grasping the handles of 2 small tankards in each hand. He set them down at our feet and vanished into the inn without a word. "Is it normally this quiet?" I asked, waving a mug at the streets leading away from the traders' area. The ale was bitter and dark. The taste was not entirely pleasant, and I was certain it was about as alcoholic as the first piss of a hangover. There was probably some small percentage of alcohol in it, but not a lot. The small folk usually come out with trinkets and food to trade for hides. At least they did 3 summers ago when I last went with a caravan. Never came here before, so maybe this is normal for Gethanel? I'm not from around here, so I have no idea. He smirked in response and lifted a hand to finger the fang hanging from his neck. We finished the stew, I found a total of 3 small lumps that may or may not have been lamb in it, and set the bowls aside as we drank our ale. The other 2 mugs were put on the wagon driver's seat to wait for Hatrikandos and Jandak. The oppressive mood of the town began to seep into my bones. Something felt wrong about this place, but I couldn't put my finger on exactly what was making me feel so uncomfortable. The thought of sleeping here wasn't a happy one, and I wondered if I could switch out with one of the others we'd left outside the walls. The bandaged men. Ever seen them before? I asked as a pair marched smoothly down to the gate, and the ones that had been outside when we arrived marched back towards the center of town. Never. Nothing like them in the other towns I've seen. You think that's what's setting the peasants on edge? Moon asked as the heavily wrapped figures moved out of sight.
Just as they did so, a man in fine clothing, a richly colored tunic and cloak, appeared around a corner and headed towards us. A giant of a bandaged man followed in his wake like a dog behind its master. "Traders, where is your chit?" the man demanded harshly. He was another fat one. All the peasants I'd seen, bar the innkeeper, had been rake-thin, but this chap had somehow managed to keep his weight up above what I'd consider to be healthy. "Our trademaster has gone to visit his old friend Patanis," replied Mune affably, without even looking up at the man. "No one will trade with you until my master has had his pick. Lord Getha will pay a fair price." The look in his eyes told me that was a lie. The bandaged man had stopped a few paces behind and seemed to be staring impassively at the wall behind us. I didn't fail to note the sword sheathed at his hip. "We've got some fine ivory if it appeals to him," said Mune. "Brath, fetch a chair from the inn. I'll wait for the trademaster," he snapped over his shoulder, and the bandaged man moved away like an automaton to enter the inn. He returned, carrying a crude chair a moment later. The innkeeper stuck his head out of the door with an angry look on his face, then ducked back as soon as he saw our new friends. The big bandaged man set the chair down to one side and resumed his statuesque stance. The sword he wore was perhaps only 2 feet long, but it had clearly crossed the transition from big knife to actual sword. We sat in silence, and the well-dressed man stared down at us. Mune shrugged and resumed nursing his ale, so I followed suit and ignored the minion of the local potentate. Not long after our drinks were finished, Jandak and Hatrikandos came back down the street. Hatrikandos was in a foul mood, judging from his gesticulating and the cursing that carried across the space between us. The servant rose and turned to face them as they got close. Hatrikandos suddenly clapped his mouth shut and put on a smarmy expression. "Ah, noble friend of the Lord, I trust?" he asked as ingratiatingly as he could manage. "Indeed, I am Hansa. My lord wishes to speak with you before you can trade with any others. You are earlier than we were expecting this year. Apologies for your inconsiderate welcome. Leave one man here and come along if you would be so kind." It wasn't an invitation. Jandak shared a look with Mune and me. Mune shrugged and made some gestures with his hands that I didn't understand. Some kind of sign language or simple obscenity? I made a note to ask about it later. "Mond will join us," Jandak said. "Trademaster, please lead the way." Hatrikandos glanced back and forth between the servant, the bandaged man, and the wagon with all our goods in it, then nodded reluctantly. We were led through winding streets covered in mud and shit towards the peak of the small hill the town had been built on. Brath stalked along behind us silently like a specter, the scent of decay he gave off lost in the general miasma of a town that had never heard of sewer systems. The Lord lived in a 3-story complex that looked markedly sturdier than the homes of his people. We'd seen more and more of them as we headed uphill. They had all been thin and looked sick, with pale faces and hacking coughs that echoed around the narrow streets. They hurried away as we passed them, disappearing into buildings or down adjoining roads as soon as they saw us. Hansa led us into the main hall, a wide space with a fire pit in the center. Ventilation.
Must remember to introduce ventilation to the Araskin. Carbon monoxide was no joke. On one side, a set of stairs led up to the next floor. Brath remained behind us as we followed Hansa. He pulled aside a door and led us into a room with the shutters thrown open. A fresh breeze, relatively untainted by the smell of the town, blew in, making it pleasantly cool and relatively unscented in the room. "My Lord Getha, the barbarian traders are here to present you with your due and first choice of their goods," Hansa barked as he stepped to the side and waved an arm for us to step forward. At the end of a short table sat a narrow-looking man. Everything was angular and precise. A cup was placed at just the right angle so it didn't interfere with his movements as he spooned broth into his mouth from a bowl, but would be instantly available should he need to drink. Dark hair framed high cheekbones. Dark brown eyes looked up from his meal and narrowed in our direction. He finished his mouthful and pushed the bowl carefully aside. Behind him, framing him like curtains on a window, loomed two more bandaged men, even larger than our old friend Brath, who had stopped to one side of the door. The crossbows in their hands were primitive, but undeniably a huge step beyond the ranged weapons I'd seen among the Araskin. "Nomads, what have you brought me?" he asked in a nasal voice. His tone set my teeth on edge, and I narrowed my eyes at him the same moment he glared at me specifically. As I met his gaze, something I'd never seen before appeared in my vision. Pale red letters floating over his head. Soulbound servant. Body F+. Mind E-. Souls F.
Chapter 36. Not a smart move. Getha's chair slid back with a screech as he jumped to his feet, his meal and goblet forgotten. His eyes went wide as he extended the index finger of his right hand, arm outstretched in my direction, and hissed like a boiling kettle. "Kill them!" he barked as a shard of ice crystallized at the end of the finger that was aimed at me. I spent 10 mana and summoned a blob of fire on top of what I assumed was the projectile version of the ice affinity. I didn't wait to see what happened next. Fractions of a second counted here. I shoved Jandak to one side and Hatrakandos to the other as I surged between them. A cloud of steam exploded around Getha's hand, and he screeched in pain, wheeling away. "Fire beats ice, motherfucker," I thought, as a savage grin spread across my face. 4 meters. I could cross that distance at a terrifying speed, but I wasn't taking any chances. The bandaged men were raising their crossbows, so I spent another 20 mana to set their heads on fire. The bandages caught, and flames spread down their bodies, but they didn't seem to care. The crossbows came level, and the strings snapped forward. I batted the first bolt to my right casually. Even at this short distance, my new reflexes let me palm the bolts aside. I heard a grunt behind me and the sound of wrestling, but the others would need to take care of themselves for a few more seconds. My dagger was in my hand, and I leapt, sailing across the gap to slam into the scalded lord of Gethanel, punting him into the wall with my leading foot. He smacked against the wood with a thump and slid down into a boneless heap. A staff whistled past my head, and I turned to drive my dagger into the burning cloth over the man's heart. The blade slipped between the ribs, but his head, wrapped in burning bandages, slammed forward and knocked me back on my heels. A staff crashed across my shoulders from the other side and battered me to the ground. I rolled back under the table on instinct as the pair of staves cracked the wooden floorboards where my head had just been. I was dazed, possibly concussed, but old instincts, backed up by new capabilities, took over. My free hand shot out and yanked a staff back behind me, disarming one of my opponents. I used the force to help launch myself forwards, feeling the table spin over behind me, my back bashing into it as I rose to my feet.
10 more mana to enhance myself. I moved more fluidly, and some of the fog in my mind faded away. 10 more to heal myself, and I felt as good as new. That was probably just the adrenaline, though. As I rose, I drove the bronze dagger up into the bandaged man's chin, aiming for the ever-professional instant kill. It slammed home, and the body went limp, dragging my arm down before I could pull back to face my other opponent. I let the blade go and spun to catch a descending staff in both hands. The bandages were burning away merrily, and as they crumbled to ash, my opponent's face was revealed. A grinning rictus of gray skin pulled back over yellow teeth, now slightly charred and covered in blisters, met my gaze, and I heaved with all my might to hurl the monster away from me. The body slammed into the wall, but even as it slid to the floor, it righted itself like it had bones made of rubber and lurched back towards me. I still had the staff, and it flashed out to slam the thing's head into the wall again with a thud. I danced backwards, trying to catch my breath and check my sanity. It slowly righted itself, the left half of its head noticeably dented, and took an unsteady step towards me. 20 mana went into a fireball that appeared next to its skull and slammed it back into the wall. The detonation was larger than I'd expected, and it knocked me backwards as well. I flailed at my clothes to put out the sparks and flames where they'd caught on me.
Snatching my dagger out from the first head, I rushed to repeat the impromptu brain surgery on his friend. With his guards down, I quickly checked that Getha was still out of it. He seemed to be, but I punched him hard in the temple to make sure he stayed that way, then spun to take in the rest of the fight. Hansa sat in a puddle of piss, pressed back into the corner by the door. Jandak and Brath were locked together, Brath's hands clamped around Jandak's throat, while my friend repeatedly stabbed the bandaged man in the gut.
"Just fucking die!"
Jandak gasped as the stone blade flickered back and forth.
"Destroy the brain!"
I called out as I rushed towards them.
Jandak clearly heard me and tried to follow my advice, but the vice-like grip on his throat was weakening him, and Brath's arms stopped him from getting a good shot at the base of the skull. I arrived and drove my own dagger into the weak spot, wrenched it back and forth to turn the contents of his skull into unsavory porridge before I staggered back. Jandak coughed as he pried Brath's fingers from his neck and rolled away from the corpse.
"He was cold," Jandak muttered, sitting up slowly. "He was dead." "This was magic," I replied. Hatrikandos had been killed. Blood pooled beneath him to drip through the floorboards. A crossbow bolt had pierced the bronze traitor medallion and sunk into his chest. I offered a hand to Jandak, who clambered to his feet. He slapped a fist against his chest and sighed as the healing trinket activated. "You aren't the only one. Getha was from your world?" he asked. He glared at Hatrikandos's body and bent down to wrench the bolt out of the old man's chest. It was stuck through the medallion, and he pulled again to snap the thong from around the old man's neck. "No, he wasn't. I know my enemies. There are 5 more like me, plus however many they've made, like Getha." I gasped. The adrenaline was starting to fade, but it spiked as the door below slammed open and footsteps rushed up the stairs. I grabbed the table and hurriedly wedged it against the door. "Madness! You'll be hunted down for this. The master won't tolerate it," babbled Hansa. I kicked him hard in the chest, and he shut up, backing away until he saw the bodies of the zombies. He stopped, uncertain which way would be better to crawl. "Worm!" snapped Jandak. "How do we get out of here?" "No way out, savage! You're fucked!" Hansa began to giggle hysterically. "I can jump." I'd checked the height out the windows and was confident I'd be able to run after I hit the mud.
You? I can use enhance and try. What about him? Jandak gestured to Hansa. My wrist flicked, and the dagger crossed the distance to sprout from his eye. I strode over and plucked it out, wiping it on his robes. I didn't like him. I slipped the blade back into its sheath. Let me grab Sleeping Beauty, and then we'll book it. Book it? Jandak asked in confusion. He was looking down at the mud outside, and some of his confidence seemed to have ebbed. I meant run. We go grab Mune and get the fuck out of town. There are a lot of those bandaged guys outside, he said dubiously. Health, 109 over 150. Mana, 150 over 250. I regretted the mana I'd spent to access my storage space earlier, but I had enough for what I intended. I checked out the window and saw the undead swarming into the building. Maybe 24 of them? The door shook as something slammed into the other side. I rushed back and slung Getha over one shoulder. He felt light enough now, but I knew he'd feel a hell of a lot heavier when my boots hit the ground outside. The banging on the door intensified, and the table slid into the room slightly. I kicked it back into place as I passed, then stood at the window with Jandak. Normalis humano slain. 10 souls gathered. Reanimated humano slain times 3. 45 souls gathered.
Tuck and roll, bloke, I told him before putting my words into action. I launched myself outwards, landing 5 meters past the edge of the hall, and rolled, partially using Getha to cushion myself. Jandak swore, then leapt after me. He rolled, but as he came back to his feet, he stumbled. I threw a heel at him, and he began limping back towards the wagon, Brath's sword clutched in one hand. I had to respect his dedication to looting. 130 mana. What to do? I eyed the highly flammable wooden construction and smiled. 9 blobs of fire appeared against the wood and on the other side of the ground floor windows. The fire caught quickly, and screams filled the air as burning figures shambled out the door, apparently unperturbed by the flames wreathing them. More fucking zombies. I took to my heels and followed after Jandak. As I caught up with him, I scooped him under my free arm, and he squawked in indignation. He didn't fight me too hard. I think he knew we needed to move fast. Mune, get your shit together and run for the others, I yelled as I finally saw the wagon. The mob of undead, only half a dozen or so now, had tailed me this far, stumbling along in my wake. I was out of mana, but they were mostly crispy, and while it didn't kill them, it did seem to slow them down. But the goods! Mune yelled, as he turned and guiltily threw aside the now empty final tankard of ale we had saved for the others. His eyes went wide as he saw me sprinting towards him, a stranger over one shoulder and an unhappy Jandak under the other arm. He sprinted for the gate, but I got there first. The guards had been pulled away by the commotion in the hall, so we were unopposed as we ran towards the site where the rest of the party had set up a camp a short distance from the wall. I staggered to a stop and dropped Jandak and Getha. "Can you walk?" I asked Jandak, who grunted and rose to his feet shakily. "That was undignified," he muttered. Why'd you drag that bastard along? I knelt to check Getha's pulse, then smacked him in the head again just to be safe, and definitely not for fun.
"I need to know who made him," I replied absently. "Blokes, we need to move. Break camp, now!" The men we left outside the town rushed to obey. "His dad got really drunk and fucked his mom," said Moon with a smirk. "Not what I meant. Someone gave him powers like mine. I need to know who and how." That silenced them. In a couple of minutes, everything we needed and could carry was packed up.
Smoke hung thick in the air above the town behind us as we bravely ran away. We stopped by a copse of trees after we'd run ourselves ragged for hours. I carried my prisoner off to one side, making sure the rest of them were out of his sight so he couldn't cast any magic at them, and tied him to the thickest tree trunk I could find with meters of thick leather cords. The kill notifications had trickled in over the last couple of hours and put me in a foul mood. Normalis humano, slain, times 76. 760 souls gathered. Reanimated humano, slain times 7. 105 souls gathered. I'd started a fire and killed a lot of people. Probably innocent people, at least by this world standards. The system didn't seem to differentiate between men, women, or children. The odds were that a good chunk of my victims had been in the latter two categories. My stomach was roiling, and the smell of smoke clung to me, a constant reminder of what I'd just done. Getha seemed well enough for now, so I went back to our small fire and sat down in silence. "We lost all the ivory," Mune groaned, for the 50th time. "Those were dead men walking around, you fucking idiot. At least we're alive and not moving corpses," snapped Jandak. I'd cast heal on him a couple of times as we ran to save him from burning through the charges on his fang. "One of my enemies got there first," I muttered.
You're going up against people who can make the dead walk. Can we just send you off on your own? Asked Hermond. I tried to, I said sadly as Jandak cuffed Hermond around the ear. Krill made me stay, and now my enemies are your enemies, so I have to stay. Yeah, but release me now, you fucking vermin, or my lord will wipe your pathetic wagons from the plains. Nasal, arrogant, and coming from behind a tree, Getha had woken up. I rose to my feet and strode over to him. No tricks, you little shit. Mine are stronger and better, I said, glaring down at him as I drew my dagger. His eyes widened at the same time as his pupils contracted. I crouched down to bring my face closer to his. Let's have a little chat about your boss, shall we? My knife slid slowly towards his left eye. You have been afflicted by rot, 4%. 1% resistance from life affinity. Health, 149 over 150. I stayed still for 5 seconds, knife held a centimeter from his unblinking eyeball, as my health ticked down to 145. After that, it stabilized. Not a smart move. Chapter 37. Transfer Souls. The muffled screams had drawn the rest of the group around the tree to watch. By this time, Getha was missing both eyes and couldn't see to cast anything at them, so I didn't object. They got into it in a way I found deeply disturbing, despite my being the one carrying out the torture. He had information I needed and seemed reluctant to share it, so I was falling back on barbaric techniques. My conscience, whatever was left of it, didn't raise a peep. This bastard had made me a mass murderer. A careful serial killer was perhaps an accurate description of my life on Earth, but I'd never slaughtered indiscriminately before. "What about his stones?" asked Mune, in confusion. "Why not start with his balls? That's what our women do to outsiders who offend us." "I can't tourniquet that area, and it has a lot of blood vessels. He'll bleed out. Give me another strip of leather." Even in my anger at what I'd caused as a result of this idiot attacking me, I wasn't going to geld the man. I made another mental note to be sure to avoid offending the Eriskin women. Jandak leaned over and passed me a foot-long strip that I wound tightly around his left wrist, like I had already done to the right. The knife bit deep into the first joint on his index finger, and the final third of the digit popped away with a twist and push of the blade. He screamed and thrashed again as my companions chuckled. "This tying off the limbs prevents bleeding?"
asked Jandak with gruesome interest. Yes, it constricts the vessels so the blood can't leak out. It's usually used to save lives, to buy time for a medic to get to the injured person, where I'm from. What is a medic? Asked Mune. I shrugged. I'd used the English word because the locals didn't have an analog, and Mune had parroted my pronunciation in confusion.
Like a dreamer, a healer, I replied distractedly, as I moved carefully to make Getha's left hand match his now fingerless right, saving the thumbs for last. Do they do this to all your prisoners where you're from? Asked Jandak, sounding almost impressed. No. Once Getha here understands his predicament, I will ask him some questions and he'll answer truthfully, or I will start on his feet. I could always heat the blade in the fire so it would cauterize the wound. Then I could cut his balls off, no problem, I said thoughtfully. Getha had gone very still. He was no doubt going into shock, but that would work to my advantage. I cast Heal Other on him. A little color returned to his pallid cheeks, and the trickles of blood stopped as fresh skin crept out to cover his wounds. If he tells me the truth, I will kill him quickly. The tortured man's head lolled on his chest. I gave him a few minutes, then returned and cast Heal again. I pulled out the rags I'd shoved into his mouth at the beginning and leaned in close to his ear. You will speak the truth, and this will end. Otherwise, we will be here a long time. I think with the heal spell, I could keep you alive for days as you gradually lose body parts. His head jerked round as he tried to face the direction of my voice. He was willing to talk. He told his story in agonized gasps. A man from afar, fat and wealthy, had come to town with a caravan from the city of Urkash that sits on a distant shore to the south. He had been surrounded by bandaged men as well as soldiers, and had demanded a meeting with Getha's father, who was at the time the lord of the town. After the meeting, Getha had been called in, and his father was dead, stabbed through the chest with a long iron blade, pinning his body to the wooden panels of the hall. Getha was given the same choice as his father, but he chose a wiser response. Gethanel was to be an outpost of Urkash, and Getha was to rule in the name of its king. To seal the deal, he was given 3 rings of iron that would allow him to raise the dead to serve as bandaged men, and King Mortimer would tie him to his growing network as a soul-bound servant. I cannot betray the king. My mind is not my own, Getha gabbled desperately. How did he give you some of his power? I demanded, poking the still sore knuckle at the base of where an index finger had recently been attached. He touched my forehead, and I saw writing I did not understand. When he told me to say yes, and then what to do with the souls he had given me, Getha blurted. Now end my pain as you promised. How do you gather souls? I ignored his pleas for an end to his suffering. I cannot. That is reserved for the master. He said he would return next year, and if I was faithful, he'd give me more souls so that I could become stronger. I looked up at my companions, and they were a curious blend of revolted and delighted. These people were savages indeed. Most people at home would have thrown up or tried to stop me. Instead, they had been watching my methods with avid interest. Can you think of anything else we should know? I asked. I've heard of Urkash. The dreamer has a low opinion of the place, Jandak replied. But he only speaks highly of one shit-sitter town. Cripple, what were his forces like, this king? Numbers, infantry, and cavalry. 500 foot decked out in gray metal armor, and 100 horse. Plus his bandaged men, perhaps another 100 of those, Getha babbled, not caring who asked the questions. Where did they march to next, and how long ago? Demanded one of Mune's fighters. 6 weeks since, and they went west along the edge of the plains,
Getha barked back obediently. I looked at them questioningly, and they shrugged. Thanks, Getha. You've been very helpful, I said blandly, as the bronze blade slipped through his throat to stab through the roof of his mouth and into his brain. I pulled it out and wiped it on the man's tunic. Non malis humano, soulbound servant, slain. 20 souls harvested. Do you think he meant these rings? Asked Mune, who had retrieved them from the grass where I'd tossed them while I worked on Getha's fingers. Getha really hadn't needed them anymore. 3 shiny bands of iron sat on his palm. I'd touched them and had no sense of any power in them. Was this world littered with artifacts from previous games that no one knew how to activate? Try it on him, I suggested, and Mune leant down to touch the ring to Getha. Nothing happened. You need to want him to rise from the dead when you touch him. It seems that it's all about the intent, I added helpfully. He tried again, and the thoroughly dead Getha rolled his head up and stared at Mune with empty sockets. Aresk's balls, cursed Jandak, backing away. We should destroy those rings. Part of me agreed, but another was unwilling to throw away any edge I might be able to get over Mortimer. Getha hadn't known how Mortimer gathered souls, but it couldn't have been from killing. He was a slumlord. Perhaps it came from having dominion over other people. It could be anything, but I strongly suspected it wasn't killing. I'd been blessed, or maybe cursed, with killing because of my past. The others must have a different method. I cut the bonds tying Getha to the tree, and whatever he had become staggered to its feet. What am I to do with him? Asked Mune in disgust. Send it back to his town as a warning. Erkendine, we need to head back to the tribe. This king will have visited all the towns in easy reach by now. The other traders will be getting to them soon, said Jandak. We can't stop them from getting there at this point. They don't have any of my trinkets to trade. Krill kept his greedy mitts on all of them, and without me, even if their lords have been made slaves of Mortimer, they shouldn't just attack them on sight. We should return to the camp. I need Krill and Tricolo to give us some advice, I replied. No resting. We run until we drop, then we run again as soon as we can. Without the wagon, we're only a few days away from Areskit. Can you give us powers like this king did? Asked Jandak as he jogged along beside me, heading north. Not yet. Either he got some sort of boon from a god, or it needs a higher level, I replied as we ran. I was pacing myself. I could easily outrun my companions if I pushed, but I didn't know the way. So, despite my urgency to get back to the camp, I restrained myself. You got souls from the fire. Use them? Suggested Jandak. You really want magic? I asked with a smile. No, I want to get strong. The magic would be nice, but you have that covered with the trinkets, he gasped back. I slowed the pace a little more with an internal grumble. It really would be an advantage to be able to unlock the potential of my allies, and it was another way to tie the tribe to me. I liked these warriors. They were simple, direct, and even at my worst, I didn't seem able to shock them. In fact, when I let the demon out, they tended to be impressed. Weirdos. Jesus, Mortimer must be so far ahead of me in terms of levels and magic. He was already building a fucking empire while I was pissing about killing bears and catching a few souls from rabbits with snares. I needed to catch up to him quickly. I had 1,024 souls in my bank, an incredible sum compared to what I had scraped together by setting traps and hunting mammoths. I asked Jandak to let me think for a minute and started running through the numbers in my head. I spent 190 souls to jump to level 40 and got what I was hoping for. I split the stat points between health and mana evenly, bumping both to another threshold score. Level 40. Stats. Body, D. Mind, D. Soul, E. Available souls, 834. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 20. Reflexes, 20. Health, 200. Magic strength, 20. Focus, 13. Mana, 300. Affinity, fire. Summon, fire. Range, 5 meters. Intensity, plus 8%. Lasts 10 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile. Speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 1.5 meters cubed, plus 0%. Firewall. Area, 3 meters squared. Lasts 10 seconds. Barrier, 20 HP. Fire spirit. Duration, 10 seconds. Affinity. Life. Heal, self. 15 HP and 48% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self. 26%. Resistance, all, 1%. Projectile. Speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 1 meter squared. Projectile. Speed, plus 3%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 10 seconds. Affinity, space. Size, range, touch. Intensity, 14%. Mass, range, touch. Intensity, 14%. Area, 1 meter cubed, optional. Lasts 10 seconds. Resistance, 2%. Pocket dimension, 0.5 meters cubed. Imbue, enchant, soul transfer. Maybe I wasn't as far behind Mortimer as I feared. I called a stop, and the others gathered around me, gasping for breath as they rested their hands on their knees. We'd been running for hours, and, frankly, I was impressed at their endurance. I have it. I can give people souls and unlock magic for them. Jandak, come here, I said brusquely. He stepped forward, grinning broadly, and I put a hand on his forehead, as Getha had described happening to him. I felt around in my mind for the switch or activation, then gave up and simply willed some souls across. Transfer souls? Yes. Confirm the amount to transfer. 50% loss of souls as transfer cost. Shit. I'd need to give each of them at least 100 just to give them 5 levels and the associated stat points to boost their physical capabilities. There were 6 of them. I just couldn't afford it. I liked the others well enough, but this would have to be for captains only. For now, at least. Mortimer must have been rolling in souls. It would have cost him hundreds to boost Getha as far as he had. He was richer than I could imagine. I sent 100 souls across, and Jandak's eyes went wide. He began swatting at the air in front of his face.
Have you broken him? Asked Moon with a grin.
I slapped a hand on his arm and sent him 100 as well. The other 4 men backed away with their hands raised as Moon joined Jandak in flailing his hands at nothing. Spend the souls on your levels, I suggested. That will give you stat points to make you stronger. What is this madness? What does any of it mean? Snapped Jandak angrily. Ah, of course, they're illiterate, bloody primitives. I talked them through what the stats were by describing the shapes of numbers and the positions of each stat on my own screens. It came down to drawing in the mud before they got the gist of it. Jandak had started with 8 strength, 7 reflexes, 80 health points, 4 magical strength, 7 focus, and 50 mana. I explained what I wanted him to do, and soon enough he'd spent his 10 stat points and had 10 in strength and reflexes and 110 health points. He grinned as he poked and prodded at his muscles before leaping high into the air with a whoop. You want to choose life as your first affinity. You'll gain heal and enhancement spells, but they'll suck until you get more points in your mental statistics." He nodded and began muttering the word for life to himself. I repeated the process with Moon. He ended up with 10 in strength and reflexes and 100 HP. His magical stats were slightly better than Jandak's for some reason, but still nothing special. Jandak had begun slashing a thin line on the back of his forearm and grinning madly as it healed in seconds each time. "Don't waste your mana. It only comes back slowly." "I'm sorry, blokes," I addressed the rest of the fangs present. "I don't have enough souls for everyone right now." Jandak and Moon each dropped to one knee in front of me and held out their daggers before them. "I vow to serve the Vile Slayer, the Urkendine, the Shikrakin for all my days," they both intoned almost simultaneously. Well, at least now I had acquired dedicated followers. I could feel the bond with the pair in the back of my mind. I could lean on it. I could sense the option to force them to act in my interests. I left it alone. I had no wish to start mind-controlling people just yet. Down that road lay madness. We picked up the pace and ran on once more. Jandak and Munet sprinted ahead, then slowed while the rest of us caught up. They were grinning like schoolboys all the way back to the camp. Chapter 38. I am a wizard now, aren't I? My new soul-bound servants kept smiling all the way back, but by the time Areskit came into sight, they were plastered on and not genuine. I was exhausted, and I was stronger than they were, so God knew how they were aching behind the fake grins. The unenhanced members of our party staggered to a stop as soon as we crossed the lip of a hill and saw the wagons and tents laid out before us. They collapsed onto their arses and gasped for breath. Moon and Jandak tried to tease them, but they were struggling to breathe as well. 2 days had passed. Last night, Moon had announced he'd lost his connection to the blind corpse of Getha we'd sent staggering south behind us. As we stopped to catch our breath and rest, 3 plumes of dust rode out from the mobile town. I narrowed my eyes and grinned fiercely. Krill and Tricolo had been busy. Chariots drawn by pairs of ponies raced across the grass towards us, resolving out of the dust they threw up. They were simple contraptions, a crude, open-backed basket covered in leather attached to a wheelbase and harness for the ponies. They would do the job, though. If Mortimer held off coming north for a couple of months, I'd have squadrons of these things carrying archers equipped with firewall arrows ready to drive him back. The lead vehicle cut sideways as it slowed, and the trailing ponies followed suit. Krill jumped down from the back of the first chariot and glared at us. "How far behind you is the wagon? Why the fuck did you leave it unguarded?" he snapped. "Wagon's gone," gasped Jandak, who still hadn't recovered his breath. "We had a few problems in Gethanel," I offered. "An enemy was there." I caught his gaze and tried to silently communicate that it was Shikrakin's business. He narrowed his beady eyes at me. "I've learned a few things you'll like, though." "I can share the wealth?" "What fucking wealth? 6 good tusks gone? All our trade goods for the season wasted? Where's the joy, Urkendine? Where's the wealth?" I rose and pulled him away from the others. The men who'd accompanied me smirked among themselves once his back was turned, but I caught their expressions from the corner of my eye. "I can give you magic," I whispered once we were a few meters away from the chariots. I felt a bit like Hagrid as I towered over the wizened prune of a man. He leapt into the air and spun to slap me in the face with an outstretched hand. He landed lightly, and once more fixed me with an angry look. "Quit fucking around." "I'm not joking, Krill. Look." My right hand flashed forward too fast for him to react and clamped down on his forehead. He brought both hands up to grab me around my wrist. I sent him 100 souls, 200 from my reserves, and the hand. I am a wizard now, aren't I? Focus and rapid growth, Explain, please? He sounded pleased with himself. At least you picked life as your first affinity. I don't know what focus does. I think it's like mental reflexes, maybe stamina as well. It's not one I've figured out. Magical strength increases the effectiveness of your spells, duration for attacks, and impact for buffs every time it goes up by 10. I've never found much use for rapid growth other than making berries sprout from a half-dead bush. I shrugged at the end and got cuffed around the head. I really needed to establish some boundaries with Krill. He knelt down and put his hand to the ground. A moment later, the grass began to grow. 5 seconds later, the stubby stalks waved over a meter tall, and fat grains lined their crowns. He rose and kicked my shin again. I assumed it was easier for the little bastard to reach. "Forget the bloody tusks, boy. We're going to be rich beyond ivory. I've got the seeds of every herb, spice, and dye sitting waiting in my tent. I've never been able to get most of them to grow so far north before." "Why the fuck haven't you been using this?" he demanded. "It didn't seem that useful. What about your second affinity?" I asked, and jumped backwards to avoid another blow to my shin. "I have chosen the path of wisdom. What do you know about the rest? It's all hidden from me," he replied with a lopsided smile. "Death gives you rot and corrode, then you can reanimate the dead as slaves at higher levels. We've got some rings my competitor kindly donated to us that are enchanted with the spell." His eyes gleamed at this, and not in a way I found reassuring. "The dead should rest," he snapped. "What else?" "Fire, ice, and lightning are all basically the same, but different flavors. You know what fire can do. Space, you know. Time lets you speed up or slow down yourself or an enemy. If you took it, I'd probably have to give you enough souls to get to the point you could enchant stones with haste and slow." I regretted it the instant the words left my mouth. "You just chose time, didn't you?" 2%? 2%? He snarled as he began pacing back and forth. "Range and area come next tier. Aresk's hairy legs. Imagine making a group of warriors faster just as they smash into the enemy. How high do I need to be to enchant?" "Level 20, if it works for you. You're a soul-bound servant, not a Shikrakin." "How do I get souls?" His beady eyes were locked on my face. "You can't. I need to give them to you," I replied. I'd almost said I or one of my competitors needed to give them to him. I wasn't sure if he would be able to accept souls from one of my fellow transmigrated earthlings, but I didn't want to put the idea out there either way. "Well, give me another 200 then," he barked at me, hand outstretched, as the charioteers looked back and forth in confusion. "It costs me twice what you get. That would be 400 souls. I've got it, but I need some to buy some metal to win over Sulk." I backed away, faintly worried he'd latch onto me until I transferred the souls across. Instead, he suddenly sat down cross-legged and looked up at me. "How? That's a lot of souls. You didn't have enough rope to set that many snares," he accused. "As we ran away, I set some fires to buy us time," I began, but he started cackling and rocking back and forth. I closed my mouth and looked at him quizzically. "Burnt the fucking town down, right?" he chortled. These people were savage. "How many dead?" 70-odd, plus a dozen or so undead. My voice was cold, and he caught the faint hint of rage in my tone that I couldn't mask. "Hardly the whole town, then." "Not your fault, boy." He rose and patted me on the shoulder. "Those towns are tinder boxes ready to burn. They build with stone in the far south. And still, fires are regular problems for the shit-sitters." You're right. How much for your fanciest metal bar from the shop?" He once again fixed me with a penetrating glare. I sighed and accessed the shop. Tier 3 had given me iron and crude steel equipment. Tier 4 had given me proper steel, as well as Damascus and Wootz variants, a considerable improvement in effectiveness. Tier 5 was unlocked when I reached level 40, and it contained... What the hell is Adjuntium? Or Oreganish Celt? I muttered. They were both processed ingots, so they should be refined metal, but I'd never heard of them. No idea. How much bronze can you buy? Krill asked sharply. We might want to look at iron instead. Have you ever seen reddish rocks on the plains? An idea had just occurred to me. Sure, they're all over to the northwest, but that's Coprigin land. You don't want to mess with those savage bastards. How much bronze? He repeated like he was speaking to a simple child. Iron has some advantages over bronze. It's not as good at first, not until you figure out how to make steel, but it has one massive advantage. You only have to have one mine to get everything you need, and the ore is 10 times more common than copper or tin. Where does the shit-sitter's bronze come from? I asked Krill. He opened his mouth to snap at me, but then thought better of it. The shit-sitters, he replied with a shrug. Considering he was the most cosmopolitan and well-travelled of the tribe, I shuddered to think what any of the others would have said. Somewhere on this shit heap of a world is a bunch of people, probably slaves, digging up copper ore. And a few thousand miles away is another bunch of saps digging up tin. You bring those two metals together, and you get the bronze that you steal or buy from the settled peoples. But with iron, you just need one hole in the ground and some charcoal. You guys can make charcoal, right? I asked.
Yes, of course. Well, Sulk can at any rate. What's good about iron? Krill asked, catching some of my excitement. It's easier to make, and I can help you jump a bit of the way into steel. It'll be shit steel, but it should match up against bronze, and we can mass-produce the stuff. I was getting giddy at the idea. The South had clearly started experimenting with iron, if Getha's description of Mortimer's escort was accurate. But I could jump ahead of that, and I had all the northern steppe to play around in. Once I had dealt with the locals, of course. Imagine all your warriors wearing coats of metal and wielding long metal blades. We'd take over the plains, then the goddamn world. Eresk's mighty Pekka, boy. All we need is to get that miserable, crippled old bastard on our side. Shit. His voice had fallen towards the end. Sulk will be easy enough, I scoffed. I'll tease him with some of the finished products from the shop. Won't work. He's crippled. He can travel, but he won't. You want to drag all this metal rock down to him so he can pull the iron out? Krill snapped back. We could do. What would make him move with us? I asked. Us? Asked Krill. The Hotrik and their allied families. We ditch Hakubin and his loyalists, go pay Sulk a visit to get him on board, then head north into the Coprigin lands. With chariots throwing out firewall stones, I think they'll figure out fairly quickly to leave us alone. Krill stroked his chin thoughtfully. He began pacing back and forth between me and the chariots. They were simple things, and I could already see easy ways to improve them. How are the ponies taking to the harness? I asked a driver, giving Krill time to scheme. They don't like it, Lord. They're getting used to it, though. Have to pair them up right, see? If they don't like the other horse, they work against each other. I'd love to go for a ride on one, once the dreamer is finished with his thoughts. I really did want to go zooming across the grasslands on a chariot. The horses were too small for me to ride comfortably, and the absence of a proper saddle and stirrups would make it almost impossible for me, unlike the much shorter warriors. I can make this work. You might need to throw some magic at the Hotrik Patriarch. No, waste of souls. If he won't commit, we'll still take a chunk of his warriors and women with us. Fayala has become very popular with the women folk. That wand you gave her saved a newborn and the mother. Probably a lot of the Herm will join us. A few of the Jet? Nah, fuck them, Haku lapdogs. We can do this, I think. Krill grinned up at me.
We'll need to test the other chariots and train some more horses first, though. How many have you made? I asked. I'd assumed the 3 I'd seen were all they'd produced in the week and a bit we'd been away. Another dozen, and 4 more that are nearly finished. The limiting factor is the wood, but after the first worked so well, Hatrakan has been sending out more gathering parties. Just wait till I teach you about the stirrup, I grinned. The little horsemen would love that. It would let them fight properly from horseback with lances or bows. I'd probably need to introduce a proper saddle and see how long it would take to breed a properly sized horse, but then I might be able to ride as well. In the meantime, I was stuck as a pedestrian. My future was looking busy. The rage from my inadvertent massacre had settled somewhat, but still burned in the background of my mind. I was a long way behind the only rival I had any information on, stranded among Stone Age savages who didn't even bake proper bread or brew beer. Despite my recent losses, things were looking up. With a mounted horde at my back, armed with iron-tipped arrows, I could even the score nicely. "What the fuck is a stirrup?" Krill barked back. Chapter 39. Coward's words. Mune, Jandak, Krill, and I walked back to the camp while the rest of our group slumped on the back of the chariots for the final leg of the journey home. I got the feeling I would have to buy a saddle and stirrup set from the shop in order to explain the concept properly, but all of them were deeply intrigued by the idea. "So you can land a solid blow with a spear and shoot arrows while retaining control of the horse?" Mune said in wonder. "That would change everything." "You need more souls. The winter call starts soon, and I'll arrange it so that you'll take over from my herd. But I'm going to bully Hatrakan into letting you deal with his family's yearlings as well," Krill muttered as he walked alongside us. "We will be disgraced," complained Jandak. "A laughingstock. We lost the richest bounty of ivory we've had for generations." "Nonsense. I've already figured out a way to replace our losses." "Never underestimate a dreamer," cackled Krill happily. Jandak gave him the side-eye, but chose not to bother arguing. His mood didn't change, and he continued to trudge along with an aura of gloom hanging over him. "You'll see Haylin soon, bloke. Chin up," I said. "I'll see her as the man who lost the greatest wealth the tribes have—" "Never mind. You should be more worried about Fayala than my betrothed," he replied. "I don't know what to think about Fayala," I muttered. "You like her, yes? Tall, pretty, clever? She's perfect for an overgrown lump like you," Krill snapped. "In my country, we don't arrange things this way," I grumbled. I was looking forward to seeing those hazel eyes again, but judging from Jandak's mood, it might not be a happy reunion. I sure as hell didn't want to marry a woman I'd barely spoken to. "How does it work where you're from?" chimed in Mune, with genuine interest. "We'd go out for meals, hang out, talk. I don't know how to explain it, but it didn't involve a drop of blood on a strip of cloth.
It also didn't involve it being arranged by sneaky old men." "I'm not old," Krill complained. "Well, I'm not that old," he added as every eye narrowed in his direction. "It's a good match, Mond. We didn't force her to give you the blood bond. That was her choice. You'll complete the cull while we get a few more chariots finished. Then you can get married and we'll head towards the Jaggernon camp and have a word or two with Sulk." "I don't even know if she really likes me," I said softly and got a clip around the head from Krill. "We're talking about the future of the tribe. Stop thinking about where you'll plant your spear. And yes, she likes you, whatever that's supposed to mean. If the story of you killing the Ervile has gotten about, you'll have every maiden in the camp throwing herself at your feet." I rubbed my head and glared at Krill, who smirked back at me. "How will you fix the loss of the tusks?" asked Jandak suspiciously. "By growing plants," Krill chuckled, and Jandak's face fell. "We aren't farmers like the shit-sitters. That will not salvage my honor," he complained.
I've got magic to make plants grow fast. So does Mond, that he chose to keep to himself for some stupid bloody reason, Krill replied with a twinkle in his eyes.
So what? It's farming. Why don't we start selling the magic stones? If we get enough levels to start enchanting—
His face fell as I shook my head firmly. We don't want that kind of thing getting out into the wild. Enemies will buy them up and use them against us. Best we keep that to ourselves, I said definitively.
Fine. What bloody plants? Jandak turned his ire back onto Krill, who plainly didn't care. He was bouncing along happily.
Rubia dye, dream spice, ched. I've got some hellas weed as well somewhere. That will sell for 12 ons per plant.
Krill seemed to be planning to go into the drug-dealing business. Dyes and ched were fine, but— What's hellas weed? I demanded.
Makes you happy and sleepy.
Hungry, too.
Very popular among the nobles and their retinues, he replied with a shrug.
We don't want folks getting high. We need our people sharp.
I enjoyed alcohol, but had always refused any other form of recreational drugs on a general principle. Pah! We sell it to Hockabin's people then. Don't get your loincloth wedged in your crack. The conversation stopped as we passed through the palisade and into the town proper. The chariots had unloaded their passengers, who were waiting for us patiently. The charioteers put their ponies back in the paddock and then pulled the contraptions by hand to move them into the Hottrick and Herm section of the camp. Krill dragged us all along to his tent, then sent the warriors, bar Jandak and Moon, to fetch Trickolo and the heads of the Hottrick and Herm families. We settled down as he began boiling water for ched.
Just back me up when they get here. Trickolo and I have been working on them while you've been gone, but we'll probably need to do a little demonstration when they get here. If I tap my shoulder, you should show them Aresk's mark, okay, boy? He glowered at me, and I nodded slowly. Perhaps it was finally time to get some use out of the damn thing. A few minutes later, Trickolo joined us with Koss in tow. I exchanged forearm clasps with both of them.
We need to ride south in force and reclaim the ivory, said Trickolo as soon as he had sat down.
We could take the chariots and some riders to demand the return of the cart.
Did the aurochs die in the fire? Krill asked me. I shook my head. I didn't get a notification for them, I said thoughtfully. If that section of town had survived, it was possible we could launch a raid to reclaim our lost property. If we take spare horses, we could set off in the morning and be back there tomorrow evening, Trickolo pointed out.
Krill, you're too cheerful not to have already figured out another angle, but it's a matter of family pride. Hottrikan and Hermatus will both demand it.
I'm ready to head back right now. Mune and I can outrun the horses, Jandak declared with a broad grin.
Don't be a fool. You're only a little better off than the rest of the Fangs. No, you should ride out in force. 12 of the new chariots and 30 riders would scare the shit-sitters into letting us reclaim our tusks. They won't know what to make of you. Mond, make me some rapid growth stones today to use up your mana. By the time you return triumphant, I'll have enough dream spice and ched to pad that wealth into something we can trade at the festival, Krill ordered. It's not ideal, but we'll end up as the wealthiest faction there. You lost the ivory? Demanded a basso voice from the tent flap. A temporary setback, Hatrikan, said Krill quickly, rising to his feet and nodding as the squat man entered in his dull red tunic. Up close, his face was almost identical to Trickolo's, deep-set eyes and a broad forehead. His hair was grayer and had receded slightly, but the resemblance was remarkable. This must be the effect of a small gene pool. Everyone looks like everyone else. Ched, Hatrikan? Krill offered, adding the ground leaves into his pot. The patriarch grunted and sat down. Where is my uncle? He demanded of Jandak. My friend pulled out the bronze talisman, still pierced through by an iron-headed crossbow bolt, and passed it over to Hatrikan. The point was bloody, as was the back of the chit. "We must punish them for this. Losing a warrior or being chased out is not a blood debt, but this spits on the trade truce. We need to regain our face. Jandak, you will lead a raid. Burn their fields, kill their animals, and if they won't return the goods, with a little extra by way of apology, burn their town." The old man was fuming, his face bright red with spittle flying as he snapped his words out. "Patriarch, I will not lead it." Jandak bowed his head low. "What is this disrespect? You'll do as your lord commands, bastard," Hatrakan barked.
"I hope I'm not interrupting. Khan, are you aware your voice carries rather well?" said another man, ducking into the tent, followed by Cause. "Atas! These bloody fools have lost the ivory and our honor. They ran from the town," Khan said more quietly. "So I've been told. Old friend, are you aware of why they fled?" Atas asked gently. "What does it matter? They must return and take revenge, or I will not sanction the marriages. Jandak can keep his pecker in his shorts another year, and this one," he shot me a venomous glare, "can forget about my daughter and his adoption into the family." "The dead, cousin. The dead walked and fought. If not for your future son-in-law, that plague might have made its way here. Worse yet, the shit-sitters could have marched on us during the winter with unliving soldiers." Hermatas had a smooth voice, intelligent and calm. He was slightly shorter and younger than Hatrakan, and wore a bright yellow tunic instead of a dull red one. "Aurochs shit! Eresk's stinking feet! Atas, are you mad?" Khan demanded. Atas smiled and lowered himself to sit, accepting a cup of ched as Krill passed it to him. "I'm told they can prove it, as well as a number of other things I'm intrigued to see." Atas fixed me with a flat stare. He didn't seem to doubt me, but I got the feeling he wasn't expecting much. I noticed Krill tap his own shoulder in the corner of my vision and began unwinding the cloth on my left arm to reveal the golden mark. "God-touched," hissed Khan. "As I suspected." "And the other tricks I've heard your warriors muttering about?" asked Atas. "They aren't my—" I began, but Jandak cut me off. "We are. Uncle, that's why I won't lead the raid. I will ride beside Mond to pay them back, though," Jandak explained to Khan. "A force of chariots and cavalry, armed with our new weapons, is all we need," Triccolo added. I wasn't sure. If Mortimer had the same kind of connection to his soulbound as I did, I expected he would already know that Getha was dead. He might have sent forces to investigate, or even gone himself if he were nearby. "Fast movement would be best. Everyone should be mounted or riding a chariot," I jumped in. "If my enemy has returned, we'll need to retreat. I'm not strong enough to face him yet." "Coward's words," sneered Khan. "Brother, he is God-marked. Have a care in case Eresk takes offense on Mon's behalf. He killed an Ervile single-handed. Of all of them, he could have fled the fastest. He'd have escaped for certain. He did not. He is a vile slayer, not a coward." Triccolo rebuked his brother. A flush of warmth spread across my cheeks at the praise. Was that how they saw me? Those who had been there that day thought I was some kind of hero. I chuckled internally at just how wrong they were. Ha! What a terrible enemy this must be, to scare the vile slayer. Khan fixed me with a look. "He's Shikrikin, like me." I summoned a ball of fire in front of me and waited for it to fade. As soon as it appeared, Khan leapt back and pulled his dagger. Koz locked his hands on the older man's wrist from behind and held him in place. "You as well, son," he snapped over his shoulder, but he relaxed and shrugged off the younger man's grip. "Me as well, father," Koz said apologetically.
You foment rebellion in my family, Khan said dryly. But your training is widely appreciated by our warriors. The other families sneer, but none dare to challenge our men now. You can summon fire and have the mark. What are we to you? I glanced at Jandak and the other fangs, then at Krill and Tricolo, while I considered my response. His eyes never left my face. I doubted he had the uncanny truth sense Krill seemed to possess, but I had no wish to lie to him. These were forthright people, simple relative to the folks back home, and I had come to appreciate that characteristic in them.
My first encounter with your tribe, I killed 5 of your young warriors. The last of them asked me to tell his father he died well. I had no special intention of doing so, but when Hakobin found my camp in the steppe, I took the opportunity to discharge that request. Then I was captured, tormented, and strung up to die. Krill took me under his wing, and I have become friends with some of your people. It felt strange to say, but Krill, Trikilo, and the Fangs all felt like what I thought friends ought to be. My enemy has made himself king of Urkash and begun conquering the surrounding lands. His power has spread to Gethanal and the other villages that line the steppe. I paused for breath and to consider my next words before continuing. You and your people are a blessing to me. You're strong and brave, fierce and honorable. I know a lot of things that can help you, and I can give you magic to make you stronger. Jandak, can you demonstrate, please? My big friend grinned and rose to his feet. He drew his flint dagger and sliced a long, thin line down his arm. A trickle of red dripped down from the cut. He moved close to Khan and Atas, then used his own heal spell. He wiped his arm across his tunic and presented the smooth and unblemished skin to the patriarchs. Healing magic? What about the madness? Demanded Atas with a sharp look. I don't think it was madness. Maybe it was, I'm not very strong yet, but I think the previous Shikrikin were thought to be mad because of the wars and devastation they must have left in their wake, I suggested. We're sent here to kill each other until only one of us is left. The people of this world got caught up in those wars and assumed they happened because my predecessors were mad. I had been ruminating on the subject and had meant to discuss my ideas with Krill before sharing them, but now seemed as good a time as any. Khan and Atas switched their glares to Krill, who shrugged. It is possible. Mond has shown no signs of being affected by his powers. Let me show you a little something. He scrambled over to his shelves and pulled a leather pouch down from the highest one. He scattered a handful of seeds that he pulled from the leather pouch at his feet, and then knelt down to put a finger on the floor. Wiry, gray-green shoots boiled up, some of them winding up his arm as they climbed towards the roof of the tent, while others twisted into thick knots, winding around themselves as they grew. After a few seconds, they were waist-high, and Krill had to struggle to free his arm, dragging up a patch of the impossible greenery as he rose to his feet. Dream spice. Krill dragged his hand up the vines and showed the leaves and seeds to the older men. With this alone, we're rich, but I have other seeds from valuable plants. Between myself, Mond, and eventually the others, we'll be able to churn out the most valuable dyes and herbs in vast quantities. He finished with a signature cackle. Koss, the other fangs have already received magic. I saved enough souls for you as well. My captains should be the strongest, I said, offering him my hand. Koss grinned and grabbed my wrist. There was a brief pressure from Arisk's aura, sealing us all together. Khan and Atas smiled broadly at this sign from a god. I guessed the mark was good for something after all. I passed Koss the souls and sat back down to laboriously explain the English status screens my illiterate follower had gained access to.
Krill snickered along as Koss stumbled through the process. After a further round of questioning, and Koss being forced to display his new magic by healing himself, the meeting wound down with a bottle of fermented mare's milk.
Khan and Atas had both largely gotten over their doubts about me, and on the condition that we retrieved the tusks, or burned the town down in retribution for Hatrikandos's murder while under truce, Krill and Trikilo's plans would be fully embraced by the heads of the families. My new patrons were nothing if not ambitious. The training in close-quarters fighting would be stepped up to include all the warriors of both families and intensified. Chariot construction was also to be boosted, with the aim of having 30 vehicles complete by the end of the cull. The cull was due to begin in 4 days, to coincide with the new moon, so we didn't have a lot of time to get to Gethanel and back. But Jandak seemed confident it would be possible. Once again, Krill schemed to force me to serve as the primary killer of the animals. The herds had to be culled at the start of winter, much like the harvest festivals back on Earth would have involved slaughtering animals in the pre-industrial age. The religious nature of the mass slaughter was just a product of the primitive times. The beasts needed fodder and protection from the elements during the winter, both of which were in short supply among the Ereskine, meaning only limited numbers could be preserved. One of the primary reasons for sending out the traders before the cull was to acquire salt to help preserve the glut of meat for at least part of the colder months. Our failure at Gethanel posed a serious problem for the families. Milk was something the tribes had in abundance, and I'd explained the concepts of potting meat using clarified butter. Khan and Atas were both intrigued by the idea, but they became confused when I started explaining about bacteria and fungi. They took me at my word that fired clay pots filled with cooked meat, then sealed with clarified butter, would make the meat last for weeks, if not months, at ambient temperatures, and planned to begin trials with the first culled animals. Eventually the meeting broke up, and I was directed to the next tent along the row. In my absence, Krill had arranged for me to have my own yurt, and I was grateful for the privacy. As the tent flap fell down behind me, I took in the space. It was smaller than Krill's, but followed a similar pattern. A smoke hole in the roof still let in some light, and a crude wooden platform was covered in furs to one side. Mattresses went to the top of my list of technology I'd try to help the tribe invent as I looked at the pile of animal skins. Across the central fire from my bed lay a small chest, one of Krill's, I was sure. I opened it up, and a few belongings had been put inside it. In addition, it contained a leather pouch that I discovered held ched, a few pots and bowls, as well as wooden spoons for eating. My shorts, the ones I'd bought from the shop all those months ago, were clean and folded neatly inside as well. The bronze spear was propped in a corner, and Jatan's armor had been laid out on the ground to one side. I unwound my loincloth and donned the shorts with a sigh, letting the tunic hang down over the top of them. A cough from the flap startled me. "My lord, I've brought you some food." Phyla stooped to enter my tent, and I became intensely aware I'd been flashing my arse about only seconds ago. "Don't call me that." "Thanks, Phyla. Will you join me?" I asked, taking the bowl from her. "You have my bond?" she replied questioningly, as she produced another bowl from behind her back and went to sit on the edge of my bed. "Your bond?" I sat down by the pre-laid fire, and with a thought, it flared to life, the dry wood catching immediately. "The cloth with my promise." She narrowed her eyes at me. "Ah, yes, I do." I put down the bowl and tugged at the bracelet of cloth. "It got a bit messy while we were away," I apologized as I passed it back to her. She held it up in the firelight and smiled savagely as she noted it was entirely red now. Blood from the fighting in Gethanel and my interrogation of Getha had painted over the small spot she had marked the token with. "You didn't take very good care of it."
Her face suddenly became stern. I had to fight. I didn't mean— I tried to explain, but a tinkling laugh rang out as she creased up. You truly don't know our ways. This is fine, Vile Slayer. I'd have been disappointed if you'd fled without at least adding to my blood, she chuckled. Such a strange woman. I'm not sure how this works. In my culture, we normally go out for a meal or a drink before before whatever this is, I stuttered. Whatever this is? She arched an eyebrow at me. You accepted my bond. I'm far past the age I should have been wed, thanks to being pledged to Hakuben since he was small. Do you know what that's like? All your friends and sisters are getting married and becoming mothers, while you're left to wait for a spoiled brat to grow hair on his balls? I think I'll be a lot happier with you than that little shit. Aren't you bothered I'm so old? She was 21 if she was a day. You're hardly old, and I won't force you to do anything you don't want. I was a killer back home, but I was always polite to women. Most of my relationships had been transactional in nature since my marriage fell apart, and my job became my life. I'd still maintained decent manners with the ladies of negotiable affection I'd hired, though. Won't you now? What if I want you to force me? She emitted a throaty chuckle, then laughed uproariously as my entire head went red. Don't worry, Erkendine. I hope you'll be happy with me. As your betrothed, I came to ask for a favor. I'm sure I'll be happy, I managed to grunt. You have discovered how to give your followers magic. I want it as well. As your wife, it would only be right, she said with a grin. I smiled back as the expression reached her eyes, and they danced in the flickering light of the fire.
I'm a bit short on souls at the moment, I began, but she waved a hand to silence me. My dowry will make you wealthy. My father hasn't broached the subject with you. Who's your dad again? I asked, struggling to keep up with how she jumped from topic to topic. Hatrikan. Khan is your old man? So Kos will be my brother-in-law, I wondered aloud, half to myself. He's hardly old, and yes, Kossi will give me away as well as welcome you as his brother. You don't need to give me magic before we are wed, but I would like to see the world as you do if we are to journey through life together. How did you know I'd given magic to the captains? Is it widely known? I was worried. Kos is my little brother. He doesn't keep secrets from his older sister, she replied archly. Kos was younger than this woman? I'd have sworn he was half again her age. The men in the tribe seemed to age fast up to a point, and then just gray slightly, it seemed. Weird genetics, maybe? But it isn't widely known, I insisted urgently. No, only to myself, outside of those in your secret meeting. Father really should learn to keep his voice down, though. I could hear everything he said from here. My ability to give people souls lets me control them as well if I want, I confessed. I haven't used it, and I won't. But I can feel that it's there. Those hazel eyes narrowed once again. Her aquiline face took on a predatory look for a moment before she gave me a radiant smile. I thank you for your honesty. I do not mind. Will you agree? She said. I nodded slowly. I needed to get more souls, and quickly. Thank you. May I call you Mond, like the warriors? She asked. I prefer Ray. She rose to her feet and stepped towards me. I stood up and towered over her as she drew close in the smoky confines of the yurt. She reached out with a delicate, milk-white hand, and taking my now empty bowl from unresisting fingers, she placed it on top of her own in her left hand. Her free hand then reached up to cup my cheek, and she leaned forward. My face dipped down, and our lips met for a lingering moment. Seeing as we're to marry, I wondered aloud as my hands began to get ideas of their own, The alcohol I'd drunk earlier and her proximity overcame my uncertainty. The hand on my cheek pulled back and slapped me lightly. "Thank you, Ray." She smiled up at me, and all my cynicism melted away for a second before slamming back into place. If she were to be my wife, a possibility I now found extremely appealing, I'd have to make sure she was protected from my enemies, those from Earth and here in the camp. She turned gracefully and left without another word, leaving me in turmoil. I stretched out on my furs, and my thoughts went back to the brief glimpse I'd seen from the tent flap when she woke up after the vile cat attack.
Chapter 40.
It speaks well of your character. "She'll be safe?" I insisted the next morning. Krill seemed exasperated with me. We were meant to be discussing the concept of stirrups. He had a basic grasp of the idea, but without an example, and speaking to the smith, all it meant to him was frustration. My crude drawings of a proper saddle and stirrup setup made clear how useful they'd be, and he was getting increasingly annoyed at my inability to focus on what he considered to be important. "Of course she will, boy. She's Khan's bloody daughter, you dolt. Just because you're going to hump her doesn't mean she's immediately going to get killed. Hakubin would be broken on a wheel by his own troops if he even tried." There are plenty of more subtle ways. Poison, a contrived accident, paying someone to do the deed. I can think of half a dozen ways to kill you right here and get away with it, I snapped back. "I trust you won't follow through on that," he cackled. "Boy, it speaks well of your character that you're so worried about her safety. You think we're primitive and savage. No, don't interrupt." I'd opened my mouth to deny it. "I can tell your original people shared more with the shit-sitters than they do with us. But women are sacred. Even if Hakubin chose to make war on us, the women would be spared." Why the hell was I so worried? It didn't feel natural. She was beautiful and bright, but where was my cool distance? My comfortable dissociation had vanished for some reason. "To be fucking trophies," I barked back. "Indeed, but not dead. She is safe here, and when we split the herd, it will be only us, and she will be truly safe. As much as any of us are." His cackle didn't reassure me, but I could see his point. What the hell had come over me? She was beautiful in a way, but I had spent years with nothing more than casual relationships. How deep into my head was the Godmark reaching? Was Eresk trying to ensure he got his war and his nomad hordes riding south to raise the townsfolk by forcing me to love a specific woman? "Fine," I ground out between clenched teeth. I wasn't a bloody teenager, and I needed to get a grip on myself. "You'll lead the raid with the Fangs as your seconds. Now get your head out of fuck dreams and go do what needs doing. If we can't get the ivory back, then burn the place down and gather the souls." His words were harsh. They were honorable people, but comments like that only reinforced my perception of them as savages. "I'll do what I can," I replied, praying we could resolve this by burning some fields and reclaiming our loot. Targeted murder was fine, as long as the victim deserved it. Indiscriminate slaughter was not. It was somewhat refreshing to find myself to be the least psychopathic person in a conversation. "Good lad. Now bugger off," Krill said. "I've got enough mana to grow some more Rubio leaf, and that stuff is valuable." As he turned, I put a hand on his shoulder and held him in place. I offered him 6 stones with the other hand. "One cast of rapid growth on each," I said as I handed them over. Another bout of cackling ensued as he pushed me out of his tent. "Let's go, brother," said Koss from where he'd been waiting. How much had he overheard? Would he be offended by my attitude towards keeping Fiala safe? A silence that felt uncomfortable to me, but didn't seem to trouble Koss, settled over us as we moved towards the palisade. We found a dozen chariots hitched up with a pair of spare ponies tied to the back of each of them. 30 riders were walking their horses back and forth just outside the barrier. Jandak waved as he spotted us. "Time to ride to war!" he called happily. "Did you leave something in Gethanel? An old man, perhaps?" said one of the guards snidely.
Jandak strode over and punched him so hard in the gut that he folded the man in two, despite the padding and leather armor.
"Hatrikandos was an elder under the trader's truce," he snarled, as the other man gasped for breath. "You might want to remember your manners, Jet." Without another word to the man, he strode over and jumped into a chariot. "Let's go!" he called happily, all anger forgotten, as his driver cracked his reins and the vehicle rolled out onto the steps. Koss and I rushed over to the last pair of chariots and leapt on just as they started moving. The riders formed up on our flanks, and we rattled across the plains. The wind was fresh, and the ride was exhilarating. Periodically, one of my captains would leap down from the cantering chariots and run alongside for a few minutes, laughing as the riders stared on in shock at them easily keeping pace. We changed horses after a few hours and went slowly for a while as the new ponies warmed up and the previous pair got their breath back. It took us most of the day, but as the sun was setting, we found ourselves looking down on Gethanel from a low rise to the north of the settlement. Smoke still rose from part of it. Perhaps 24 houses had burned down around the Lord's Hall atop the slight rise at the center of the town. They must pack them in their homes like sardines. We stopped briefly to tie up our spare mounts in a small copse of trees nearby. "Form on me!" I yelled as I tapped Hermitless, my driver, on the shoulder and pointed towards the gate to the town. The other chariots fell back slightly. "Jandak, take a squadron and half the riders across the river." He waved, and 3 chariots peeled off, followed by perhaps a dozen riders. They sped up and headed for the shallow ford to the west of the town. As we clattered to a halt at what I deemed to be about the best range a crossbow could manage, I leapt down and strode forward. The riders spread out on either side of me, but, as instructed, they didn't go any closer to the walls. I wasn't planning on losing any troops today, whatever was waiting for us inside. "You broke the trader's truce, and we've come to recover our losses," I called out. Shapes moved behind the gates, shadowy glimpses that I caught through the gaps in the wood. "Return our goods and repay us for the insult." For once, Krill had remembered to coach me on the correct etiquette for the situation. We were here to fuck shit up and take names, not play nicely. My code was becoming an itchy memory, as the realization that none of the people in this world could really meet my definition of innocent, bar some of the children, settled into my bones. "Fuck off, savages! The walls are closed! If you come closer, we'll shoot you!" called a voice that failed to hide the terror he was feeling. "Open the gates, or we'll open them for you," I answered, slipping a smooth stone from a pouch at my belt and hefting the weight in my right hand. "I'd like to see you try," came back from behind the gate. Jandak and his group were over the river now. I waited in silence as they spread out into the fields and started throwing firewall stones out around them. Dumb. They'd need to cross somewhere else as the conflagration spread behind them. I made a note to remind him to drive deep into enemy territory and then burn it as he retreated, rather than setting fire to his own escape route on his way in. Newbie mistake, Jandak. "Your fields will burn. Look to the south. Return what was stolen and send out 50 slaves, or we'll burn your shit heap to the ground." I didn't get a response this time, so I waited a minute for them to realize their fields were indeed burning. I was contemplating tossing the rock in my hand at the gates and just burning them out, when there was movement. One of the gates swung outwards, and a single person walked out. "You don't have any dead marching with you," a boy's voice called. The shape looked too tall to be a boy to me. "No, we don't practice that kind of dark magic," I answered loudly.
My brother did. You're the one who killed him?
The figure kept walking closer. Yes. I could speak normally now. Your goods are unharmed. We'll pull them out for you. What will you do with our people if we offer them? He was in his late teens, with smooth skin and a hairless face. That is not your concern, but they will not be mistreated. They'll have to work, but they'll be fed and kept warm, I answered.
Why? Because they're valuable?
He asked in his piping voice. Because we aren't monsters. You broke the truce.
None still live who broke it, and the unliving all collapsed a few days ago. We're no threat to you. We wish for peace with the nomads. Please take your goods and leave my people in peace. We will fight if we must.
The kid had balls, walking out here all on his own. I felt a grudging respect for him, but the tribe's rules were clear. 50 workers. I swear they will not be harmed, and in 5 years, they'll be returned with some goods and wealth. Do you have any smiths in town? I was breaking tradition here, but fuck slavery. I'd rather have volunteer miners when the time came, but the tribes knew bugger all about digging up rocks. Hopefully, these townsfolk would have more experience at grubbing into the soil. I needed them.
We have 3 smiths, he replied reluctantly.
Who is the best? I demanded excitedly.
At what? Old Hipule is the most experienced. Gathrid was his apprentice, and Clip is a recent arrival from Jurgath to the south.
I'll take Clip. Bring his equipment as well. As an outsider to Gethane, hopefully, it would be an easier pill to swallow. As seemingly agreeable as this young man was, I appreciated it was a fragile peace at best. Slaughtering the town might be good for souls, but I wasn't a monster yet.
Very well. Smiths are sacred to us.
If he's mistreated, we will rebel. The boy's voice had gone cold.
Myself and 49 others will join you. Perhaps your friends would like to stop burning our fields and killing our animals.
Send a rider to pull them back, I said to one side. A mounted warrior shot off to ford the river away from the fires. The slaves must be hard workers, experienced at digging and preferably craftsmen of some sort. Where are our goods?
What do I call you, barbarian?
The boy demanded. I am Mond.
You're like him, aren't you? The king of Urkash?
Smart little bastard. Kind of.
He'll come back soon. He promised he would sense any betrayal and return. I'm going to bring my family and some hard workers with us.
Us? Already?
I saw what the power did to Getha. I want none of that. Will you give us an hour to say goodbye? Will you betray us if we leave the gate open? Can I trust the truce is back in place?
Sure, kid. What's your name? I asked.
My name is Tennille, Lord Barbarian. What goods are we permitted to bring?
At this point, I was out of my depth and called over Mune to negotiate the details. It was agreed that they'd bring some animals and 3 wagons with food and goods. No weapons were allowed, but I chimed in and insisted that the crossbows and any iron weapons be handed over. Tennille was reluctant, but as he was preparing to argue back, Jandak rejoined us, soot-covered and grinning like the pyromaniac I suspected he was. The sight of him shut the boy up. An hour later, our wagon of goods rolled out of the town, followed by 3 more wagons that were much more lightly built. Mune leapt up and inspected our trade wagon, leaping gracefully to the high platform with ease. A dozen women were part of the slaves, wives, I supposed, and the rest were strong young men. The women are off limits, I growled to my troops. The Ereskine might have a lot of respect for their own women, but I doubted it extended to shit-sitter slaves. I was pleasantly surprised. They gave me shocked looks. None of us would hear the end of it from our wives. If we were on a great raid, lasting through the seasons, they would look away, but if any of us got frisky, We'll get our eyes gouged out when we get home, chuckled Jandak as he explained the disgusted looks my order had received. Will this satisfy Khan and Atas? I asked as we set off at a more sedate pace back towards Areskit. Oh yes, there's no cause for vendetta with the ones left behind either. I found that unlikely, but maybe this kind of honor-based exchange of people and goods was more normal here than I could ever remember being mentioned back home in the history books. We rode through the night, cycling the horses and aurochs on the wagons. We let the slaves take shifts riding on the wagons to rest as we went. It was noon when we saw Areskit again, and the king's forces were arrayed outside the gate to greet us. Perhaps 100 riders and 3 times that many infantry moved forward in a ragged and ungainly formation. The cavalry kept to the wings in 2 large groups as they advanced on us, while the loose formation of warriors in the center formed a rough line and stopped 100 feet from where we waited. Hakubin rode a pony in the center of the infantry, with half a dozen mounted guards to either side of him. Just one time I'd like to get back to base without having to fight or kill someone. One time wasn't too much to ask for, surely. What now? I asked Jandak quietly. He shrugged from the next chariot along. Want to see how good the chariots and magic stones work? It was fun burning those fields. He gave me a toothy grin. We shouldn't waste our strength. No need for a civil war if we can part on friendly terms after the cull. Why's he out here like this? I reckon he wants a tithe, but he can go fuck his horse. This was an honor raid, and no business of his. He's probably just trying to play the big man like usual. We should talk to him. It seemed the wisest choice. Where the hell were Krill and the others we'd left behind yesterday? Where was Fiala?
Chapter 41. Still thinking with the wrong spear.
Hakubin rode forward with his mounted escort and stopped halfway between our warbands. While he had the numbers, I wasn't worried about it coming to an actual fight. We still had plenty of firewall stones on our cavalry to deal with the infantry. The only issue would be having to defend the prisoners. I'd taken to thinking of them as prisoners because slaves felt utterly wrong and alien to me. It had surprised me that during the march they had been reasonably content, exchanging food and even a few jokes with their guards. Well, let's go see what the man wants. Captains, with me. The rest of you, if there's any betrayal, use the stones, I called out, loud enough to travel among my fighters, but not loud enough to be understood by Hakubin's group. 4 chariots rumbled forward as the drivers cracked the reins and tapped the ponies with their goads. Leaving behind the rest of my forces left me feeling vulnerable and paranoid. I had been playing sergeant rather than captain on the raid, an NCO barking orders at privates. I supposed I was now facing the equivalent of a commissioned officer, one of aristocratic blood, like in pre-modern wars. Sometimes they were heroes like Marlborough and Wellington. Sometimes they weren't worth more than the bullet it took to frag them. We pulled up a dozen feet from the king, our chariots forming a line perpendicular to his warriors. This would allow us to move off quickly if we had to, and I silently thanked whoever had trained the drivers. The king maintained a stoic expression, but his warriors shifted nervously at the neat maneuver. Normally, the rider had the advantage of speed and weight. While they could likely still outpace us, mass was very definitely on our side. I see you've had a successful raid. It wasn't sanctioned, so I require a tithe of the loot, Hakubin began, without preamble and in a stern voice. King, this was an honor raid.
No blessing was needed, and no tithe can be demanded, said Jandak angrily. The murder of Hatrikondos under trade truce had to be avenged.
Nonetheless, I should have been informed. I would, of course, have granted you my blessing. You saw us ride out. If you'd had any objection, you could have sent a rider. That you didn't is a tacit blessing. Mune jumped in, interrupting the king. Speak out of turn again, Herm, and I will have you tied to a wagon for 3 nights, Hakubin exploded. I stepped between the king and my friend. I am owed a tithe due to your making war without my permission. If the Southerners band together and seek retribution, it is all of our people who'll suffer. The truce is restored. There won't be any retribution, I offered. What would happen should Mortimer come back, I couldn't predict, but until then, what I said was true. Hakubin ignored me and spoke to Jandak. Jandak, you know damn well that the king of Urkash has claimed all the nearby towns. We aren't dealing with petty, disunited townships anymore, but satraps of a powerful lord. I supposed the rest of the traders had come back with tales from other towns falling under my enemy's control. And you just raided one of his possessions. You fucking idiots have placed our people and my rule in grave danger. So you will pay the tithe. Mune, go and fetch 2 fine iron swords for the lord, I said. Mune glanced at me, as if to ask why it had to be him, and I shot him a glare. He glared right back, but he did as I requested. He jumped from his chariot and loped rapidly back to the prisoners' wagons. Brief words were exchanged, and he was passed 2 long objects wrapped in cloth, and then sprinted back to us. Give them to him, I ordered Mune, who strode forward and passed the objects to one of the king's guards. The man unwrapped one and gasped. He drew a bronze dagger and tapped it against the gray metal, then nodded to Hakubin with a smile. Please take them as an apology for any trouble we have caused, and to help strengthen the tribe should violence result from our actions. This is acceptable, Jandak. The prick was still pretending I didn't exist. However, I will need to discuss the cull with Hatrakan. Your family may need to make a greater offering to the collective supplies than usual. Jandak looked like he was going to spit feathers, but he kept quiet and merely nodded. You recovered your goods and avenged your honor? He asked in a much more reasonable tone. We did, Lord, Jandak ground out through clenched teeth. Hakubin smiled broadly at him. Excellent. It's a shame you won't be able to trade the ivory this year. I'm afraid that, as your family lost a chit, I may not be able to promise you a trade wagon of your own next year. It wouldn't look right to the other families. I expect whoever does get the chits will be happy to carry your goods, for a suitable cut of the profit. Hakubin's smile was all teeth at this point, and it was more predatory than friendly by a large margin. I clenched my fists. Hopefully the fangs would keep their cool and not react. Mune had been about to step back onto his chariot as he heard the last words, and he snarled, pulling his dagger. I was on him in a flash, faster than a normal man could hope to move, and fast enough that even with the speed and strength from his levels, I caught his wrist before the blade became visible over the rim of the chariot. Don't, I hissed. Hakubin had noticed me when I moved. His pony shifted backwards slightly as the reins and Hakubin's weight commanded it to retreat, but he caught himself, and the beast stopped still. It won't matter. After the cull, it won't matter at all, I whispered as quietly as I could. Mune relaxed slightly and slipped his dagger back into its sheath. Such an unruly slave you have, Jandak, Hakubin said as he wheeled his pony and his party followed behind him. The guards began barking orders as soon as they returned to their lines, and the infantry and cavalry facing off against us turned into a disorganized maneuver and filtered back towards the main camp. Forget about it. Half our swords don't matter. None of you are trained to use proper swords, and we won't be fighting with swords much if we can help it. We will be horse archers and charioteers. If we're fighting with swords, then we'll have fucked up. I tried to cheer them up, but having so much metal extorted from them had thrown them into a foul mood. That much metal represented incredible wealth to these men. So much bloody loot, complained Cause. He had no fucking right. Better to let him have them. Keep him off our backs until we split the herd. Mond, I'm going to go and let Krill know we're back. We should keep the slaves away from the main settlement. Take them an hour north and set up a camp there. I'll have wagons and tents sent out to you, Jandak said. You're worried about them being in the camp? I asked. They know about your magic. We can't let them mix with the rest of the tribe. If that arrogant Aurochs rapist finds out there's a smith among them, he'll burn every wagon on the steppe to take him, Mune offered. I hadn't thought about the magic. They've got no reason to keep it to themselves, I suppose. Is a smith really something Hakuben would go to war with us over? I wondered. Smiths are like wizards, except they're real. Well, I guess wizards are now as well, but smiths have always been real. They're sacred and tend to get their own way. Sulk has made the Yagarnen clan a power on the steppe just by joining them. The majority of our metal weapons come from him, Jandak chuckled. There's going to be shit up the yurt walls when we reveal we've got a smith of our own now. I'll take the trade wagon back in. You head north with the loot and the slaves. Check on Krill and Fayala for me? I asked. Still thinking with the wrong spear. You'd think you'd never had a woman before, laughed Jandak. Of course I will. I exchanged a forearm clasp with him, and he ordered his driver back to the trade wagon. In short order, half a dozen riders peeled away from my own column and joined him in driving the exhausted beasts towards the palisades. I turned my back on the town that had somehow started to feel like home and began yelling at riders and warriors to organize the move. The prisoners complained quietly among themselves, but loud enough for me to overhear as I passed them. I explained it would only be a short journey at a much more leisurely pace, and at the end they would be able to rest. Some of them continued grumbling, but most of them became quietly resigned and plodded along as they were told. Do you think Hakuben is right about the king of Urkash? Asked Mune as we rattled across the plain. Probably. He might set out to punish the town for killing his pet lord, but when he hears there's another one of us here, when he hears about me, well, I'm not sure what he'll do. If I were him, I'd back off until I had an overwhelming force and then make my move. I called over to him over the noise of the chariots. So it will be in the summer, you think? He questioned. I don't know, Mune. Having people look to me for answers was exhausting. If I knew what to say, I'd tell him, but I had no idea what an asshole like Mortimer would do. He had been arrogant back on Earth. Now he had magic. He might be full of himself and charge in, but he might just remember what Poseidon had said about me. If he did, he'd be much more cautious. Some of my competitors aren't fighters. If he thinks it might be one of them, he might rush in. If he thinks it was me, Gallagher, or Amir, he'll probably hold back until he has an army and dozens of soul-bound servants, I finished. What do you know about the others? He asked.
I couldn't help but notice the drivers of both our vehicles were doing their best not to look like they were listening to our every word. Gallagher was a professional, unarmed fighter. All the close-in fighting I've taught you. He is a pro, and I'm a rank amateur in comparison. Amir was a high-ranking soldier, a commander of armies in my world. They're the most dangerous of us, I said. More dangerous than you? Mune laughed. One-on-one, Gallagher would kill me easily in a fair fight. That sobered Mune up quickly. Of course, I won't fight fair, I grinned evilly. Amir will be much better at training and leading men than me. The rest aren't fighters, so I don't know what will happen with them. You've done well so far, Mond. We have a smith now, called Mune with a smile almost as evil as my own. We made camp on one side of a large copse of trees. We would need plenty of wood to build palisades and fencing for the herds following behind us.
I asked 2 riders who looked less exhausted than the rest to get fresh mounts and head back towards the camp to guide the wagons to us. The chariots were parked in a circle around the wagons, and the dismounted warriors went into the woods with crude stone hand axes to begin gathering wood. I found Tennille talking to a broad man in a leather apron whose arms were covered in burn marks and sooty smudges. Tennille, we'll have yurts for your people before nightfall. You'll need to dig your latrines down the slope from the camp, I said. Greetings, Lord Barbarian. We may move about without supervision, he asked. There'll be riders patrolling the area, and only 10 of you can leave the camp at any one time. Otherwise, you can organize yourselves as you see fit. There won't be much work until we head north, but if your crafters have anything they can do here, I'm happy for them to practice their trades. Why work when the products of our labor will be stolen as soon as they're finished? The boy asked.
What crafts do you have among your people? I replied, ignoring his question.
Weavers and carpenters mostly, and our good friend Smith Clip here, he answered, waving a hand at the broad man standing next to him, who hadn't stopped glowering at me. When Forge Master Badenick sent me to journey and perfect my craft, I never thought I'd end up a slave to steppe savages, he spat to his side. His voice was gruff and raspy. His eyes were wide, but his pupils were tiny, his large brown iris almost completely filling his eyeballs. I don't think of you as slaves, more as prisoners. In 2 winters, you'll all be freed if you want to be. By then, I hope you'll have decided you prefer our company. What do you know about water wheels? I asked with a glint in my eyes. I needed this man on my side, and a little bit of simple technology I could explain the gist of might help win him over. Are you mad? What the fuck is that? Some kind of nomad demon? He snapped back. I crouched and swept a patch of dirt clear, and began drawing out a simple design and explaining how the rotational force of the wheel could be transferred into things like trip hammers or grinding grains. After 10 minutes, his pupils had actually increased in diameter slightly, now being merely small as opposed to almost invisible. This is revolutionary. He sounded enthralled, but a second later, his earlier surliness snapped back into place. You aren't a smith. I get no aura of Velkit from you. This is all just the nonsense of a tricky savage. They talk about your kind back in the towns. Savages for sure, but tricksy and evil, always looking to con simple folk and steal their animals. I'll build you one when we arrive in the north. Then you'll see. I straightened and grinned down at the man. I'll leave you be for now. Please don't stray too far from the camp, or the riders will be forced to drag you back.
I left him cursing and swearing, but he kept glancing down suspiciously at the crude drawing I'd made in the soil. I could almost feel the thoughts whirring in his head. Tennille, I called back as I was walking away. Did you bring any leather workers? We have 2 with us, he answered in an annoyed whine. Once Clip has stopped trying to figure out if the water wheel will work, please send him and the leather workers over to me. I'll be overseeing the cutting of the trees for the palisade. Chapter 42. God-marked.
I explained what I wanted in terms of saddles and stirrups to my new crafters. They caught on quickly, but seemed to doubt my sanity. But why? The horses won't like it. You'll never be able to control them, said Gant, the male leather worker. His wife, Simmel, nodded firmly in agreement. They'll get used to it. Do you have what you need? I asked. They shared a look, then shrugged at each other and nodded to me. It's your leather, Lord, said Gant. And we're your slaves, Simmel added bitterly. You won't be mistreated. If you can make this work, then you'll go home with a new product that will make you rich. Clip, I trust a stirrup is easy enough for you to put together. He grumbled, but nodded reluctantly.
I'll need wood for the forge. What metal should I use? He asked. Bronze is fine for now, but eventually I'll want a lot of them made from iron or steel. And I do mean a lot. Thousands. Have you considered taking on an apprentice? I asked. I'd need more than one smith to produce the quantities I was going to need in the near future. I won't train no savages. Velket would curse me with the fumes. You animals all worship Eresk. Velket doesn't like your war god. Always destroying and killing, never making. His voice was firm. What about someone from among the townsfolk? I offered. Clip was going to be a thorn in my side, and all my efforts to get him on Team Ray seemed to have failed thus far. To be fair, I had never really developed any social or diplomatic skills back on Earth, beyond those needed to trick my way into a place I shouldn't be allowed. Aye, some of the young ones might be fit to serve the god of the forge. Choose 3 and start training them, please, I said firmly. I'll let you get on with it then. How long until you'll have a prototype? A what? What's that word mean? Clip glared at me. An example that we can test. Oh, I can knock up these stirrups fast enough.
Slower if I'm training boys who've never swung a hammer.
How long? I repeated, fighting back a sigh of frustration. 6 by tomorrow night? He guessed, glancing at the sun which was falling in the sky to the west. Perfect. I'll leave you in peace. Clip immediately began barking instructions at Tennille's townsfolk, who jumped at his words like he was their lord. Soon enough, he'd lined up the young men and boys and was walking the line, looking them up and down and snarling questions at them. Gant and Simmel wandered over to a wagon and began pulling rolls of hides down. A short while later, I spotted a dust cloud to the south, so I jumped in my chariot and we rode south to greet the rest of our merry band. As I drew closer, I began to worry. There were a lot of wagons, almost 50 by my count, and over 100 riders pulling lines of ponies. This must be most of the Hottrick and Herm population, judging by the swarm of people on foot moving in the wake of the wagons. We pulled around in an arc, and my driver placed us running along next to Jandak's chariot. He waved cheerfully at me. How many is this? Why are so many of them joining us rather than staying in town? I demanded. Well met to you as well, Jandak laughed at me. The king visited Khan and Atas before I could get their permission to take some wagons. They were more than a little pissed off. Khan will be shitting horns for weeks. I swear Atas could have lit a fire just by staring at the wood. So why so many? I insisted. If we'd broken the herd already, I needed to know. We couldn't camp so close to Ereskit if the patriarchs had split with Hakabin. Oh, the old boys were annoyed enough to order most of us out of town. Hakabin knows he's broken with them. It was the chit in the end, forcing us to trade through another family like peasants or lesser nobles. Never fuck with a man's pride, vile slayer, he called back.
Krill and Fiala? I asked, wondering how the hell we were going to feed and house so many.
With the wagons, we've got enough yurts for everyone, even the slaves. Prisoners, I corrected him absently, as my mind focused on other matters. Food? Enough to see us through the cull. Khan wants you back in Ereskit tomorrow morning. The mighty king is going to screw us on the tides from the cull as well, so Khan wants it done fast, and then he'll split the herds and we'll head north for real. Hope your knife is sharp. It'll do the job, I muttered. The longed-for windfall of souls was just around the corner, and I'd finally be able to jump some more levels. I wanted to get to level 50 while still keeping some in reserve for the shop. Level 40 had revealed the soul transfer ability, and I was eager to find out what new goodies awaited me at the next tier. I was also owed a boon from Erisk when I hit 50, and whatever it was, I would need every advantage I could get over the next few months. As we arrived at our new camp, I quickly realized the nomads needed no orders to set up efficiently. Wagons were pulled into a ring with the half-built palisade facing south, completing the circle. People rushed back and forth, unloading the lattices that made up the supports for the yurts, and arguing good-naturedly with each other about who got to place their tent next to each other, or complaining that one person's snoring was too loud and demanding they move their tent further away. In less than an hour, it looked like Ariskit in miniature, complete with a fenced-in paddock for the horses and chariots. The bustle and noise of a nomadic town quickly filled the air. Our prisoners now found their little circle of wagons surrounded on all sides, as the Ariskin had set up around them like the guards they were. The tribesmen and women left the shit-sitters largely alone. They were cold and distant to our guests, but not unkind, that I saw as I passed through the new camp, in awe at how quickly it had been put together. "You think we don't know how to make a camp?" asked Tricolo from behind me. I spun and extended a hand, receiving a firm warrior's clasp from him, and he grinned at me. "The boy constantly underestimates his betters," cackled Krill. "Come on, lad. I've got a fire going, and some ched will be ready soon." They led me to the heart of the camp, and I found my tent next to Krill's and two much larger ones. We had been put on the edge of the large, central clearing that included our prisoners. Even with so many new arrivals, I could hear Clip cursing and shouting as the sound of hammers striking metal rang out. Any nomad who heard the noise would stop for a moment and mutter something to themselves while smiling broadly. We ducked into Krill's yurt, and Faella rose from the fire. She turned to pass an icy look over us all. I smiled tentatively as the other two passed by me, leaving me standing in the door flap like a fool. As soon as Tricolo wasn't able to see her face, she winked at me, then settled down to finish the ched. "Come in, you aurochs bollock. You're letting the warmth out," complained Krill, as he settled by the fire, cross-legged, and accepted a bowl of the tea-like drink from Faella with a gap-toothed grin of gratitude. Tricolo was served next, and when I sat down to receive my own bowl, I felt her hand linger as it brushed against my fingers. "I've got work to do. You can tend your own fire now, old man," she told Krill. As she swept towards the flap, she shot me another wink and stuck her tongue out at me. She was going to be trouble. I could feel it in my bones, but I was quietly looking forward to it. "You've got work to do tomorrow, boy," said Krill after the flap fell down behind my betrothed. "Oi, pay attention!" He snapped his fingers at me, and my head swung back to him. "I've made arrangements so our herds get processed first. You should sharpen your knife tonight." "How have you jumped the queue?" I asked. I'd been told how it would work. Killing the animals was easy enough, but processing all the meat, sinew, and bones took weeks. The Haku herds would usually go first, then the other families would kill their own excess animals. The whole tribe worked together, day in and day out, to salt the meat and prepare the hides. Dream spice is valuable. There'll also be some new red tunics on some of the lesser families tomorrow. As the dreamer, I'm in charge, but I can't go against Hakubin without support from the patriarchs. Good job. I've got them all in my pouch now. This enthusiastic bout of cackling caused me to worry his heart might give out at any moment. "You'll also reveal the God Mark. Everyone will want you to slaughter their herds, but once you've done ours, you can decide for yourself," Tricolo said while Krill fought to catch his breath. "We can stay a few days for you to get some extra souls. It will take a couple of days for our part of the cull to be processed, but while we're working on that, a few more will be killed each day," Krill said, having calmed himself down. "How many are we talking about? Aurochs, I mean," I asked. There'll probably be over 2,000 killed, all told. Plus the goats, I suppose, said Trickolo. The Huttrick and Mune herds will be losing about 300 heads. I whistled. Each aurochs was worth 6 souls. If I did the whole lot, I'd be 12,000 souls richer. Just my allies' animals would net me nearly 2,000. I'd be able to advance again at last. I could boost my friends and have a suitable wedding present for Feala. Even the ever-damned shop might become worthwhile. We talked some more before I excused myself. I walked around the camp for a while as the sun slowly set. People I didn't know nodded respectfully to me. Warriors would offer me arm clasps as I passed and slap me on the shoulder. Usually the left shoulder. I suspected the knowledge of the god mark had spread among the friendly nomads. I checked in on Clip and found him berating a young man who was sweating profusely and holding a lump of glowing red something into a fire while another pumped the bellows. Clip glared at me and told me to piss off. The stirrups would be ready tomorrow night. I won't be here tomorrow night, but Huttrikilo knows what we need. Take them to him when they're ready, I ordered. He cursed and spat into the fire, causing a sizzling sound, but nodded before resuming harassing the poor kid who'd found a moment of respite while Clip turned his fiery temper in my direction. The leather workers were clipping and trimming what looked like a passable effort at a simple saddle. I left them in peace after watching from nearby for a minute. They worked well together, finishing each other's sentences as their work seamlessly flowed together as though they were one mind in 2 bodies. "Mond, join us," called Jandak from a fire where he was drinking from a clay bottle with Mune and Koss. "I can't, I'm afraid. I've got to be up early to head back to town. You guys go easy on that stuff. It sneaks up on you," I called back as I moved past them. "Ha! Sneaks up on you! This stuff is for kids. We're saving the strong stuff for something special," Koss sniggered, and I got the feeling it might have been at my expense, but I just waved at them and moved back to my yurt. I had hoped that I'd find Feala waiting for me again, but it was empty. I set a small fire to clear out the chill and lit it with a cast of fire. I lay back on my pile of furs, burrowing in so that the increasingly cold nights wouldn't stop me from sleeping properly. I listened to the bustle of the camp and the crashing sound of hammers striking metal as I drifted off to sleep. "Up, you lazy bastard!" Krill yelled from a foot away from my face. I lurched upright in shock as he began to cackle at my surprise. "I'm your driver today. Get dressed and we'll head off now. Need to be there before the sun's fully up." "Isn't riding in the dark dangerous?" I asked, as I scrambled to pull on my tunic over my shorts. "I'm sure we'll be fine," he said cheerfully. He harried me down to the paddock where a chariot was waiting and hustled me aboard. We set off south just as the sky in the east began to turn pink. Dozens of aurochs were being led towards our camp as we cantered south, and I quizzed Krill about them. "We're saving a few more than we ought to this year. We probably won't have the option of trading should we lose any to disease next year. With rapid growth, we don't need to worry about feeding them," he replied over his shoulder as he cracked the reins to drive the ponies faster. As we approached Erisket, the change was striking. Even at this time of day, the people were out en masse, gathering around and I did a double take. It was an actual building. Wooden walls and everything. "That's where we'll do it. The herds have been gathering during the night. We drive the beasts in, kill them out of sight of the rest, and then drag the carcass out for processing," Krill told me when I asked him about it. Sure enough, a sea of cattle and goats spread across the plains. We rattled to a stop at the palisade, and I unhitched the ponies, putting them in the paddock before dragging the chariot to where 4 more were waiting. Krill led me through the crowds until we reached the strange shed. Then he leapt up onto a small platform built at the side,
where the aurochs would be marched into the structure. "Warriors and ladies!" he called out, snatching everyone's attention and causing a hush to settle over the crowd. I stared down at them after he pulled me up next to him. There must have been almost every person in the town looking back at me. "We are truly blessed this year."
Arask has been sending me more and more true dreams. He has demanded that the Hattrick and Herm clans be the first to make the offerings.
"What?" barked Hakuben angrily. "My herds are to be first, as is tradition. What bloody game are you playing, old man?" He was positioned towards the back of the crowd, but his voice carried easily in the quiet dawn air. "We have a god mocked among us. Arask has demanded that the friends of the god-touched be the first to offer him his due." Krill nudged me and mimed taking off the bandage I still wore on my left shoulder. I did as he asked and pulled my sleeve up to show the golden tattoo, which gleamed in the first rays of light as they pierced through the high clouds. For a moment, every head craned forward to catch a look. Then the pressure of Aresk's aura settled on me, locking me into the shield wall. Everyone else felt it too, as they gasped and looked around, muttering to each other. Various cries began to rise, probably from the men Krill had bribed with dream spice, dyes, and this world's equivalent of pot. A few of them did appear to have very red eyes as they looked up at my arm in wonder. Demands that not only should the Hattrick and Herm animals be processed first, but that I should carry out the slaughter single-handedly. I briefly wished to be a gray man once more, but the swell of excitement through the crowd was infectious, and the sight of Hakuben glaring at me impotently as the mob overrode him was kind of delicious. "Then I declare it shall be as mighty Aresk has commanded. Let us begin the slaughter in his name," yelled Krill. He turned to me and spoke quietly. "Good job with the pressure thing. Can you do that at will?" "No. That's one of those things Aresk keeps control of. I guess he's happy with us, though," I muttered back, and I followed Krill into the slaughterhouse. Large, flat stones had covered a large section of the floor inside. They sloped down to wooden troughs that must be to collect the blood and carry it out through the back wall. "What's out there?" I asked, pointing at where the guttering went out through the wall. "There's a trench lined with urns. We collect the blood and ferment it. Strong stuff," said Krill happily. "I expect some more souls after this, you know," he cackled. "I'll tell them to get your first victim," he called as he scurried back out the door, pointing at the plains.
Chapter 43. Glimpse.
The animals were led in one at a time. A pair of ropes had been slung across the stone slab, and once the beast was in position, it was hoisted off the ground slightly. They must have drugged the animals, slipped something in their feed, because the aurochs were extremely docile. Once it was in position, I slit the poor bastard's throat. We waited for the blood to drain and it to stop moving. Then a noose was thrown over its head. The ropes lowered it to the ground, and a pair of ponies dragged the body away. I repeated this gruesome slaughter every few minutes for 12 straight hours. We only got through 100 of the damn things due to the time needed to bleed them out and drag away the carcass. Still, I was 600 souls up, but my right arm hung at my side like a lead weight. "Krill, are we done for the day?" I asked as he came back into the killing shed to bring me some food and water. "Not even close. Wash up, boy, and get some food. I'll get torches going and we'll get another 50 or so through before we stop for the night." I sighed and went to dunk my upper body in a barrel of water, scrubbing the blood off my arms and face, then rubbing myself dry on some cloth left there for the purpose. When I staggered into the yurt Hatrakan had set aside for me in the camp, having fought my way through a throng of warriors wanting to touch the bloody tattoo, I was in a foul mood. I'd resisted the almost overwhelming urge to snap at the nomads as they crowded around me by the thinnest of margins, and as soon as my tent flap closed, I sagged, staggered over to my bed, and fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. Krill woke me before sunrise and dragged me grumbling outside. I was given a quick bowl of stew and led back to the shed. I imagine I felt worse than the animals already being led my way. They were doped up, and soon all their problems would be in the past.
I did appreciate the ant-like efficiency of the tribe as they stripped the beasts down for parts. It was very professional. Teams carefully skinned the bodies, passing the intact hides to others who stretched them out on wooden contraptions that looked like medieval torture devices. Then the skinners cut fat away and sent it to huge pots boiling away over long trench fires for rendering. The meat was sliced into chunks for smoking and salting. The entire community was working with incredible dedication and unity to process the animals as quickly as possible. 18 hours later, I collapsed back into my bed fur and curled up around my aching right arm. Just over 2,000 souls, allowing for the ones I'd been holding in reserve before. I spent 550 souls to level up to 50. Which still left me a massive 1,594 souls. I had 20 stat points to spend, and I intended to make the most of them. Level 50 primary stats. Body, D+. Mind, D+. Soul, D. Available souls, 1,594. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 30. Reflexes, 20. Health, 200. Magic strength, 20. Focus, 20. Mana, 330. Unlocked. Eresk's Boon. Carrion Feeder's Gaze. I boosted focus up to 20, then put 10 into physical strength, and the last 3 into mana. I was admiring my new stats and the slight relief from the pain in my arm that the jump in strength had granted me, as the world faded to black, and I fell into a god dream. The pain was gone, and I was once again wearing my coveralls from the workshop back on Earth. After months of woolen tunics, shorts, and loincloths, my old clothes felt uncomfortable and restrictive. They're not made from wool, Ray. They're made from felt. How many sheep have you seen in the herds? Boomed a voice I knew only too well. Perhaps this time we should be a little more civilized. My clothes vanished, instantly replaced by the now familiar nomad garb, and I glanced up as the giant bronze statue shrank down until it was a mere 8 feet tall. The god extended his right arm in the same way the warriors offered an arm clasp. I accepted the offer and felt my bones creak as the god gripped me. After a second, the pressure was gone, and I looked around. The plaza was identical to last time. "Perhaps we should sit?" said Aresk, and a metal throne made of shields and swords appeared behind him. He sat down, completely ignoring the sharp edges that rang against his bronze body. I found a much more modest and less spiky chair had materialized behind me. Glancing towards Aresk, I saw the giant was smiling at me, so I sat down carefully, not fully trusting the magically summoned seat. "I'd be grateful if you'd start saying my name when you kill the aurochs, Raymond. It's a missed opportunity to earn my favor," Aresk complained lightly. "Do I have to?" I asked. "Not at all. But it is to your own advantage. The offerings of a champion are worth much more to us gods than those of mere mortals. It would allow me to help you more." "I'll think about it." "Why am I back here?" I asked, careful to keep my tone respectful. "I wanted to ask you what you'd like for your boon. Surely you didn't think I'd stiff you on that promise," he blared out like a foghorn. I honestly hadn't expected much. Carrion Feeder's Gaze doesn't sound terribly exciting. "Can I see through scavengers' eyes or something?" I asked. "Nothing so humdrum. Well, it kind of is, but I'm so pleased with you, my dear little Genghis-to-be,
that I thought I'd bump up the reward a little. You can only see through a single beast's eyes, but if I make the beast for you, it will far surpass anything that occurs naturally. What kind of god beast would you like? He said, and a column of bronze rose up next to him.
Metallic outlines of various species of animals and birds flickered across the flat top. I can pick an animal and I can see out of its eyes, I clarified. This could be quite an advantage. Of course, perhaps a mighty bear in honor of your first kill, or a wolf to replace poor Wilson. I scowled as he mentioned the wolf's name. Perhaps not. A rat, small enough to scurry through cities and tents unnoticed, to serve as your eyes and ears. I don't think you're a rat kind of guy, if I'm honest. I thought furiously. Remote vision and hearing would be incredibly useful as my new tribe began to operate independently. We'd be going up against the Coprigens soon, an entire clan of cannibal nomads, and we'd be less than half the strength of a Resket. How much stronger than the regular animals would they be? I asked. As much stronger compared to a vile variant as those are over normal beasts. It won't be unkillable, but with your fondness for the life tree, I can see you making the beast a terror to rival an Ervile. He chuckled to himself. I wasn't laughing. I was trying to work out the best option. I had an entire tribe of nomads, or half of one anyway, that could be enhanced by magic to be truly formidable. Assuming I ever got round to spending some more souls on my magic, that was. I ruled out large carnivores like a bear. What will it eat? I asked Aresk, and he smiled down at me. Always thinking ahead. Whatever the normal animal would eat, of course, but they might be hungrier than the average beast. They will be carrion feeders, scavengers, so they won't be fussy about their food. What kind of range does this ability have? I wondered. It's a god-forged link. As long as it lives, you'll be able to borrow its senses, said Aresk affably. Come along now. I can't keep you here for too long. The plains were vast, and the nomads could move incredibly quickly across them when they weren't burdened by their wagons. Even with the lumbering vehicles, they moved a lot faster than I would have expected. I'd need eyes in the sky to gain an advantage over my enemies. A crow! A large crow! I blurted as I made up my mind. It would give me aerial reconnaissance that none of the other tribes possessed. A huge advantage. It also wouldn't be so remarkable if I had to move among the shit-sitters. Townspeople, I mentally corrected myself. Christ, I was going native far too quickly. A wise bird. Ferries the souls of the fallen in battle to the afterlife. I like it. The image on the bronze pedestal solidified into a crow with a 4-foot wingspan, a large example of the species. The bronze color melted away, draining back into the pedestal, and it was replaced with jet-black feathers, barring a ring of pale white ones that lined the back of its head and neck. How will I find it? Back on Earth? I asked, as it cocked its head to the side and cawed at me. Oh, don't worry about that. Just make sure you start saying my name as you slay the aurochs. His voice faded away at the end, and I found myself back in bodiless limbo for a moment. My real eyes snapped open. The smelly furs and aching right arm assured me I was back where I was meant to be. Damn it. I wasn't meant to be here at all. I should be back on bloody Earth, drinking beers, eating fast food, and tinkering in my garage. What the fuck is that? Get out of here, you filthy bastard! Krill yelled from nearby. Without even thinking, I was suddenly looking up at him as he waved his arms at me. From my new perspective, I was sitting on my wooden chest, but my eyes could only be a foot or so above the wood. My perspective snapped back to my own body as I jerked upright. Enough, Krill! He's a friend! I called groggily. The dream sleep apparently wasn't as refreshing as regular sleep.
Thanks, Aresk.
It's a bloody raven, he said, glaring suspiciously at the other half of my senses. The bird flapped over to land on my shoulder and fixed Krill with a beady glare. It's a crow, bloke. Aresk gave him to me for reaching level 50, I said. The crow flapped back over to my storage chest as I rose to my feet and started pulling a tunic on. I was going to need some shoulder padding added to my tunics. Those claws were sharp. A god beast? Truly, Krill said in wonder, bowing his head to the bird that cawed in satisfaction at the new respect. Yeah, whatever that is. He needs a name. I think I'll call him Glimpse. I can borrow his sense, so it works nicely. I settled my tunic and tied my belt around my waist. Glimpse, I said, and the bird flapped over to settle on my shoulder. I could feel something from the creature. More emotions than thoughts. Loyalty was the strongest flavor. Flavor wasn't the right word, but I couldn't find a better one that fit as well. Then there was love? Devotion, maybe? Obedience followed, and then curiosity. A faint hint of hunger as well. With a thought, the bird flapped back to the chest, landed, hopped along the length of it, and then returned to my shoulder with a caw. Krill flinched backwards as it swept past him. "Can I touch it?" he asked, awe making his voice thick. Sure, I guess. I wasn't in the mood for a double entendre, so I held out an arm, and Glimpse hopped down to land on my fist, and Krill carefully extended a finger to stroke the feathers on the back of the bird's neck. The old man's eyes gleamed with a fervor I'd never seen before in my prune-like mentor. "Thank you, Mond," he said quietly. But then his voice quickly rose to its usual volume. "Come along! No time to play with your new friend. We've got aurochs to sacrifice." He led me back to my seemingly endless task. As we left the tent, I told Glimpse to fly above the town and keep watch. I somehow communicated that if he found something to eat, I was happy for him to feed. Otherwise, when my breakfast was delivered, I'd save him some meat. He cawed back happily at me as he rose into the sky. Chapter 44. Split the Herds. I resumed my usual place on the now red-stained stone flags. Another beast was led in, and I put my wrist under its chin as usual, blade a centimeter from its throat. "For Aresk," I whispered. Then, with a well-practiced movement, I drew the knife around the neck and upwards. There was a spray of blood and a thud as the now decapitated aurochs swung gently on the ropes, its head resting at my crimson feet. Strength at 30 was no joke. I'd have to be extremely careful with my movements until I got the hang of it. "Aresk's hairless balls, Mond! You're only meant to slit the bloody throat!" yelled Krill as he ordered the support ropes dropped and the teamsters who were looking a bit lost due to not being able to throw a rope over the horns to tie off on a leg. "I thought Aresk had hairy—" You know what? Never mind. I endured 5 more days of mindless slaughter. 5 days of braying and blood and boredom. At the end of the 5th day, I sat with Krill in my tent. Khan and Atas would be joining us shortly. "Here," I held out a hand to him. "More souls for you," I explained. His own hand moved like a striking snake to clamp down on mine. I spent 600 souls to give him 300 more. His eyes gleamed, and I noticed his mind stat jumped up to D-. "Did you just spend everything on your magical strength stat?" I asked him suspiciously. It was his build, and I wasn't about to dictate to him what he did with the souls, but I'd have advised against just pouring them into one stat. Nope, I jumped to level 30 and spent the rest boosting my magic. I put a few points in the body stats to boost me up to 10 and everything. "You're not the only passable healer now," he cackled happily, as Atas and Khan entered the tent.
Choose your next affinity carefully, old man. It's the last one you'll get. His face became serious, and he nodded. God-touched, the two patriarchs said respectfully. Are we ready to move on? I asked.
The endless killing of cattle was starting to annoy me. The souls were great, but I'd had Glimpse make a few trips over to our main camp, and I wanted to get back to start advising on the new cavalry tactics we'd be implementing. If only Trikilo could read, I'd have had Glimpse drop him letters with some of the basics. Then again, I couldn't write their language either, so that would have been a non-starter. The saddles and stirrups were already making waves among the warriors. "We should stay a few more days. You need more souls," Krill objected greedily. The souls were huge, and I couldn't deny I was tempted. We need to find the red rocks before winter truly takes hold. And before that, we need to recruit Sulk, if we can, I said firmly. He won't be easy to bring to your cause, Mond, said Atas. He's been a smith long enough that Velkit's madness has touched him. He's God-touched too? I asked. No, it comes to all smiths, the madness. It's the curse that balances their blessing, said Khan. They all go mad from the fumes, Krill interjected. Primitive metallurgy was hardly a safe process. I remembered hearing that all the gods of smiths back on Earth were cripples or mad, because all the smiths went mad from the mercury and metal fumes they were exposed to as they practiced their craft. We'll need him. He might convince Clip to work more closely with us, I suggested. Or they'll talk each other into not working at all. You never know with smiths. It is a good idea to try, though. We lose nothing, and with the chariots we can travel quickly to Jaggerneet. It's a week or so to the west by wagon, so a few days if you move quickly, said Atas thoughtfully. I'll speak to Hakubin in the morning and split the herd. We'll only drive a couple of dozen north with us when we leave. The rest of the herd is already at Mondit, rumbled Khan. They were using my name for our new settlement, and while it was flattering, it also made me worry about my true enemies. I still wasn't sure if my mind was fully my own. Eresk's mark could be working on me as much as it worked on them, and the feeling made me want to fight back against the growing bond I felt for these people who had adopted me so readily. I resisted. I needed these people if I was to stand a chance of dealing with Mortimer. How many wagons will we be taking? I asked. 12, all loaded with salted meat and hides. Our aurochs were finished processing yesterday. We'll need a week or two staying in place to cure the hides before we move north. But you can use that time to reach out to Sulk, said Khan. Mond, there is something else we must discuss, as men. I wasn't sure I liked where this was going. Fayala's dowry, idiot, cackled Krill as he saw my face go blank. Indeed. I'm prepared to offer 6 heifers and a good stud bullock. I will also gift you 6 slaves who will manage your household and herd. I think it is a fair offer? Khan narrowed his eyes on me. Not only did I get the hazel-eyed beauty, but I also got a modest fortune by the standards of the nomads. Agreed, I said simply, and offered him an arm clasp. He snorted and turned away. You think so little of my daughter. If you were a man, you'd have driven a harder bargain. A wife and children are not cheap.